So while the tech desk is setting up for Terranigma here, just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's donated so far. We've gone a great pace, and I just wanted to make sure that even if you can't donate, just do us a favor and tweet out the stream using the hashtag RPGLB2017. Because even if you can't donate, if someone sees your tweet, they may tune in for the first time and be inspired to join them. So thank you very much.
Okay. Can we take it away? Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to RPG Limit Break. If you're just joining us, my name's Bowie the Hero. On the couch with me is
Almagus
and
Yakava.
Excellent. You may know these two fantastic streamers, some of Europe's best speedrunners, and then me as well on the side
and you.
To try and do runs. So this is Terranigma. A little bit before we get going, a little bit of background about this game. This game is part 3 of the Soul Blazer trilogy. So there's Soul Blazer, Illusion of Time / Illusion of Gaia, and then Terranigma. This game never made it to America. So the only 60 Hz version of this game was the Japanese version. So a usual speedrun of this game would be done on the Japanese version. I'm using a repro cart, which is the PAL version patched to 60 Hz. So we can play it at the right speed in English for you guys, if you haven't already seen this game before. Did we have any names for Ark come in at all?
I'm actually waiting for the system to refresh right now.
Okay, cool.
So give me 1 second.
Okay, well, whilst we're waiting for that, just a little premise to this game. Like, it's going to tackle the kind of similar themes that you may have seen in Soul Blazer and Illusion of Gaia. Things like resurrection and this idea of light and dark and those kind of two forces being in this kind of full circle of life and death. So it's quite a hard-hitting and deep-thinking game.
So given the content of your stream quite recently, I'm sure you'll be glad to know that Ark will be named Rando.
Rando. Okay.
Because apparently you need your fix. And in second place was Bark.
Bark.
That's not bad. That's not a bad one.
Well, I can stop whenever I want, I swear. Okay, so Rando is his name, yeah? Okay, so this is going to be interesting. Whenever we're ready, I'll count down, and then we'll get started. Excellent. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck, Bowie.
Okay, so Chapter 1, the outset. This is basically just setting up everything that's going to be happening in this game. So I'll leave just the first few seconds just to kind of enjoy the music. This is one of my favorite video game compositions of all time, without a shadow of a doubt. It's incredible. So I'll leave it just to breathe for a little while. Okay, so Ark has been having these bad dreams, and every day he's just having these nightmares, and he's not sure why and what's going on and what it means. Ark, that young lady with the pink hair, she's Ark's childhood friend, and
she's called Elle.
Elle.
You did say Ark.
Pardon?
You did say Ark.
It's I did say Ark. That's Ellie. Yeah, Ellie. L. Everyone. Okay, there we go. Cool. Yeah, Elle. Sorry. Yeah. Already doing great. So this is Krista. This is a village that no one in this village has been able to leave before. There's no way out. It's just kind of this contained little village where everyone is living a peaceful life inside. So Ark last night or yesterday was antagonizing the chickens for the weaver that are outside the weavers. So we're told to apologize. You can tell that Ark's quite a
bit of a rowdy.
Yeah, he's quite a cheeky character. We go back to the elder's house, and these 3 of Ark's friends are looking around this blue door that's never been opened, and they're not sure what's inside there. So they ask Rando, Ark, to open it and help them open it. And this is my first big skip of the game. Usually you have a big cutscene here, but I'm going to align myself here, throw this up and move to the right. That immediately skips a 25-second cutscene, or even longer, just so you can get through this door nice and quick.
Indeed. So, and this underground section just kind of looks really ominous, and also you have a bit of a weird kind of feeling about it.
Soothe your soul and calm down.
And touch the box. What is this box called?
This is the Pandora's box. So, if any of you know the lore behind Pandora's box, it's a box that kind of unleashes all the evil into the world. So it's quite sure what that has to play in this game so far, but we'll find out. We're introduced to Yomi here, who's kind of like a guardian of the box, or kind of a manifestation of you know, the start of everything really. See, he's going to be able to give us a quick tutorial about how the menu works, which is it's really a nice menu. You've got this kind of like living menu. They've got these rooms with all this literature and stuff where you can find all of your items.
Yes, indeed. One thing I feel like the game was originally meant to be is that you can actually run around, like you can run around in the menu right now. However, later on it will just kind of be Yomi as a cursor to select things in the menu.
I'm glad it's just a cursor. It would have been a lot harder to get around if I had to run. So they're kind of explaining how the menu works. There's a hole at the top where you can you can throw away your weapons and your items. Ironically, there's more armor and more weapons than you can actually fit into this into the menu. So you actually have to, if you want to get everything and find everything for the first time, you've got to get rid of some stuff.
So, and here, Bowie receives the first weapon. What kind of weapon does our hero use?
Go for it.
It's a spear.
It's a spear. So yeah, I mean, you see a lot of heroes with swords, but this game takes place entirely using a spear, pretty much. So quite unique in that
Indeed.
regard, I guess. Not unique, but you know, unorthodox.
And all of a sudden, Elle, your girlfriend, fiancé, I don't know what exactly she is, but she joins you down here, and she's kind of scared of something. And all of a sudden, she turns blue, kind of like she's frozen.
He was just so Yomi's not sure. He's saying, "Hey, it's not me. I was trapped inside the box. You opened it." So Ark's got to do something. Color of the text box, Goose.
Red, of course.
Red.
Always
okay,
red.
Cool. So I'm going to change my controls here. I'm going to make the window red as well, just for the hell of it. So I changed my controls because I'll kind of explain how it all works. So unlike Illusion of Time, which is a double tap to run feature, you actually have a run button, amazingly. So I switch it from Y to X because it's a bit more comfortable for me. I lose a few seconds in the run for that, but it's just nicer for me to play the game because I'll be combining dashes, jumps, and attacks at all points. So it's nicer for my hands to go across.
That makes sense. So, and now the elder told you, you should go outside, but what is this outside? We have never been here before because the village, when you tried to explore it initially, there is no exit.
And so this is the underworld. This is, I mean, you can see the map, like the wonderful mode 7. You've got this weird kind of like blue sky above you, but we're not sure quite yet what that is. And the elder told us to go to the 5 towers in the underground, and they'll pass the trials and find out what happens.
So yeah, the first door here just kind of introduces you to the entire concept of what are you even going to be doing? How does this story work? And, well, more importantly, this is kind of a tutorial section.
Okay. So, Goose, if you want to just take us through the combat and how that works whilst I focus on this.
Certainly. So, first of all, in this game, the controls are actually very, very smooth, and you can run, jump, and just kind of run diagonally, and you have various types of attacks based on whether you are running attacking, jumping attacking, or just kind of standing attacking and stand jump or run and jump. You basically have a variety of options, and for different enemies, different types of attacks are often more useful. Like the jumping attack there, that costs you no time at all in order to just kind of, well, pass by enemies and kill them, which is kind of an integral part of the game, where Bowie is going to be killing enemies just kind of along the way for, well, gaining levels. That is going to be a part of the game.
So I'm going to be missing some enemies. I've skipped one already. I killed a wisp that was on one of the stairs. This is a bit of an interesting experience route. I'm going to skip 3 hubbles. So I've skipped 2 now. I'm going to skip this last one here. And this will allow me to finish this like mini boss up at the top of the first tower and level up on the final kill. This allows me to potentially get a skip, which saves a few seconds on this door here.
So yeah, Bowie arrives at the top of the tower, and here's this kind of weird guardian guy who just goes, "Wow, you've done well to come here, but are you really prepared?" So, and those little guys, those rolly guys, are called hubbles, and those hubbles he tries to kill, as he said, just more or less on top of the door in order to skip the, or combine the door opening animation with the level up animation. Unfortunately, they just kind of need to line up for that. So it's quicker to just kill them and then do the two things separately.
Try to hope for it at least. So at the top of the tower, there's this this room. You can see there's these five doors, and the globe really strangely above it, which comes and touches Ark on the head, or Rando on the head rather. So this place is called the Room of Resurrection, which, funnily enough, resurrects things. And we'll find out exactly what we resurrect now.
I actually never noticed that those are 5 doors.
Yeah, he just told me that yesterday too. I never noticed either.
Wow.
Name that continent. You get one shot. It's actually combining 2 technically. So this is.
Yeah, the geography is a bit shifted from what it looks like in real life.
Just a little.
Just a tiny little bit.
But that's kind of a good allusion to where does this game play?
It takes place in an alternate version of Earth. So, yeah, we get to explore all kinds of places.
And also something I'd like to point out, a lot of the cutscenes are just kind of playing. They don't really have much text or explanation as to what they are doing or what exactly is happening. But that is more or less part of the game. It is open to interpretation, you could say.
There's a lot of kind of reading between the lines here and kind of like forming your own opinions. There's a lot of metaphor and a lot of symbolism in this game. So it definitely gets you thinking. I think that's one of the things I really love about it.
And some weird sparkly thing is just kind of returned to the bodies, and apparently they are no longer frozen. So earlier in the tower, we actually defeated an enemy, and that released a soul. And that soul apparently was trapped inside the enemy and then opened up the door for Bowie. There are going to be various enemies and triggers and switches that he will need to hit throughout those towers in order to open up passages to move through. So for those statues here, you would kind of defeat an enemy further down below in the bottom right in order to get information that, hey, look at the statues' heads and the diamonds on their heads will tell you as to whether you can do anything more with them. In this case, push them around.
There's a lot of small visual kind of puzzles in this game you need to be aware of. Kind of something to touch on as well is movement is really key about this. The execution is kind of important. It's a very geometric run, I like to think of it as. So it's all about kind of using the diagonals and being able to get the correct changes in direction to get the optimal movement and kind of be as fast as you can through certain rooms. Please, thank you.
That guy can troll you a bit.
Cadets are quite tricky, and we'll find out why in the next tower.
Indeed. So yeah, this tower is pretty much the puzzle tower. It introduces you to the concept of you may have to solve certain puzzles, take certain small visual hints in order for you to open up various places.
Oh, I just thought I found something that I never even kind of considered. Each tower representing a kind of sense. It's interesting. Because we got another one of these kind of longer cutscenes, it's a good time to throw it over to Bob and see if we've got any donations.
Oh yeah, we got quite a few coming through here. But quickly before we get to any of those, Bowie, quick question for you. How long is it before we have to hit the developer room?
The developer room, God crikey, that would be about 2.5 hours in.
All right, so just to give you guys some updates right now, the chicken racing mini game is currently sitting at $136 out of $350 for that donation incentive. So if you want to see Bowie race chickens, and who doesn't, let's be honest. And then there's the Visit Quintet HQ donation incentive, which is sitting at $30 out of $350 right now.
I would recommend that one. It's very meta, let's say.
So let's get some of these donations in here. I have a $10 donation from Punk Ideas, who says, let's put this $10 to getting Bowie off of Rando. Wait, that's not an incentive, so let's just put it to the chicken racing minigame instead. Good luck on the run, Bowie. We have Secretary 13D, who sends $25 and says, gotta show support for my favorite run of Bowie. Good luck in your run, man, and you gotta love that Rando.
Thank you.
Lethin sends $20 and says, let's get these chickens racing. Bowie spoon, Bowie huzzah. Dutch Blondness of Doom with $40. He says, Dutch is here again. And I know I said I was going to donate 50 during the run, but Meta was on before this run, so yeah. Happy to see Terranigma finally in a major marathon. Good luck on the rest of the run, Bowie. Oh, and hi to Yaga and Magus.
Good morning. Or good evening, whatever.
Wherever you may indeed be watching this.
Good time of day, should we say.
Pretty much.
Anonymous $25 donation saying the nostalgia is real right now. You guys are making me want to pick up all these games I haven't played in ages. Thank you for the great stream. And thank you for your donations.
So this next room is quite tricky. There's it looks really good, but it can be quite tough until you get like the real hang of it. So using the iframes on, or the invincibility frames on the dash to get through this, I'm going to do 2 jumps here. 1, 2. Okay, I made it, but not quite. So when you when you do a jump and you kind of input the directions, you kind of keep the momentum. It kind of lasts all the way through. So we're actually jumping against the wall. So by the time we reach the bottom, it does push us a few pixels to the right to go over. Unfortunately, I actually am inputted a left input just from, I guess, slight panic maybe.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
So those cadets, whenever they face you, they basically have a chance to immobilize you, like paralyze, or potentially can throw the look back one way or another.
So this is our first instance of RNG in the game. I have to hit this cadet. This is a high cadet. He can either be real or fake.
Yes, actually, this is kind of an interesting type of illusion of choice. Like, the game kind of pretends that you have a choice as to which cadet you can hit, but in reality, either all of them are fake or all of them are real.
So I've got 3 fakes so far. Ideally, 1 or 2 is actually really good for experience purposes, but any more than that, which is 4, 5, come on game, and we get a little bit worse off.
Yep.
6.
That's a lot of cadets right now.
7.
Oh dear.
Yeah. if I level up in this fight, that's really bad. Okay, 2. Okay. 1 more. Cool.
There we go.
7 is bad. 7 is bad.
That's a lot of enemies.
Yeah, ideally you want 2 or less. 0 is great for time, but you don't get much experience. Such is life.
Yeah, he kind of wants to level up at a very specific place later on, twice in fact, to get a little bit of a boost there in the boss fight, but we'll get to that in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Alrighty, and we also have seen now, this is the 3rd cutscene of those kinds so far. The first one having some snowy mountains, the second one I don't actually remember. This one,
it was the lightning bolts.
I see, right.
I was thinking
basically, it's kind of more or less, I dare to say, an interpretation of how the world kind of came to be.
Yeah.
Like, it starts very basic with land kind of emerging from the sea and it having a rather rough climate, and then it calms down a little bit with the thunderstorm and rain. And now we have basically, I guess, ebb and flow with the moon here in the background.
I like how at the bottom there's actually the moon coming through the ground there, just for that 1 pixel line where they didn't kind of create another line. But the moon rising, so as Yeka said, it's kind of like it's kind of showing you a little bit about each continent as well. You'll see 2 specific landmarks in the next continent and the continent after. So we've got Eurasia, which is obviously Europe and Asia together. We've had Africa, I think, no, South America, and then I believe this one is Africa, yeah. And then we got 2 left.
I guess which ones are the last 2?
Guess which one's going to be last? That's my question.
It's actually a good one, for a different reason.
Africa was resurrected. So the Guardian, who we're meeting as well in each of the, you may have seen it at the start, the chap in the lovely blue coat. He's the Guardian, he's kind of our test. He's the one who's just seeing if we are able to do what we need to do. So 3 down, 2 to go.
Indeed. And I would also like to kind of point out a bit more about the storytelling. In Terranigma, if you just kind of go the straight way like you do in a speedrun, because naturally that's faster, you are actually kind of missing out on a few things. Like if you just explore the initial home village a little bit, it's interesting that you just kind of notice something is a bit weird. there is no exit, and apparently some people don't even know who their buildings craters were and stuff like that. So it's a bit of an ominous type of setting, to say the least.
Yeah, something's not quite right down here, but and that was why the gate appearing was such a big thing for. Nice. I might level up actually if that was 8.
Yep.
Okay,
Oh,
so
boy.
you get level ups as soon as you are on the ground, so that's why having that kill there. That's the first time I've done that. I've seen that only once and performed that only once. So I can technically say that that's never happened before. Yay.
Indeed. One small thing that I would like to point out here again, Bowie just always uses his slicer attack in order to go into doorways. And that is just kind of, a little bit faster. Basically, the initial portion of that slicer attack, basically the running attack, is a little bit faster, but then it slows down, so it's not worth it to just always use it. However, just getting into a doorway a little bit quicker saves you quite a few frames here and there.
I think the most important thing is that it mitigates that slowdown towards the end, which is kind of like the caveat of using it all the time. You can't really use it all the time because of that slowdown. So getting rid of that and just kind of feeling the benefits of the speed up. Yeah, that's good. Brilliant.
So the previous tower was like combat oriented, and this one here is kind of like exploration. And he also just found a crystal thread. And what is this with the arena?
Okay, so this isn't. I'd like to sit here and say that I'm just reading this, but it's all set, so I know exactly where it's coming from. I'm not going to leave you in any illusion that I'm just making the god reads, but yeah.
So this is a rather odd scene. Basically, in this entire series of towers, it has been a rather serious tone. You are just helping everybody, unfreezing them, saving them more or less, something like that. And here suddenly it's just more like circus music and the dancing hubble troupe that you need to take care of.
So, funny thing about this, that it says there was that long wait after killing the final Hubble, and then it said that's it for today's show. In the Japanese version, that happens in like a second or two. It takes about 10, 12 seconds for it to show up in the English version. I don't know why that is, but that happens a variety of times in the run, and I don't quite know why it's a long time between that there. But this is potentially this is quite a big resurrection. This one, it's quite an important one. First of all, because we've got the crystal thread inside this tower, but without this particular resurrection, we would not be here today. They're like literally right here. Name that continent.
Dave. Can I name it Dave?
Dave, the continent
Dave
of Dave.
the continent.
I approve. Sounds good.
Right? Like, it makes complete sense.
So you may recognize this particular landmark potentially. Beautiful stars spinning in the sky above the Grand Canyon. And where would you find the Grand Canyon?
I don't know.
On Dave, not naturally.
On Dave, yeah, on Dave.
This be a good time to break in with a couple of donations?
Yeah, go for it, man, yeah.
Awesome. We have $10 from an anonymous source that says, I already chipped in during Evermore, but I can't not redonate for a couch full of Yaga, Bowie, and Magus in front of an audience of Meta Sigma. Good luck, Bowie, and good job, Meta.
Thank you very much.
That was a lot of fun. Thanks a lot, Meta, the previous run. Quatropus from $10 saying, looking like a classic rock band on the couch. I dig it. Good morning, guys, and good luck on the run.
Thank you.
And $30 from Aggro Craig, who says, I am really glad that Terranigma made it into the marathon. This game is the best. Much love to all of the runners, commentary, and crew, and keep up the great work.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this is, we got that crystal thread. Now, we didn't really talk about it, but this here is the Weavers. Elle, our childhood friend, our love interest, is a Weaver, and she loves the thread that we brought her. So she said, give that to me and I'll make you a garment that will protect you. So come back later, kind of thing. So
here, I always like to point that out whenever I'm doing a run with story commentary. Essentially, the subtle things this game does for storytelling, really. So, when he's going to wake up in the middle of the night, you'll just kind of run through the village and also suddenly see the little girls are still standing outside the door. They are just still frozen, which also is let's say a bit of a grim reminder that you're not done yet. There's still at least one tower left that you will need to, well, complete in order to help everybody else.
Yeah, work is not done yet. So because we couldn't sleep, we wake up at night and see Elle furiously working on the garment and talking to herself. I pray to you, beseech you, shield Rando from harm, and don't take him far away.
So yeah, story-wise, Elle apparently has some more mystical powers to imbue her threads, her weavings with more power, so to speak. And I like to think of this kind of as the portion where the game kind of introduces you to the idea of you're not the only hero of this game. You're just one, but you also can have powerful allies that help you along your way.
Yeah.
So if Elle didn't create that weaving thread,
we wouldn't be able to do what we do. Anyone wake up in the morning like this potentially, by any chance? Just let us know with a little raise of the hand if anyone's woken up in the morning like that. Oh, well. Okay, so the next morning, obviously, Elle has worked, slaved through the night to create this this garment. Now there is a narrative reason for that, obviously, but also kind of it helps you in terms of being able to continue. So we get the very aptly named Elle's Cape, which has been imbued with her her thoughts and prayers and feelings for Ark, so it's going to keep him safe. Please be careful. I'll pray for your safety. So let me do this quick menu.
and equip the cape.
There we go. So it's going to allow us to get into the final tower. So there are 5 towers, and I didn't complete the last one because if I'd gone into the last one, I would have been basically barred from continuing. And the cape is the key for that.
Indeed. So, also, the last tower is... How do you put it? I think you could say you don't only have powerful allies, but maybe things are not quite the way they seem to be. Because one of my favorite, let's say, types of traps in this game are just kind of on the top floor here.
Yeah. Anyone who's played this game will have done what we're going to say that is going to happen. So the cape reflects the orb there that he fires. It's kind of a test of being able to rely. I think it's kind of like, for me, I've always read that as it's a test that you are willing to rely on your friends and not just kind of like take it all on yourself. So by accepting Elle's help, he's able to, don't go in that big shining door of glory. Yep, because that's not where you want to go.
You'll fall all the way down the tower.
We've all done it every time.
Yep. 3, 4, 5, 6.
So this is our first boss, Elmagus, if you want to kind of just explain what I'm going to be doing whilst I do this.
Yeah, this is Shadow Keeper. He's going to be using the Slicer attack for this boss. You'll quickly notice that we leveled up twice, but the damage output is not quite that high. You'll notice that for a lot of bosses. Basically, the idea behind the speedrun is that you get just exactly the amount of levels so you can deal decent enough damage that you can, quickly dispose of them. Like with 3 and 4, it's not very high, but he would have also liked to... nice, you get the level up in a very good spot there. He would have also liked to get 2 level ups here. Every time you level up, you have this little fist bump animation there. And if you are inside an enemy and get the level up during an attack, you will retain the attack status, basically, and get like a 6 free hits in, I believe it is.
6 free hits, yeah.
And that obviously speeds up the fight. Very good fight there. Very
Nice.
well done.
Very well.
You'll notice that Slicer is quite a destructively overpowered move, just because it has the invincibility frames, and you can chain it together.
Right. But it's definitely not as easy as it makes it look, because this game has a lot of lag to it, like a lot of lag. And if you don't precisely time your slicers around the lags, like sometimes you need to go earlier, sometimes a bit later, in order to get those invincibility frames keep going, it's actually rather difficult to keep that up, and I don't think you got hit at all.
No, I don't think so. That was quite an exemplary fight, luckily. But yeah, it's one of those things that you'll always kind of get to a point where you go, you know what, it's fine, the lag, whatever, and then it will take a run away from you, and you'll be like, okay, fair enough, respect it. It can take you by surprise. But yeah, so that is Tower 5. That's all of the towers completed and all of the main continents resurrected. Last but not least, we do have Australia. And there is Rock. So all these scenes are very, very beautiful and kind of very picturesque and quite artistic. Yeah, if you have a time for a couple of quick donations as well, once it ends up.
Quickly, Bowie, what's your runner's choice out of interest?
I haven't thought of it really, but I'll put it towards Quintet HQ because that's really cool.
Speaking of which, Quintet HQ is now sitting at 100 out of $350.
Nice.
And Chicken Racing is sitting it's at like $198.50. And whoever donated that 50 cents is a fantastic troll. Let's get a couple of donations in here. $30 from Anonymous, who says, we've already had the bad Bowie RNG on Cadet. Mary and Dark Guy, it can't be that bad, right? Good luck with the rando and staying underestimate.
Thank you very much.
$5 from Zephyr says, as someone who has suffered from a myriad of mental health issues since I was young, hopefully this will go towards helping awareness. If it wasn't for my counselors, I wouldn't be around today. Shoutouts to Bowie, Elmagus, and Yagamoth on the couch. Wait. Is this Terranigma randomizer? While I wasn't able to donate as much as I did last year, please put my $5 towards picking up the Sugoi Mizugi in Shining Force 1 80% race. Please don't say I apologize for not donating much or any of that. Anything helps. Anything that you can donate to Nami is absolutely brilliant because they're a fantastic cause. And just a really simple $25 from Anonymous saying, greetings to Yaga, Bowie, and Elmagus.
Greetings to you.
This is okay. So I wouldn't normally do this in a any percent run, but this is a setup for one of my incentives if it gets met. I need to do it now just in case. But I'm just going to resurrect Polonese, which is if you want to see Ark upgrade his macho stat, we need to just do that quick. Secret. There's one other one, which is Moo, which is further north from Tower 3, but I don't need to get that. It only gives you a secret weapon, which isn't really necessary.
Just to break in on that, Bowie, the leveling up his macho stat was already met.
Oh, nice, cool. So I had to do it anyway, great.
Yeah, it was met during Secret of Evermore, I think.
Sweet, brilliant.
Of course Meta Sigma met the macho stat.
Cheers, buddy.
On the day you get rid of your beard, you level up his macho stat.
Wow.
Okay, so now that all the towers have been resurrected, he said, come meet me out to a place to the right arrow direction. I don't know how you'd say that. But before we go, we need to pop in and see Elle. An important thing to know is that when we were having that chat at night while she was weaving, she asked, you aren't going anywhere, are you? And to which we respond for the sake of time. Oh, of course not. But it turns out that unfortunately we do have to leave Krista. And Elle can't face him. She's too sad that he's going. She's like, I want to see you off with a smile, but I can't. And she just hopes that we're going to be okay. And then promises that we'll see her again. So we head out. And then to the right, you may see suddenly there's this hole here, which I think is a nice kind of time to talk about where we're going now and where we've been. So the whole underground. And there was that blue thing in the sky that was crystal blue. So we're going to find out exactly what that was now. Yago, if you'd like to.
Certainly. So, you may have noticed also those bubbles floating around. Apparently that is also crystal blue. So, kind of a lot of things can be made out of crystal blue, according to the villagers, if you ask them around. And they also have kind of weird, interesting visions. If you talk to a little boy, he basically saw Ark fighting in the towers against monsters, and Ark was awesome. So, yeah, there's that. Also, this entire thing was basically in the underground, as Bowie mentioned already. Now we enter Chapter 2. Resurrection of the world.
So with the landmass of the overworld complete, we are now sent, the Elder sends us, say, like, you've built the world up, you now need to go in there and cultivate the world. So we're sent to the overground. We're currently in South America right now. And we're told to resurrect and bring life to a dead world.
How we are exactly going to do that? Well, initially you just have no clue, you're just kind of wandering around until you find something. And what you're going to find is actually rather interesting in that, well, also yummy music is awesome. So what you're going to be finding is essentially just kind of the remnants of the old world, or what once was in a sense. And you find something, and something is calling to you. It turns out the so-called rod tree is calling out to Ark, and then you're climbing into that rod tree stump.
To find that it's kind of barren and all kind of, you know, there's all this kind of weird air and poisonous gas around and these weird monsters. So we're actually, it said Amazon on the world map. This is kind of a representation of the Amazon rainforest. So the Ra tree is a powerful life-giving tree, and it's dying right now, so we have to save it. I'm going to jump over here and skip the entire room. I'm going to focus here because this is a hard thing to do. 1, leveled up. Oh my word. Okay, so that ruined my entire setup. I've never leveled up there before. You're supposed to like jump whilst throwing to grab the to kill the first fish and then throw a second one immediately. But I leveled up, so
that's our window.
But yeah, anyway, continue, I guess, sorry.
Sure. This entire thing, as Amal mentioned, it's kind of, it looks pretty barren, wasteland-esque, and it's really not a nice view anyways. It's maybe a nice dungeon for SNES standards, but that's not quite what we're looking for. Also here, Bowie grabs a life potion. Life potion increases your HP by 5, your maximum HP, which is going to be quite handy later on.
It's pretty much rooted to the HP point for the purposes of a PB run. I am going to be doing marathon safe strats, so I won't be going quite as risky as I normally do. But
yes, indeed. So from previous dungeons, you already know that you sometimes have to kill enemies in order to unlock things. Here, he actually unlocks a soul. That soul turns out to be of a soul of a little flower. And yes, you can talk with flowers here, apparently. This flower here on the right he could talk to, and it would tell him to take those gigantic leaves. Those giant leaves allow you to swim, just kind of like flippers in Zelda.
Nice size. Perfect size for Ark. So the reason I was quite excited about that previous bit is that purple flower has 20 HP. I hit it by 6, crit it for 12, and hit it by 6 again. 6 is the highest damage roll you can do, and then crits are very, very rare. And 3 is the quickest cycle you can get, and it requires a crit of at least 12. Well, 12 if you're gonna get if you want it to be really, really fast. But like, yeah, that's I've never had a 3 cycle on the purple flower before, so
yeah, you can only attack them when they're open.
Yeah. The amount of times that I've had 5 cycles where I've hit it by 5 times is silly.
Yeah. So, by the way, I noticed earlier, throughout the early dungeons, you kind of got healed gradually, but why does that no longer happen?
Goose, do you want to take this?
Yeah, as long as you're in Krista and have the initial spear equipped, you will regain health gradually, but once you hit the overworld, basically, it will stop regenerating your health points at that point.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm lucky that I have 2 particular NPCs. Wow, great jump. 2 particular NPCs that restore your HP. So the previous flower in the previous life area, and this one here. So this is where life has been pushed down to. There is still life remaining. It's just down here. Clip through the wall there. You actually can clip into the wall in this screen, but I haven't been able to figure out if I can do anything with it personally. I don't think you can, but
not to my knowledge.
Yeah, it's like you can basically move left into the wall by using the get-up frames from the ledge. I pick up the leaf suit. It's just in case something later on doesn't go quite to plan. We'll get to that when we'll cross that bridge when it comes. But I'm going to use a life potion now because I'm trying to optimize every single menu so they all happen in a small space of time.
And he also just acquired a Radu drop. So as it turns out, when you try to essentially go to the boss of the room already, you get poisoned and knocked out and thrown out of the room. That Radu drop is going to protect him in order, well, for him to be able to actually face and beat the boss. Since we kind of, at this point, more or less figured out that, well, it looks like there's corruption going on inside the Ra tree, and Ark, well, I guess part of his plan on how to resurrect and everything is just, well, defeating that source of the corruption.
So I'm going to be quiet and focus here, and I'll let Elmagus and Yagamoth kind of take us through this, exactly what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. It may seem like it's very convoluted, but it's quite important, so I'll focus now. Go for it, Goose.
Alright, yeah, this boss is called Parasite, and it has two phases to it. The first phase is very simple, like the Parasite is gonna lurk out of one of the 6 holes on the side there. You just have to deal enough damage in order, you know, to advance to the second phase. And then something really special will be happening, considering speedrunning. We're going to be grinding on this boss until we hit level 11, basically. So Parasite in this phase has 110 HP, and you can see Bowie's kind of focusing on trying to not hit it too much, because there's one of 3 things that can happen whenever you hit him when he lurks out there in the second phase. You either make him close his eyes and he reopens it, he either rushes out like that, or he has these little spawns, these 5 little spawns here that he can shoot out. You want these spawns. It just turns out that these spawns give a decent amount of experience here, and it's very, very efficient to try to grind here. But yeah, you kind of see there, he gets a crit there. He wants to not kill the boss until he basically reaches level 11. It's a pretty damn long time, and he has to focus on not only counting damage, but also paying attention at the end of this fight that he knows exactly how much spawns he has left in order to get to level 11. So yeah, that is pretty much going to be the whole fight right here.
So yeah, and as you can see, once again, he just kind of abuses those running attacks, slicer attacks, and also, wow, invulnerability frames in order to not get hit by things, and he also needs to time to not get hit by that blue snake from the side, since that thing actually does a lot of damage, especially if you're underleveled. Like, currently Bowie is severely underleveled, and interestingly enough, he will leave this boss kind of being a little bit overleveled even. Also, whenever he hits that top spawn, it's just kind of to speed up the cycles. Like, hit him, he takes an action. Hit him, he closes his eyes whenever he has the eye open.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that. The interesting thing is also that you will see a dramatic increase in damage. So in Terranigma, levels are pretty much a core factor as to whether you can even properly damage a boss or not. So like the difference between level 6 and level 7 might be not a whole lot, like 1 or 2 more damage, but then suddenly from, I'm not entirely sure, from 9 to 10, you will see a jump in damage where he suddenly deals 30 damage or something like that. Like, it's a pretty gigantic jump. It's more or less you reach a certain threshold of damage reached in order for him to be able to damage him, which also kind of means that later on he needs to be a bit more careful with damaging the Parasite boss in order for him to not accidentally kill him, since he does more damage the further he levels up. And that is the Parasite. And dare to say, we do have a bit of time for donations.
Yep.
Awesome. So, just a quick update on those bids, because, like I said, we want to see Bowie racing chickens. That's still sitting at $198, and Quick Hit is at $150 now. So let's get your donations in for those so we can see the most out of Terranigma that we can. I have a $25 donation from Dark JDL, who says, "Hey Bowie, it's Dark JDL. I'm here to jinx that one tiny ledge pixel during the bird grind. Good luck." We have $5 from Summer B76, who says, "I can't afford to donate a lot, but NAMI is a great charity and RPGs are great. Keep up the good work and good luck with the run, Bowie." And this isn't actually a donation, but I saw this in chat and it said, you know you're watching an RPG speed run when you say, "Oh no, I leveled up." We have $25 from Hackemole, who says, "Greetings from Germany. I almost missed RPG Limit Break. Greetings and good luck to Bowie, and money goes to Runner's Choice." Denny Callis sends 25 and says, "3 of the best narrating runners on Twitch, all on one couch. If you can explain the game as well while playing it as Bowie, Yaga, and the Goose. If anyone hasn't followed all 3 of these gentlemen, they should do so immediately. I hope the flights went smoothly, boys. Good to see you there."
So here you notice Bowie stopped actually hitting the parasite for any damage because I assume he kind of reached the threshold for the damage. Like, I'm not sure what number yet.
I'm just like low 90s, almost there. Like a few more
I
hits.
see. So yeah, also you can see the damage on those little parasite thingies. He's now on 10 to 17 damage. After he levels up, it will be like, I don't know, 30 as I said. It's just a gigantic jump, which maybe is one of the little downsides of this game. It doesn't have many downsides, this game. This is a really, really awesome game, to say the least. However, it's just kind of, the level pacing is a bit odd, but we will get to that a little bit later too.
Okay, so I need 10 more spawns now, and then I'm going to kill him for to get level 11 on the kill.
Yeah.
Please.
Also something to note, in case you die to anywhere in this game, you kind of get sent back to the last checkpoint or to the last place, but you do keep the progress, so it's actually not so straight up game over. So that's at least a bit of a safety, so he doesn't have to save everywhere, which is nice. However, he might be, actually don't remember, do you save in some places in order for you to
we have RNG we have RNG manipulation in certain
Oh, that's
sections,
true,
so.
that's true.
Come on, I'm on 2 right now. This is
So yeah. Especially here when you can no longer actually damage him and speed up the cycles a bit more whenever he has the eye open like this. You definitely want him to spew out those little parasites quicker.
4. So I've kind of stopped counting a little bit early, just in case I do clip him. So there's times when his cycle's a little bit earlier. So if I do an up slice here, I might actually catch the first frame that he's opening his eye and deal damage to him. So I've counted a lot lower than I normally do. He's, as Yaga said earlier, he's got 110 HP. So I counted like I stopped counting like in the low 90s, just to make sure. I probably threw in an extra point of damage just as a safety buffer in case.
Yeah. I'm actually pretty terrible at counting whenever I run this game, so I do stop hitting properly at like 90, and usually I'm probably more like at like 70 to 80 HP just to make it really sure, because if you're too low level for the next area, it is actually getting rather rough in order to keep up. Since, well, he will basically level up to level 11, so he will be able to more or less pretty much one-shot a lot of enemies along the way. And this is how you gain a lot of experience in Terranigma. Just kind of, there are grinding sessions like this, and you also basically grind in order to be able to grind up the next place. But just kind of being able to hit bosses or hit enemies and just one-shot them is the way to go.
Oh, okay.
Nice. You get actually +1, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any kind of bonus experience you get, because it's 10 plus 10. So when I get level 10, 10 more spawns, and the kill will give me level 11. Anything above that is going to speed up the next section. So I want to be level 12 by the end of the next dungeon for the next big grind session, which is the biggest grind session and the biggest source of RNG in the run. It used to be the tied with the final boss, but we have some measures around that now. Okay, so obviously we always see this scene when we accomplish something and resurrect something new. I have these lovely scenes, and the parasite was what was keeping Ratri from blooming and the life from returning to the world. So by defeating the parasite and stopping the scourge, life can now return to the earth.
Yes, the earth was pretty much all barren and stony wasteland for the most part, and now suddenly, after we removed that corruption from the Ratri, little flowers start blooming. And this is also kind of like where I would like for the first time kind of more or less point out that maybe time in this game is a bit weird.
Yeah, it's not much like Illusion of Time before it. Time is a bit of an illusion here. I was discussing this with Yaga earlier, and we kind of came to this kind of conclusion that time doesn't necessarily flow the way it does, and you'll see exactly why when some things happen. But rather, where Ark goes and where Ark moves around the world, time moves with him. So wherever he touches, time is kind of active. Because that would take a little bit longer than the 5 seconds it took.
Pretty much. So, And just like that, the surface is green again. I guess we are kind of on a good way to resurrect the world, whatever that means.
Job done, right? Life's here, good.
Yep.
Solid. It kind of like you could see the life cycle of that plant as well. You know, blooming into a flower, the wind pushing away the leaves and becoming the dandelion. Life cycles again are quite important here, and this whole concept of the
Reincarnation and resurrection.
Yeah.
I will say the chat quite enjoyed the fact that Bowie just relaxed back into the couch at the end of Parasite. It's like,
it's very stressful.
So, we obtained a grass pin here. The rod tree actually grants his power to Bowie, and that grass pin will essentially just kind of be the symbol of, well, let's say, a bit of a larger entity like the rod tree, granting their blessings and power to Ark in order to support him on his journey.
Yeah, it's kind of, that was our first kind of instance of magic in this game as well. I won't discuss it just yet. I'll get to it a bit later when I use it. But magic is very unique in this game. It's actually a lot of people tend to confuse it. I know I did when I was a kid, but magic is quite interesting. And when we get to that point, I'll go through it. But this is Greycliff, and this is the instance of the only absolute necessary weapon that we had 100% have to get in order to continue. Good damage roll. So if I was level 10, the rockmen there have 30 HP. Let's see how much damage I do to them at level 11. Nice, 2 hits. If I was level 10, I'd do anywhere between 5 and 7, which is about, I don't know, 6 to 5 hits to kill. Where now it's 2, which you can probably guess, having to take a lot more time out to get kills you need along the way to be on your experience route would take a lot longer, or you have to skip them completely and miss out on your experience route, and then take some more time later.
Indeed. And he also just picked up a strength potion, which increases strength by 1, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but considering that the damage jumps like it does, and each level up gives you like 1 or 2 strength each time, getting essentially a few strength potions just along the way will dramatically increase the damage output and reduce the level required in order to do decent damage to a lot of bosses.
Really? Damage roll, please. So a small finicky thing with stairs. If you lose your momentum in running with stairs, you can't just press the X button or the run button to run again. You have to double tap on the stairs. So yes. Illusion of Gaia lives on.
Yeah. You can still double tap to run if you want to. I'm not sure why you would want to, but hey, it's an option. And I guess there it's kind of a necessary one. Also, you may have noticed the verticality is not quite well introduced there.
Yeah, there's hitboxes. Certain enemies do have a kind of selective Z-axis, where you can kind of not hit them if they're in certain positions. But that's not always the case. But so again, I'm gonna put all my things together. Pressing the B button brings you straight back to the quest or like the main menu screen, which is the feather door. So I can use that to kind of quickly get around the menu by pressing B and then allowing myself to move on from there. So the rock spear, this is our first this weapon here, which surprisingly enough is very strong against rocks. Obviously there was a yeah, I know, right? Who'd have thought? There was a big grey rock that was in the way, so you couldn't get out. So it forces you to equip the rock spear, so then it breaks rock. So if any point you come across that type of rock again, it is a different colour to a regular rock that you can push. So.
Oh yeah, I would like to point out that platforming and just kind of running around in this game is very, very enjoyable. It's so smooth. It's very fascinating to say the least. Just kind of jumping up those vines to gain a little bit of height like you would expect. Being able to just run across those areas, trying to dash into those ways. And also, those are the rocks that Bowie was talking about. Yeah. You need to have the rock spear in order to get past there. Try to kill enemies just kind of along the way with sliders, but sometimes just missing it barely. Also here, those little guys, they are actually surprisingly strong if you don't use the correct attacks and you're not the appropriate level.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, there's 5 different attacks. You've got the regular stab. If you mash the attack button, you do a flurry of stabs. running. Also, for the slicer, you've got the spinner in the air, which is that one where I just kind of jump manually and there's that spin, and then the slider where you're doing a running jump attack. So as Jag was saying, the Borfs, which is what they're called, is weak against aerial attacks compared to anything else. So they have the biggest chance to do big damage. Okay. So we're going to be getting a new ability to move in a second. We're going to pick up the Sharp Claws. And you can see this kind of like notched piece of wall right next to me, which means I can climb it, but let's not do that just yet. I've got 2 very difficult jumps. 1, 2, perfect.
Nice.
That is a pixel perfect jump, and to do 2 of them in a row is quite tough. It saves a little bit of time, because normally you have the falling animation and a landing animation. So to completely stop that, I maybe saved, I think, 2/3 of a second, so...
Yeah.
Take that, frames. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, this screen as well is really satisfying. So doing a slider here, then one here. Oh, missed it just about.
Just barely.
It's so hard. But yeah, you can, if you do it right, you can just about. There was a Z-axis, by the way, not coming Z-axis. Not being real there for a second. Yeah, I did it a bit too early, but if you get it right, you can end your slider exactly on the Y-axis to keep running to the next bit, but also kill the bird as well. But I got a bit too excited. So.
What axis was that, Bowie?
The Z-axis.
You sure about that?
I'm very sure about that.
Okay.
Don't you dare.
So
I have a speech impediment.
Sure. I mean, Z and let's put it this way. For me, as a non-native English speaker, it's way easier to just kind of say Z because that's easier to distinguish. So that's for me. Either way, Bowie here.
I like you, Yagi. You can stay. You can stay. There we go. So that I got that quite early because of the extra spawns from Parasite. So I need to be level 12. I'm going to be quiet now, and I'm going to focus, and I'll let these guys explain what's going to happen next. This is the single hardest part of the run. So.
Yeah. Efficient grind part 2, basically. We're going to come up to a boss here, and probably the most notorious thing about the speedrun, actually. Like, if you heard or saw a Terranigma speedrun before, you saw people talk about this specific boss. We're going to be fighting a boss called Dark Twins, which are birds, and we all know birds are our best friends in video games. Always nice, always good. So you notice that we are fighting on the top of the cliff here. And as you would expect, you can actually fall down to the left and the right there. The Dark Twins have, or like the Dark Twin that you can actually hit, the green bird here, there's supposed to be 2 birds, has 80 HP, and they do give a lot of experience whenever you kill them. Now what you saw there is like, he killed the bird and then fell down, and you would think, well, that doesn't really do that much, but in fact, whenever you do that, you do still maintain getting the experience for the boss kill, which is obviously a very, very good thing. You can also hear him count here because you see him do like slash attacks there in slicers for like kills where he doesn't level up, and he can just still jump off the cliff to reset the fight and get more experience that way. But whenever you're lined up for a level up, you do have to kill the birds in the air and then from there fall down. You cannot ever be above ground there because as soon as the game realizes, hey, you are going to get the level up, it will immediately stop you and basically give you the level up animation. So he has to do very specific damage setups, as we call them, for each time he knows he's going to level up in order to guarantee that he does not preemptively stop the grind here. And that's the first one here. You can see level 13, that's already very good. So ideally, we're going to be killing birds until we hit level 18. Well, actually, ideally, you would do it until level 23, but that's just a dream, basically. 18 is what we usually do in speedruns because it ends up being relatively efficient until that point, coping with the RNG. These birds, as you can see, he sometimes has to wait for him to drop down. And the bird will drop down in a random location, basically, whenever he feels like he is going to drop down. You obviously need to wait to finish him off. Yeah, 18 just ends up being, like, for an RTA, like, a good goal there. As long as he manages to get level 16 for a no reset run, that would be really nice. Sometimes, let's see here, yeah. Sometimes, you know, some setups are very dangerous, very tight windows, especially when he gets a drop on the right there. There's a magic pixel that was talked about in a donation earlier, that you do everything correctly, but you just end up on a magic pixel and you won't drop off and reset the fight. So, yeah, we're just kind of hoping here. An ideal fight, I believe, takes like between 7 and 8 minutes.
6 if you have French RNG.
Yeah, if you have really good RNG, like the top of the leaderboard does, then it takes 6 minutes. But yeah, 7, 8 minutes would be really, really nice.
Reset it.
Yeah. You also kind of like the tricky thing about this fight too is that you start on level 12. And you deal very little damage to the birds, but the more you level up, the more damage you will deal to them. Like Yaga explained a lot about the level up thing and the stats earlier, so yeah, he has to have a lot to keep in mind for this battle, for every specific level.
Indeed. And if you get a random crit in the middle of it, it's just kind of, well, that's that. The bird only has 80 HP, which means even at level, what's the word? Even at level 12, he had the highest damage roll was, I believe, at 41. If he gets a critical hit that is just 82, the bird is dead. Well, too bad.
And it's over, yeah.
But actually, when I started running, that happened to me all the time, and I started to make super safe setups in order to completely avoid that.
Yeah, it's a rough, but
bad damage roll.
We're past the roughest part. Like 12 and 13 are definitely the roughest level ups because you have to do like really specific setups because you have low damage. Now he can start doing like relatively quick setups that are relatively safe unless you get the crit, basically.
Yeah, but at this point, even if he gets a crit, it would not be too terrible. He would still lose a fair bit of time.
I'm not going to take that one.
Yeah,
I want a 33. I'm only going to take a 33.
That makes sense. Even if he were to just kind of suddenly accidentally basically kill the boss before he is completed with the level up, essentially he would not be in a terrible shape. There is a backup spot later where it will be helpful to level up, and it would also be helpful to have a certain level in order for you to just kind of kill enemies along the way. But you're not in terrible shape after this, so that's good.
Yeah.
Also, something that I would like to point out that is not necessarily relevant to this fight. However, Bowie actually equipped an item. In the top left, you can see, just next to the level thing, there is that weird box, the red box that he has equipped. So this is the magic holding box. And through that, you can actually use magic. So basically, you press the item button, and then you select the magic spell you want to use, and then you use it. It basically stops the time or the game for a little bit whenever you do that. However, it is actually kind of a bit strange in how it works, because when I was a kid, when I tried to use magic, when I tried to use magic, it was just, I always only used it from the menu, which you can do as well. But I didn't realize you can equip the box in order to use the spells. But if you use it from the menu, you always cast the spells in one direction. So that is super awkward. But yeah. Level 15 is looking good already. Nice.
Okay, so now I need 4 kills per level up, so that's 1. Just from 15 onwards, it's 4.
Indeed. And as you can see, he basically just pretty much one-shot the boss at this point. So the tool-assisted speedrun obviously can manipulate the drops, and that is just the ultimate thing. If we could manipulate those drops from the birds all the time, that would save a huge amount of time.
2.
Working on it.
Yeah.
Work in progress.
That was just a little bit too high.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit. So, as mentioned before, Terranigma is pretty much like you grind in a certain place in order to be able to grind in the next best place, and then eventually
set up the
you'll be
skip
done.
bodies. That's really hard to do. If I didn't get that, I would have landed on the edge, but I got the right pixel to get set to get it without the setup. So that's
Wow. That is actually...
I shouldn't have done that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was about to say, I would not have done that. Nice. So, by the way, let's just talk a little bit about the story here, since, well, we are more or less just in Greycliff. What are we doing here? So essentially the Ra tree kind of sent you along your way to the north, where he just kind of tells you, so the plants all have been resurrected, so that means the ground is prepared in order for animals to, well, return to life, or return to where they were once. Apparently this world was once, but is no more, whatever. Either way, kind of like the Rot Tree, there was the parasite did there. You could say the corruption is within those twin birds, and that is what we are basically fighting here. We take advantage of them in order to power up Arc, but at the same time, we also just kind of free the, well, bird population, and they will then subsequently be able to return to their natural habitat, and you will be seeing that. Also, I would like to point out, I really like the background.
So you can tell that this is, if the bird just decides to do this, there's not much I can do. And it's the single biggest source.
It is still on average faster to do this than just kind of grind later, because this is literally the most efficient grind in the entire game, as I think Bowie mentioned already. This is just kind of ridiculous. Each kill gives you 500 experience.
Come on.
I believe an end game enemy gives you like 40 or so. So this is just an insane difference, and especially having early levels is super helpful.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
They do not want to cooperate.
I mean, well, I think we're into like a minute or so now of him just moving back and forth, and this is unfortunate, but you know, it can happen. So.
Yeah.
By the way, if he brings the bird down to 40 HP, he would then call his twin brother. And how does his twin brother attack?
By pooing on you. 78.
That was HP short.
That was the worst damage roll I can get on the spinner. Come on, dude. Oh no. All that just to get a missed damage roll.
Again, though, like as long as he gets it, it's definitely better, especially for a safe run, that he gets the levels, even if it takes a little while here. Very unfortunate.
That is an awful damage roll. 33, yeah. 40 is the lowest you can do with the stab as well, so unfortunately not having the best luck right now. Just, yeah. It was fine until this one bird.
Well, it's better than getting a crit on 12, so.
Yeah, there is that. There is that.
There is that, definitely.
The reason it's important to not be level 12 is because it slows down the next few sections just too much, just far too much. Yeah, unfortunately. There it is. One more, so four more spawns minimum. If I can get an 18+1, I will.
Oh.
I thought I leveled up. That's fine.
Whatever, we got it.
I thought I was on 3 last time, so.
I did not notice either at all, because we would have noticed when the level up was there.
I miscounted a bird then. I thought that was my level up kill, so I wasn't paying attention.
Well, 17 is fine.
17 is pretty good. Then actually we at least get a little bit of time for later. That is also nice for the story time anyway.
Mm.
Also, X.
Egg.
So yeah, the birds have now been saved by that. God, that was really annoying actually. I could have sworn I leveled up there. I don't know what was.
It's all right. It actually is North America.
Yeah. Wait, I thought we called North America Dave.
Right. Okay, it is actually Dave.
Dave, land of the free.
And now we are in Sanctuary. Not Sanctuary, Sanctuary. And you kind of make it a bit lost until you figure out you can actually climb those cliffs.
Yeah.
And now we're up to the King's Nest, where what do we find in the King's Nest?
The king bird.
Naturally.
So yeah, I mean, the reason I want to be so strong as well is because the increase in attack power allows me to do this kind of next few sections really, really quickly. The bosses will go down very quickly. Every enemy will be a one-shot as I'm moving through. So it allows me to move whilst getting as much experience as possible. I will need to spend a little bit of time, because I didn't get to level 18 because whatever. I need to use one particular room that's very, very quick in a section later just to kind of make up for it. So I missed 4 bird kills, which is 2,000 experience points. There's a room that gives me the same amount of experience, or like 500 for like 25 seconds worth of grinding the room. So I'll lose about like a minute and a bit later on, having to make up for that.
So, and now we just visited the Kingbird, and as it turns out, the Kingbird is a bit weird looking, but either way, we are actually not done here for the birds. More specifically, apparently the wind has not returned yet. Also, this is one of the few skips in this game.
So yeah, I mean, by holding down the menu button, select to go into the Pandora's box, then kind of coming out, we cancel the thing that stopped to that, kind of sticks us in place, like the cutscene trigger. Hello. Thank you. So I was off screen then. I had to go. There's a setup just to leave whilst the entire cutscene's going. Either you have to wait for the wind to come alive, then you regain control and have to run all the way back. So saves a bit of time.
So yeah, it throws 3 stones at the wind, and apparently that wakes it up. Kind of a rude awakening, but I guess it works. And now the birds, well, they know how to wind again, and they can fly and travel to different places. Also, Ark must be kind of a lightweight, being carried here by a seagull.
I don't know, you haven't seen the British seagulls, they're huge.
Fair.
So now that we've resurrected the wind, we can go and speak to the Kingbird, and he's all, cheers, buddy. And he, just like the Ra tree, will give us a symbol of our alliance, which is the wind pin. So the Ra tree with the grass pin, that's a healing spell, and the wind pin is a recovery spell. So if I get any status ailments upon me, I can use the wind pin to clear that. We don't really use any magic really, apart from in specific scenarios. I only go into one magic shop and buy magic once. I'm going to be using magic coming up, so I'll explain why I use it and what it means when we get to that point. But now that the birds are alive, we've got to go and we've got to go and resurrect the animals. So we're making our way over to the safarium.
That's one way to listen to the music a bit longer.
Or go over estimate.
Quick question for you, Bowie. When does the chicken racing minigame happen?
That will happen post.
Okay. So just to bring everyone up to date on that, since a couple of people have been asking, Visit Quintet HQ is still sitting at 160 out of 350, and that's happening in about 90 minutes?
Yeah.
And then the chicken racing minigame is currently sitting at $268 out of $350. And if the words chicken and racing don't make you want to donate for that, I don't know what will. So.
Thank you very much, Bob. Yeah, again, just a showcase of the music being unbelievable. The Zoo soundtrack is really, really good. It's in a very, very strange time as well, which is kind of unique about it. I like it. So the interesting thing here, the kind of gimmick, as it were, is that we need to bring life back to the world, to this particular area. But the reason the animals aren't in the safari, because we went there and it was empty, is because there wasn't any grass for people to eat. So we're going to defeat certain enemies, and then we'll release these souls. I will collect 4 souls in 3 different areas, and then take those souls to a chamber of resurrection. I'm going to call it that because I can't remember the name off the top of my head. And it will bring grass and water back to that particular area.
So, what's the reason? Why did you not kill that frog on the left there? He would have been a one-shot too.
I would have, but that one was a little bit too far out of my way to make the experience worth it. So. This is the first altar. So with 4 souls collected, the reason I stayed on one on the screen is you have to wait for the soul to actually appear. You can't just kill the enemy, it explodes and you leave. You have to wait for the soul to actually materialize before that happens. So yeah, we're going to do that 3 times in 3 different sections.
Yes. I just really like how basically everything gets nice and green. You may have seen some really worn down trees that have no longer any water or just no leaves, and those trees are gone now, which also basically in conjunction with the water being here as well kind of opens up new areas. So essentially this is just kind of how you're progressing through the areas. It's maybe a bit confusing, a bit back and forth, but overall it's actually a pretty neat concept in order for you to, well, just get through here. And when you arrived here, over here, by the way, we basically just took the seagull from North America over to Africa, and we landed in Safarium, where there's supposed to be various other animals, like King Leo and a turtle. I don't know what their names is. Either way,
Kameski, I believe, the turtle.
Right.
Great name. Yeah, so we got to try and bring them back by creating a landscape for them in which to thrive. Just gonna kill him. So yeah, I mean, well, there was something I was going to say, but it's completely just completely gone from my head.
One thing to note here, he needs to wait a little bit until that soul appears in order for it to actually count. And he goes out of his way in order to kill various enemies in order for those souls to appear. Also, worth noting here, whenever he kills those guys, Dangong exploded. That means there's basically some white text on the screen. During that white text, he actually cannot enter like tunnels and stuff like that. So he needs to kind of avoid that. And here, he actually needs to get smashed into the wall in order to open that up. It's pretty fancy.
Yeah.
Whenever you kill one of those big toad guys, they actually exhale air and push you across the screen. And, well, that's how you open up that wall.
Yep. Yeah, that was what I was going to say. So again, I'm playing on a repro cart, which is running at 60 Hz in English. The Japanese version, I just noticed it, but the Japanese version not only has less text boxes, but it only has 3 lines of text per text box, where the English version has 4. So yeah, some of the quicker moments in the game can be a little bit elongated by having just a little bit more text. So little.
Speaking of things that slip Bowie's mind, I have a donation here that's from Iser107, who says, "Greeting runners, couch and audience. It's currently 4:30 PM here in Norway, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the event so far. Wish all the runners the very best in their runs. And a quick question for the couch. Which tea is best tea?"
Assam. Next question.
It just says thinking emoji, but...
Jen, thinking.
No.
Okay. So I used the air exhalation there to just allow me to get out of that room a little bit quicker. Okay, so there was an HP pot just to the top right there, which we used to get, but we've rooted it out since we realized that we didn't need the extra 5 max HP for the game, pretty much.
So by the way, even though the turtle didn't explode yet, he actually still received the experience for it. It actually depends on the enemy, on when you gain the experience, after you basically deal the final hit and when you gain it. On those, it's just kind of, you gain it as soon as they take the final hit, which is pretty convenient.
Yeah. It took me a long time to figure that out. I think even I'm consistently questioning if that is actually the case. Like, when you kind of kill like multiple enemies at once, let's say like 3 enemies on screen, and you kill all 3 of them, you'll normally level up when one of them explodes. But I'm not sure if it's because that one has exploded or because I've just hit the 3rd one and it's lost all of its HP. So it took me a while to kind of really believe that it was just on hit, but it is. Yeah. It's just that sometimes there's like a delay in you leveling up. It kind of has to like finish tallying or something.
Alrighty, I think we are coming up on the final section of this area.
Yeah. We are now. So I've now brought back life to all 3 sections, and I'm going to make my way to the boss. And this is going to be our first showcase of weapon switching for necessity, or I guess for convenience. I can do a lot of damage to this boss with the rock spear, but he has a bit of an elemental strength. So I'm actually going to right now unequip the rock spear and re-equip the crystal spear. Maybe 5 attack weaker, but it does more damage to the Storm Master. Because it's not an elemental weapon.
Unholy flame scorched the air.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to use my first bit of magic. I'm going to use the grass pin because it's going to restore my HP. But so magic is very, very intriguing in this game. So I can collect these things called Magirock, and I've picked one up so far. Now, a lot of people confuse this for a currency, so you buy rings or pins from shops, and you know, that's how you get your magic, and then you know you can only buy so much. However, it's actually your MP count. So when you buy a ring, if it's worth like one Magirock, please come down so I can kill you. There we go. Thank you. So I used that pin, but instead of it just disappearing, I got the 4 Magirock that it's worth back into my inventory. So I've actually got 5 Magirock now. So it is your MP value. It just expend it to buy the item or the ring or the pin that you want to use. And when you use it, you get the Magirock back. So then you can go and buy more. So
A different one, whatever you want.
So it is rooted that we use the grass pin there because A, it heals us and we don't have to worry about the next bit, but also we get that for Magic Rock that it is worth. And then we also picked up the one earlier, so we have 5. And we're going to... 5. And we're going to use those 5 to buy other pins later on. It's the circle of life.
Oh boy. That's definitely what it reminds me of every single time.
I'm somewhat disappointed by the rest of the crowd not following you guys. It's just sort of leaving you hanging there.
It's fine.
Got time for a quick donation here?
Of course, anything for you, Bob.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. RPG Tavern sends $25 and says, the RPG speedrunning community is the best out there. If you need proof, just look at this relay. The total acceptance of all the new runners on Twitch and Discord. Good luck to those Moon Bros this week. And a quick one from, you're going to like this one, from Ryu, who was with us last year. Hey, Bowie, when's the Rando Bandana speed shopping run?
Bandana speed shopping run. I'll let you decide, and then we'll go for it. So this is Neo, King of the Lions. He's a beast. He's differently coloured from the other ones, so you know that he's a king, and the rest are just regular lions. He shines with an aura of greatness. So we have resurrected all the animals. The lions and the turtles and the rhinos are back. It's great. However, these lions are not having the best time of it. Neo's wife and Liam's mother. My son Liam went to the canyon for his trial, but hasn't made it back yet. So they're a little bit worried about Liam. I hope you've got a few donations because this is the best time of the entire run to do it. Who here is a fan of escort missions? Anyone? Just you.
Just me. Yaga has clearly never played any MMO ever.
So I mean, there is a bright side to this. The music is very good, but other than that, it's this is one of the more tedious sections of the game because this very curious lion here, Liam. He's on a mission. He needs to have courage, and he needs to go through life and to grow up and be a big bad lion. He's got to have courage. So he went to this trial, but we're there to escort him. Okay. So remember that this is a speed run, yeah. It's just.
So I have $25 from Barbarousse. And I'm not bringing that out for fun. There are 4 S's in his name. So, yep. $25 saying, here's a donation because Bowie is running. Good run and hope you don't need the rusty spoon. $15 from Mueller who just says, hello, my favorite Twitch streamers on one couch. $5 from No Worries who says, what a great start to the event. I can't wait till I get there. Keep killing it, everybody, and good luck on the rest of your run, Bowie. Put the money towards Bowie's choice, which was the
Quintet HQ.
Quintet HQ.
So you noticed how slow he was. Read this. Big guy, you're so slow. Oh
Dude,
dear.
I'm just reading comments.
So yeah, it's also it's really important that you do not leave the screen until you talk to him. Otherwise, you need to do the entire section over again.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you accidentally were to end that screen, he'd go back to the beginning spot that he was in, so you'd have to watch that all again.
Yep. Also, maybe something worth noting. Whenever you kill an enemy, they can drop some money, like gold in the bottom right. So far, we didn't really have much use for it. However, there's going to be use for it later. And even though this is not a whole lot of money he gathers, it will be potentially useful anyways. So, and you don't really have anything else to do anyway, so might as well.
Yeah. Nice movement. That's not very often he does that. Okay, so there's this thing where when I jump, like normally if you just kind of hit a wall, you kind of get stuck. But if you jump onto the wall, you actually slide around it, which is nice for kind of getting through tricky segments. And yes, this is a maze, and yes, I have to escort this lion through this maze. You're going the wrong way, buddy. Please. One day he'll just get it right. Yes, you did make a mistake. It's all good. You're young, you'll learn. You'll learn.
Did you know you can jump against that water up there in the top left?
On the what, sorry?
Yeah. Listen to the sound effect.
What on earth was that? Whoa! Okay.
It's interesting, isn't it?
A little bit. That was quite. I've never had that before. So this is the section that I like to call 57 seconds of Liam. When I execute this command to say go right, it takes him a full minute to get to the end of the screen.
Yep. Don't tell him to go to the left.
Yeah, don't tell him to go to the left because it is a dead end. But this is 57 seconds of Liam. I'll see you, buddy. Which gives you a little bit of time to style. If I can get the money and go. Okay, so you can actually double jump up the pair of these. This one here, you can get up both with one jump. So you get a little bit of time to get a bit of style if you can. It's kind of hard. It's kind of like the big jump in Greycliff where it's pixel perfect.
Okay, Bob, do you have some more?
Yeah. Liam's going to take all day.
Not that you're trying to make Bowie be quiet for a minute. But Alright. $25 from the Shim, who says, Terranigma is one of the very few games that has ever brought me to tears. It's a pleasure seeing you tear through it. Happy to donate for the cause, the event, and good luck to you all. And for those of you that are just joining us, the cause that we are here representing is NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. One of the things that we're very proud of whenever we come here is May is also Mental Health Month, and as such we find it rather fitting that we're here supporting NAMI at the time. They very much work towards increasing the availability of mental health care. They promote early identification of the problems, and they help with the intervention, and as what I think might be as important as the rest of it, supporting the mental health caregivers, because that can be a very trying thing to have to do with people. If you want to know more, head over to NAMI.org or reach out to NAMI on their Twitter at NAMI Communicate. And if you are donating, there are a couple of prizes you can enter yourself in for here during Terranigma. There's the plushie that we have, which is a $5, if you donate $5 or more, the Yomi handmade plush. And if you donate more than $25 or more, you do also get entered in for our grand prize, which is a Nintendo Switch with a copy of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which wishes it was Terranigma.
Wow, agreed. Okay, so this boss Mud Doll is, you don't actually have to do damage to him, you just have to hit him 6 times using the rocks. You can't reach him, so you've got to use the rocks. So this is the one time where Liam actually does something, where he brings you rocks to throw at Mud Doll.
I mean, technically afterwards it's going to do something as well.
Yeah, but you don't see it. So did it really happen? It really happened.
Also, I think one piece of the moves that we kind of missed so far, you used it earlier a bit, but we haven't pointed out, actually you also have a shield type of ability where it just kind of block the shots or projectiles from the enemy. That can be quite useful as well in various instances. In this case, it's just kind of whatever, you can only pick up the rock as soon as it falls down, so you're limited by that. But it can be useful in instances.
So 6 hits, and Mud Doll gives in.
And he pretends that, well, oh no, I gave up. No, please spare me. Ha ha ha, you fool. You just fell for my trap.
Can we just get these guys to voice every game ever?
If you want to. I have a voice for Liam, but everyone always says, is that Mickey Mouse?
Do we get to hear it after that build-up?
I can try. It's really not a good voice. What did you do to the big guy?
Was that Mickey Mouse?
Exactly, was it? I don't think so. Also, my voice is kind of knackered, so you may not be able to hear it. This is the first instance as well of text cancelling. So there is a big text box there, but I just go into the menu to cancel it. So you don't have to watch it scroll out, especially in English, which takes like 40 years.
Yep. Also, basically in this instance here, Ark got thrown down the cliff and Liam is pretty much really upset about this and starts fighting the Mud Doll. You can basically hear fighting noises above, and also eventually the Mud Doll just kind of exclaims, "Please, spare me, no."
But we're going to skip that text. And Liam's considering it, but he's like, alright, you know what, it's fine. I was truly evil, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Actually, there's this one of those places where did Liam actually kill the Mud Doll in the end anyways? I mean, this is the sound effect for actually killing an enemy. However, it was the same sound effect for creating the bridge as well. So
I think Rando will go down that easily.
yeah.
Okay, so
What's that?
he has fulfilled his mission as on his test and finds a star stone, which is a kind of symbol for him of his courage.
Nice little starstone.
And
And
so-
well, then Liam actually gets a seagull, and well, that's actually kind of convenient to be able to travel quicker.
Yeah.
Except the seagull kind of takes an extra turn to eventually land there.
Make a U-turn. Make a U-turn now. The sat nav's not. Oh yeah, sorry. We had a little excursion, Meta and I, and he wasn't happy about Captain Direction Man saying, "No, you've made a wrong turn."
Did
That
it
was-
try to take you guys on the light rail like it did for us?
Almost. So after saving Liam, he's like, well, of course, yes, I understand. Very good job. Here, have one of my teeth, and just gives you Neo's fang.
Which is a weapon.
I mean, if that's how you want to go about it, I mean, it's fine.
It's a pretty good weapon. in
I
fact.
personally would have gone for a different kind of gift. It is handy though. It's actually one of the most re-equipped weapons in the game.
Yes. Also, actually, he also tells the other animals to help you across the bridge here, or the lake has a bridge.
Yeah.
So the rhinos found a bridge. Why not the hit boss?
Don't know, but the rhinos, I guess, just felt like it. So this is Eclamata, as it said on the screen there. This is basically after resurrecting the plants, the birds and stuff. We need to resurrect humanity. So we need to find a way to do that. This is RNG. Please move up. That'll do. Nice. Okay.
No, you killed the Yeti.
Sorry, man.
Oh.
I feel that would be an intro to a t-shirt plug, so...
Go for it.
Speaking of the Yeti, we are once again partnered with the Yeti. I'm not sure how many times I can say Yeti and just not make it be nonsensical, but they're bringing us 9 amazing t-shirts this year. Head over to the Yeti.com RPG Limit Break and take a look at the designs. That's YETEE.com/RPG Limit Break. And since people are asking for an update, we're about an hour away from Quintet HQ, and we're still about $150 from it being met. So you guys need to get your donations in if you want to make sure to see that. And Bowie has assured us that it's worth the watch, and rather meta, and not the guy in the front.
Yeah,
row.
not. Use the sat nav, man.
So, maybe something worth noting about the enemies in these areas is that, you know those little pitchfork guys? It might be the first time you actually realize, whoa, I actually cannot hit those enemies. But earlier also already with those weird mud doll guys, you can only hit them with jumping attacks. So this game actually, it doesn't just promote using different types of attacks against different enemies because they deal more damage, but some enemies just straight up don't take any damage from other attacks. So yeah, jumping attacks basically is pretty much the way to go. It does the most damage against most enemies, but it can be kind of tricky to line up in order for you to not bump or...
Yeah. So whilst the slicer has iframes, invincibility frames, slider does not. So you can still take damage. Because I played this game a lot when I was younger, but doing the run, I had to relearn the game kind of to know what kind of worked and what didn't, because you're trying to do everything as quickly as possible. I kept on trying to do slider and getting caught by enemies because I wasn't killing them in one hit, and I was I was connecting with their hitbox. And it was kind of frustrating until you kind of learn exactly how the hitbox worked and where you can get hits with slider and get away with it. Normally you want to kind of be offset to the center of where they are.
Also, real quick story piece there. Essentially, Yomi for some reason kind of knew that if you help the Yetis, they can actually be very helpful to you. So what you just kind of figured there was a Yeti in a hot spring just kind of tending to his wounds. Apparently he was in a battle or something like that. And apparently Yomi also knew that there was a leaf that can actually heal So we went ahead and managed to get that leaf that actually heals. Also, I would run away. There's an avalanche coming.
I would, but time.
But it's faster to just get caught instead.
Yeah, there's kind of like a little obstacle course kind of thing that you have to try and get by. You can't actually beat it. You can't get through it to the end. Because you have to kind of get all the way down to the bottom and climb up, but you can't climb in time. It'll catch you. So we're now going to hang out with these goats, these mountain goats.
You're trapped basically below the avalanche that you caused, and well, one of the goats just kind of died because of it. More specifically, this is the lady goat and her husband is dead there.
She says that he must have landed a bit, well, not as ideally as he would have liked, and she's down here alone. The night comes, and one thing I like about this is, even though the sprites disappear, the visual effects don't, so...
I actually never noticed that. I can't see in the dark.
Are you scared? And you can say yes or no. It's quicker to say no, I think, but I was mashing through and just got the yes. There are certain times when like saying the opposite thing might be easier, but it's sometimes hard to kind of get it whilst you're in the middle of mashing. I haven't really talked about how you mash. You can hold down L and repress it on every single text box to kind of like auto get the trigger, but you have to repress it every single time. So, but I also mash with A just to make sure.
What's that music about?
Yeah, she's basically we're hungry. We need to eat. So she's like, come on and let's go and grab some food. And then she directs us to her husband, and asks like, I can't eat this. This is your husband. And the goat says, this is exactly why I can. You know, by eating this we can survive.
Yes. So this is kind of an instance where you learn this game is actually pretty dark at times, to say the least. And probably this is also one of those instances which, in a speedrun, we won't get to it, but essentially the lady goat here just kind of helps you outside and manage to break open the wall so you can climb out. And also, she too is just kind of tell you, okay, you go ahead, I'll find a way out.
Yeah, she's quite like positively spirited. You know, she's like, just persevere, you can do it. You know, I'll find a way out. Don't worry. You know, just kind of keeping that positive mental attitude. When you're making your way through a dark time.
And when you can return back here later, at the later point of the game, you don't just find one body of a goat, you find two.
Yeah. F.
And this is basically another point where you kind of learn about the storytelling of Terranigma. Often you are just kind of missing a piece of the story, like the beginning, the ending, or the middle section, and you just can, well, with the information you get, more or less piece it together.
Again, it's just kind of nice. So the reason I stopped running there is because I missed it, but then I got caught in as Yaga was mentioning earlier, the white text boxes that appear that cause you to not be able to interact, so I couldn't run.
And just keep running through this section. It's actually a very satisfying section just to try and optimize and get really good movement through it. The music again is really sweet.
So I could maybe try and get some more experience here, but it's just quicker just to get on with it, because the slimes that appear can kind of get a bit problematic when they start jumping around. Okay, so I'm coming up to my next boss now. This is the last screen of this area. I'm just going to get these 2 kills. And then Magus, if you want to kind of talk, wow, amazing. If you want to talk us through how the Dark Morph fight works.
Well, Dark Morph is kind of a special boss in that it's, well, not really like a normal boss fight. Like, it has 3 phases to it, and this first phase is actually, he's going to use these ice cubes here. You're supposed to, like, dodge them and then just wait. Like, he changes the wind directions to push you. But since we're, well, decently leveled and the ice cubes don't really do damage, we just end up breaking them. Anyways, you kind of want to break 3 at least, because otherwise the game will lag because of the snowstorm. But then you just gotta wait it out, basically.
And you get to slide around, really cool.
Yeah, all in good fun.
Taps in your sphere area out in your own time.
All right, and as the boss name suggests, Dark Morph will transform during the fight. You can see him right there. He's going to transform into a Cadid.
Now, if you didn't think the cadets were fun before,
This one's a hoot.
again, this is not damage based. This is how many hits I get, and then he can just jump around and bounce around. But until he aligns with you to fire a spell to reflect. Hello, Aghanim. But yeah, he can just do this for about.
You had to bring it back to Rando, didn't you?
I can stop whenever I want.
Speaking of Randall, I've got a $26 donation from King Argaroth. He said, "Hey Bowie, the man who got me into speedrunning. Sorry the birds are being jerks, lions are being slow, but at least it's for a great cause. P.S. I played my first Rando yesterday, and I blame you."
Yes! Nice. Join us, Argaroth, join us.
Join us.
So this is the actually only fight that we can do damage to him directly to defeat him. This is our final phase.
Yes. If you're much lower level, you actually take a lot more hits, and after each hit, he transforms into that platform where he's invulnerable afterwards. Optimally, you get in 2 hits, I believe.
Yeah, I got 77 though in my first damage roll, so I needed at least 120 to finish that off, but I got 102, so wasn't the best damage rolls.
With 18 bursts, you're also level 19 here, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So
if you're 18 plus 1, you get the level up on Cadet. Rando, the day has come.
The humans will get resurrected.
But they have no idea of the vast power they wield. Rando, you must keep leading the growth of the world. You'll ask you questions. This is quite confusing at times, this particular life cycle scene. If you have any more donations, Bob, then we can.
Yeah.
Those bad boys
just
out
give me
now.
1 second. It's taking a bit of a second to reload.
I'm gonna get some tea.
But we are getting asked in chat if we're gonna see Rip Runners versus Moon Bros with Rando race anytime soon in the practice room. So.
Ooh. How many Rip? There's you and BGG,
BGG,
and then we've got myself, Goose, and Magus. Sorry, and High Spirits is here as well. So.
We are reloaded now. So we have anonymous $25 donation with no message, but thank you for your donation. $5 from Above Up. Terranigma is my favorite game of all time. I have replayed it countless times, and I never knew you regained Magirock after casting.
Yeah.
Good luck with the run, Bowie.
Thank you very much.
$1 from Anonymous that just says, "Is it Dark Gaia yet?" Good luck with the Terranigma run, Bowie.
Thank you very much.
Samatayan, and if I butchered that name, I would apologise, but you're not here for me to apologise to, I don't think. $10. Hey, all you beautiful people, loving the marathon a lot so far. I've got to donate for Tan to be the name of Lucario in the Pokemon X run, because it's one of my favourite Pokemon. Keep doing what you're doing, and good luck with the runs. We have $15 from Drifting Skies. Good morning, everybody. I'm getting ready to head down to the practice room, but I figured I had a few dollars to spare to fight for a cause near and dear to me and my family. Please put this money towards RGT Jeff Rocks for the Earthbound player name, since I could think of no better way to troll that community. Speaking of trolls, has that 50 cents gone away yet?
Alrighty. So, okay. Kind of like before, defeating Parasite, defeating the twin thingies, whatever they are called.
The Dark Twin.
Yeah, right, that one. The birds, and
Yeah, the
then
birds.
also the skeleton thing. You kind of remove the corruption from a certain portion of the world, and that means, in this case, the humans get resurrected.
Yeah. So there was this kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Foreshadowing of the idea that humans have this ability to wield technology, but aren't quite may not be aware of how powerful it can be. So we're asked to kind of babysit, as it were, the humans along their development and kind of help them get to a point where everything's good. So why did I go right? I need to go left. Mayho is a chap here who he needs to go speak with the Lord of the Manor. So we're in Tibet right now, and we're going to find out where we need to go next. he's having a difficult time with his daughter, granddaughter Maylin, and Kumari is trying to help him here. So Maylin is a young girl with some special powers, and she's in this nearby village of Loran with her parents.
Maybe worth noting here, the head of the monks is basically kind of the equivalent of the Ratri or the Kingbird, and his name is Lord Kumari, and he turns out to be pretty surprisingly powerful, at least story-wise, which is neat. So yeah.
We're going to go northwest to a desert up here. So Kumari did say, or Mayho said, that this place isn't actually here anymore. This is a lost village, but
Yeah, basically he kind of implies that the father and mother of this young lady here, Melin, died during a raid on Loran, or just kind of an invasion or something like that, where everybody got killed in the village. Everybody, no one survived, and this is just ruins now. Doesn't look like ruins to me.
Doesn't look like ruins at all. You'll notice as well, now that we've got humans as well, we're going to meet some people who you may recognize the names for, or you might kind of be able to find the correlation between other people. Temjin is one. There we also, I'm trying to remember his name. There's Kynes as well. We'll meet a little bit later on. There are many kind of influential people who kind of do pop up in this game, and they are there intentionally. So it's not just a case of random. So sometimes the names don't directly align, but they are they symbolize a specific person and who they were and what they did.
Alright, yeah. It turns out Lauren is pretty much alive and happy and something like that. Also, that guy over there tells you maybe he should make a hole into that wall.
Yeah,
maybe.
Sounds like a good idea.
Just another entrance.
So there's Keynes over there. He is. He tells you he's traveling and creating diaries and writing about places as he travels. So
actually, I don't think that's Keynes.
Is it? That's Keynes. Oh no, Keynes is the.
That's the economic guy.
Yeah, it's the economic guy. Yeah, sorry, that's Keynes. I can't remember his name now. It's been a while since I've spoken to him. Okay, so I'm gonna try and kill these zombies as much as I can. So this is a really interesting place for experience, and why the bird grind is so important for being really quick. If you hit these zombies, there are 4 types of zombies. There is those green ones. There's these ladies here with the pink shirts. There's female zombies with long dresses, and then there's another male zombie with like a red and yellow outfit on. There's one unique one, and the rest are all the same. So the girls with the pink shirts, if you hit them and you don't defeat them in one hit, they fire their heads at you until they explode. Now, if you defeat this zombie, they'll give you 72 experience points. If you attack and defeat any other zombie, they'll give you 36, unless you defeat them by hitting them by over 100 damage. If you hit them by over 100, you'll get 72. If you don't, you'll get 36. So that was they were both over 100. They were 72 experience per hit. If I didn't, I'd only get 36. So if the bird grind didn't go quite so fantastically as it went, I say fantastically, it would have been a little bit more curious as to how quick the backup grind here would be. So there is a backup grind that I'm going to be doing a few screens for, just to top up my experience to where it needs to be. I didn't get that kill on the Chon Chon, but that's fine.
So yeah, you're just kind of running through those places and areas, and what is going on with the city? All of a sudden it is completely rotten and forgotten.
Yeah, the zombies have taken over. So basically, it was implied that Maylin has this ability, but she has the ability to create mirages or illusions of things. So she was living in this destitute town. She was so upset at the loss of her parents that she created an illusion to live with them, to try and be happy again. But she, it wasn't working out so well. I lure these 2 in to get the kill behind the fence, and yeah, stab up, move back, and slide down.
Don't level up here.
Want those 3 kills just for the experience.
So yeah, as a kid, this area here just kind of freaked me out of it. Basically,
yeah.
it was looking nice, not too bad, and then suddenly zombies everywhere. And there was not much of an explanation as to why. You just basically go to sleep, and suddenly everything is just completely worn down. Also, here we attain a holy seal. What do we do with that?
So the holy seals. There are items that have special effects when you equip them. So I haven't really talked about that, but you can not only use items from the menu, but you can equip them, and they do certain things. So this is my first actual equip. No, I equipped the Ra drops and used them. But I'm going to equip the seal first of all, and then I'm going to also equip the new weapon I got, the light rod. This is obviously light element, and it will do a lot more damage to zombos. So I'll be able to definitely get the good movement. Get at the over 100 damage, which is what I want. Use iframes to go through these poltergeist tables. So yeah, by equipping these, there are these ghosts down here that if you don't have this holy seal to ward them off, they will grab you and take you back to the well. So at the end, when I got the seal, I purposefully killed a suit of armor, or defeated a suit of armor, and the ghost came out and took me back to the plaza. So they would do that if I didn't have the holy seal equipped. Nice. I should have got that money, but okay. So I spoke to Temjin. If you remember, I spoke to that chap in that room before I spoke to Mei-Lin before going to bed. I spoke to Temjin, and he was saying, "Oh, I've got so much money, and all my family wanted. What do I do?" And we kind of cheekily say, "You know, it's your money. Take it to the grave with you." He is now not alive, so his grave is somewhere. So we're gonna go and grab his money that we told him to take to the grave.
Pretty much. Also, maybe...
Are you serious? Okay.
Wow.
That is very upsetting. That's why I got hit once, and that one hit caused heartbreak, so I need to use this. This is going to take so much time.
Wait, what is that status effect even? I don't even know that one.
It's heartbreaks. Every now and then your heart kind of flutters, and like our Ark just does that. He literally just kind of holds his heart as it flutters, and the zombies came by. So that was a nice waste of time. We like that.
So yeah, that is him basically just using the grass pin in order to remove an abnormal status effect.
Yeah. So now this is where I'm going to be doing the grinding to get that extra experience that I missed, thanks to me miscounting one of the birds. I think what happened is when I did that spectacular miss, I counted it.
Yeah. So. I think now is also a very good time to talk about what do the zombies say. So sometimes there are certain cutscenes that you can go into various side rooms to, and the things don't necessarily are the way they seem to be. More specifically, in this area here, you can actually go into a certain house and just kind of hide under a table, and then two zombies walk in where they just kind of have a conversation. It's basically a conversation between two people that say that, "Hey, have you seen this guy running around and beating up everybody? He is a really rude guy." And it was literally just kind of the zombies don't even seem to recognize that they are actually zombies. They feel like they are pretty normal overall. But except that, well, to us, they are attacking us, they are zombies, they are definitely a threat to us. But for them themselves, they don't necessarily recognize this. So it seems like Mei-Lin's illusions may just be a bit more than just illusions.
Justice for zombies, they did nothing wrong.
Yes. And also something to point out that in general in this game here, you defeat various enemies and then you sometimes just kind of free a soul, and that soul gives you certain hints and tricks and ideas. The idea in general is whenever you defeat an enemy in this game essentially, you're more or less freeing a soul that can return to its rightful owner. But here, that's a theory of mine, but not necessarily anything that is explained or mentioned anywhere in the game. But it seems like those souls are more like...
one more, and then we're good.
Those souls are like energy or sorcerer's engines, stuff like that.
May I have a moment of your time?
You most certainly have a moment of our time.
I have a $146 donation from Final Messenger who says, "Hello Bowie, I love you. Hello donation reader, I love you. Hello RPG Limit Break staff, I love you. You make my day, and I'm going to make you visit Quintet HQ."
Thank you very much indeed.
Sweet, thank you.
Terranigma is one of my favourite games and one of the few compensations we Germans got while others could play jewels like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI and Xenogears. Greetings to everyone, especially to the RPG Limit Break folks behind the scenes, because they are easily forgotten. And greetings to Cindy and Sean who are watching the event right now. I love you. So, as you guys probably already did, that did meet the Quintet HQ donation incentive. So we are going to be going on the field trip.
Yep, so that'll add 5 minutes to the run, roughly. Perhaps a little longer, but yeah.
So the only thing that's currently open for Terranigma is chicken racing, which is about $30 from being met. So, come on, someone step up. We're about 20-ish minutes?
For Quintet, yeah.
For Quintet, and then chicken racing happens after the...
Yeah, because it requires me to... there's a cool thing later in the game where you can like upgrade all of the villages. It requires maximum village to be... everything to be done, so yeah. I can't do that in the middle of a run.
A bit difficult.
Yeah. You can just...
But yeah, just the donate and mention people that easily get forgetting. I just want to give a bit of a personal shout out to the guys that are working for us off site, like our chat mods and the guys that are manning the Twitter, because they're really helping us out. So thank you to those guys as well.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. Sorry, just sliced into the ghost there. So yeah, Maylin turned into a ghost because she was kind of so within the illusions that we had there. So we break the we break her out of her curse there, and she has a visitation from her parents, who tell her to cheer up
And stop.
causing.
Let us move on.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you go here early, you just kind of find that lonely pseudo farmer who doesn't do anything, but basically you need to have Turbo, the little dog, with you, and you can basically give him the scarf of Malin, and he will lead you to the pseudo farmer, which then reveals to be Malin in the end, where she, well, gets a message from her parents that are dead. And the parents also kind of ominously, more or less, allude to, let us go, don't keep us here.
When you die, you are reborn in some manner. So, considering we are near Tibet, obviously there is that kind of Buddhist kind of influence.
Yes, basically, actually overall in this game, the theme of reincarnation is pretty strong, to say the least.
Yeah, it's very, very prominent throughout the cause, but I just kind of felt it was quite interesting that it kind of is mentioned very specifically in this area. It's kind of nice.
And just like that, we're going to be racing some chickens.
Nice.
Sweet.
So that is everything within Terranigma met. So let me update you guys on stuff that's coming up in Golden Sun after this run. We have the Iris Summon that is currently sitting at $126 out of 1,000. So we can get to work on that one. There's naming all the characters. There's just so much stuff to donate for during that. So, and then there's Sapphire, Pokemon Sapphire coming up after that. But let's focus on Golden Sun right now, and that Iris Summon needs some love. So let's get your donations in for that one.
Camelot hype.
Hype.
Alright, that desert, by the way, Bowie just crossed.
We should talk about that, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
That's a big puzzle and a big maze that you're supposed to go through, and I just skipped the entire thing.
Yeah. It's interesting. Basically, if you just kind of find the exit square that teleports you to the left side of the desert instead of going to the right side, you're done with it. That's all you need to find. There's basically, the nomads would tell you just kind of directions. You go to the left until you find rocks, then south, then northwest, and then straight up until you find the skull, and then you're out of the desert. But you can't just go straight to the end. The landmarks actually don't appear if you approach them from the wrong direction, which is pretty interesting.
But you can still get there, which is nice. So this is Aerith, the random flower girl who's selling flowers. We're only going to buy one, but she's not happy about that. But we only need one flower.
I think she was actually called Sellers last night.
Oh, sorry, Celeste, sorry.
And this guy here just kind of, oh, hey, welcome, let's have a drink. And
Fancy some dancing? Good.
Let's do this.
Are you enjoying the dance? Yes? Well, that will be $1 million gems. So yeah, Bounty is not the nicest guy. He's not the. He's a bit crooked, I think, in
pretty much
in the way he's going. So our knight in shining armor appears and says, "Are you scamming people again?" Bounty's all, "I don't know what you're talking about. This is all free on the house." So we get a free boarding pass, which is nice.
Also, this is Lady Fida, basically just kind of a female knight and also bodyguard of the princess.
Yes.
Which will be pretty important.
Yeah.
So speaking of that chicken donation rather quickly, the person that met it for us was the person sitting 2 people to my right, Stinger PA, manning the stream right now with $30.50. It just says, we all need a little bit more chicken in our life. And this next one, I would like to point out, Bowie, I do have to bring this up right now. It's Avis Cleari with $5 saying, Bowie, if you fail to come in under estimate, I'm unfollowing RPG Chick. So, I'm not sure why. Not sure why they singled you out.
Do you mind just adding 15 minutes to that estimate for me, mate? I may or may not have done that before. There was a bit of a fun. This is completely away from the run, but Megas and I attended an event earlier this year where I didn't have my best week of speed running. I don't think. Right, I think I cumulatively added about an hour and a half to all my run estimates because it wasn't going the best there's ever been. Dear, oh dear, that was a fun week. So we also meet Royd as well. So this is important. We've met Fida, a knight. We've met Royd, a mercenary. He's got this stunning blue outfit and hair. Oh, gorgeous. So we're going to meet the princess now. Just keep an eye out.
She seems familiar.
Just a little bit.
Have we met before? Even her name is the same. Her name is Princess L. I will always refer to her as Ellie, and then L is the underworld, so you know the difference between the two. So L, underworld, Ellie, the princess here. They look exactly the same. But she can't speak. Something's wrong with her right now. She's not having the best of days. So what's happening is the kingdom is having a, for all intents and purposes, it's a horrible way to put it, but a competition to see who can cure her muteness in order to win her hand in marriage. I can't explain it any other way than that.
It's pretty accurate. Essentially, the king just kind of will be providing or promises to wed her to anyone who can cure that. However, there's probably a bit more to that, and well, in order for us to cure her being mute, we need to figure out a bit more about the background of that entire thing. So, in order to do that, Bowie early picked up a mushroom, giving to this guy who created a medicine out of it.
So yeah, he was saying that he wanted to create a medicine that could help people sleep, because, you know, some people may not be able to sleep. So the mushroom that we found in Mush Forest, amazing name, was a potion that can help him create this sleep potion. So in order to be able to kind of get our way into the deeper part of the castle and maybe speak to the princess or try and find something that might help us, we need to get everyone to sleep. So I'm going to go to the kitchen and we're going to pop the sleeping potion into the broth.
And suddenly everybody is going to be asleep and they don't notice anything, even if you slip into a weird box in the middle of the room.
Yeah. So the reason I do that menu there is this is a very, very small thing, but if you menu before and kind of run into that room with the sleep potion, it takes longer for the main chef to walk to the right and then back to the left, because she only talks to you and says, what are you doing, when she gets back to the left. So if you run up and use the animations for getting in and out of the box, it actually pushes her cycle just a little bit further ahead. So you can actually do that a little bit quicker.
Micro optimizations, much fun.
Quick question, Bowie.
Yes.
Since both Quintet and Chickens have been met,
what's my
choice now?
I have to go for the Irish summon because it's quite spectacular.
Sounds good to me. But the reason I ask is we've got a $20 donation from Demon RHK, who says, "Hey Bowie, open masochist when?"
Open masochist when.
$10 to Bowie's choice and $10 to make Yaga play a druid, which will be the Diablo 2 run.
Thank you.
And if I can just take a moment to really, this is a bit of a long message, but I think it really speaks to the heart of everything here. It's a $25 donation from Arcadia Legend, who says, "Arcadia Legend here. I got into RPG speedrunning in early 2016 and I now run Skies of Arcadia Legends for the GameCube. I cannot begin to tell you what it means to run a game that you can call your favourite of all time. I can totally respect all of the time and energy that goes into routing an RPG, as I now do so myself. Huge shout outs to the Skies community, no matter how small we may be, and to all the work we have put into our game so far. The time I've spent on this game and with you has really got me through a hard time last year in my life. I love you all. Huge thank you to Yagamoth for giving our little group a place to call home in his Discord, and for all the help in general. I really, really appreciate it. Good luck to all the runners this week. May good fortune shine upon you all, and thank you to all the staff for making this event possible. No job is too small, and you are all amazing. Keep up the good work for a good cause. RPG speedrunning for life!
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And maybe, even if it's a bit off topic, the Skies of Arcadia run, in case anyone does not know that game, it is very slow.
Worried about that.
It is very slow paced, and routing that game takes a lot of effort, like a lot more than I've ever put into any game. So it's really impressive what those guys are doing. It's pretty amazing. So shout outs to them.
So the Protect Bell, this is a kind of maze again that we need to get through, but the Protect Bell allows us, it kind of rings out whenever we're going the right direction. So we only need to use it for those 2 screens, and then it's just a case of knowing exactly where you're going.
Indeed. So the way we got that Protect Bell is basically, if you follow the story the normal way, you would eventually just kind of figure out, hey, there's a thief that is kind of caught in the castle, and in the castle you basically would choose, well, get to him after putting the sleeping potion into the broth, and then also free him. And he tells you that the king has that item that allows you to get into that village of Stockholm, somewhere hidden in his room behind the golden statue. And well, that's pretty much where you found it. So it turns out that
Something's wrong, well, by the way. Could it be a ghost spoken of rumors or an animal? What about, I'm not scared. That's right. When it comes to rando, nothing's scary. A ghost, a toast, a roast. Bring him on.
Sweet. So yeah, Ark likes to talk to himself sometimes too. It's pretty awesome. So either way, we basically, what we know of the princess so far is that she is actually not the true daughter of the king.
Yeah.
She is apparently the daughter of the mayor of Stockholm, and the king actually raided that village and killed everybody except the princess. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably a pretty good reason to not say anything, if you ask me.
She's not exactly, she's traumatized by the previous event that happened there. There is a reason for that, and that will come into play a bit later in the game. So Stockholm is actually a very important place. You'll see that now, but it'll all come to light a little bit later on in the run. But I'll let you guys kind of make the connection as to why it might be quite an important place when we see it. I mean, Ark says it himself, but you know, it is a nice little visual reminder of this whole idea of light and dark. These 2 sides to every kind of 2 faces to every kind of being.
Also, suddenly, Malin, what is she doing here?
Yeah, we don't know why she's here. She followed us here because, you know, she after saving her in Loran, she has a bit of a obsession with Ark for some reason. So this is Stockholm. This looks identical to my village. Doesn't just look close, it's what you call identical.
Yeah, it's not just a resemblance. Basically, when you run around the entire village, only what is missing is basically the people. And suddenly the wolves are here. So, well, we already picked up a little wolf whistle, which allows him to, well, whistle the wolves away and more or less control them. Actually, an interesting detail I noticed recently is when you run around the village, you actually see various wolves just kind of standing around in places. They stand in the exact places where the NPCs are in Krista.
So I mean, there's this kind of idea that they are the you know, the souls of the original townspeople are kind of still protecting the village. The idea of protection and Stockholm is very important. So there's something here to be protected. But yeah, the king came in, raided, killed everyone, and took Ellie, and then she went mute.
Yeah, and also here we find a picture of Ellie, as you call her, and
with
her parents. Which Malin just kind of suggests, hey, I can help you make the princess talk, but you need to promise me to not marry her, okay?
Why does that matter to you, Malin? Well, narrative. So yeah, we've got this portrait, and we're going to now use, or we're going to accept the help of Maylin to see what we can do to get the princess to say something. So we're going to go back to the audience chamber, the throne room, the place where the people are. So we've given the portrait to Maylin, and she's going to use it to create an illusion for the king and the princess. We have to speak to the king for some reason, and not Ellie, but that's fine. I love this music, man. So these are Ellie's parents. Impossible, it can't be, they died years ago. Your Highness, we are but a dream. This game has a bit of an interesting way of well, I mean, there's two words, to rouse your eyes or to arouse your eyes. They mean the same thing, but you use them for different reasons. But arousing of the eyes is a thing that happens. And she finally utters some words and screams no. And the king, with his plan foiled, is like, everyone leave, get this guy out of here, kind of thing. So he needs to try and protect his reputation and his image, and kind of stop Ellie from revealing anything.
And of course, even though we got her to talk, well, we don't get to marry her.
No, we don't. We don't get to marry her. Dang, it was a ruse.
Randor, can you hear me? The world of humans is still but in infancy. To make the infant walk and grow, require humans called geniuses. Can you hear their voices? Voices imploring to be freed from darkness. Cross tall mountains to the southwest. There, a genius bearing a babe to the sea requires your help.
Okay, so this concept of geniuses, and because obviously the chapter is called Resurrection of the Genius. We're going to be resurrecting a particular genius. There's a part of me, sorry, there's a part of me that thought of like this impromptu incentive to get Goose to voice act the puppets in Sylvain, but it's okay. So we need to go south. Now, if you know of anyone off the top of your head who was, in terms of sea navigation, someone quite popular who did any exploring, if you know anyone like that, welcome to Sylvain Castle. It's not got the best moat or pond, but it does have the best artwork. You may recognize some people from this particular portrait. Whoa, that guy on the second from the left looks fantastic. Is that? Who's that? Oh, I don't know. Every single one of them is missing an eye. So we need to go and find 4 crystals, or 4 gems around Sylvain, and take them back to the portraits to put the eyes back into the portraits.
Indeed. And also, while you're exploring the castle, we'll just kind of learn about the story. What exactly happened here? Why is this castle monster infested?
Why is it monster infested? That's a particular. Basically, there's those of you who play this game will know the boss of this particular dungeon as Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary is obviously a well-known queen of Spain, I believe, who was obviously called Bloody Mary for a reason. She was quite a brutal. Brutal monarch, but basically someone, the princes, the queen's sons, died whilst on a voyage, and blames one person for that. And the malice that was kind of like in that hatred has kind of caused Sylvain to be overrun with monsters, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, well, pretty much. So either way, essentially the queen's son's dying more or less made her go insane.
Yeah.
That is just kind of everything that is implied here. That is, well, a queen going insane and throwing, well, not just a temper tantrum, but throwing the entire kingdom into, well, misery. Also, this soul here, we bring it back to its body.
My body. Nice crit to open up. You need crits to make this fight really, really good. A 26 crit is nice, and then a crit to finish it off. That was a good fight. So, Kind of nice, kind of handy.
It's worth noting that if you're level 19 there, instead of dealing 20 damage, he'll deal 4. That's kind of fun if that happens.
Yes.
So,
This is the level. Why do you want to have that level threshold of 20 here?
and why I was quite relieved when I got it in the forest, because ideally you'd get it in Loran, where I was doing that grind, but I didn't grind enough in Loran. I kind of took a screen or so out, so to save time.
It worked out.
Yeah, it did.
So, and basically now you need to input the number of the princess death, I believe.
Yeah, the date.
So it is 286.
The information for that is hidden in the castle. You have to go and find it by, you know, finding journals or pieces of information. But I know what it is, so I go and do it.
Yep.
The life of a speedrunner. This screen is very annoying. The chance of you taking a hit in this screen are entirely up to the game. If the game wants to hit you, it will. This is I knocked it away, so I've got a better chance because I basically want to hopefully get control of Ark back when the thing is on the right like that.
Nice.
Good. If he's a bit closer, you'll probably take a hit. And I really do not want to take any damage in this section because this boss is brilliant twice. Is really tough. Now, I would survive. I could survive 2 hits with that amount of HP, so I'm fine for now. But if I take one more hit, I will do a safety heal before the boss fight.
So, and also, you just found a black opal.
Aha.
As well, we mentioned, all those portraits in the main room are missing at least one eye, and the black opal apparently is one of those. And I think it's implied that you crawl up the chimney.
I thought it was always like just a tunnel through to the back.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
Full Santa Claus. I don't know. I was on that one. That was weird. Should have been on that section. I should have been hovering over the key, but I wasn't. There we go.
I have an anonymous $25 donation that says, I don't know what an iris summon is, but it sounds cool and I want to see it.
Good.
Nice.
Thank you very much. There's a nice little visual gag here, for me at least. I think it's funny. It's nothing special, but it's just where the flagpoles are not quite as well programmed or cleanly sprited as you might think. So,
oh yeah, that's so weird.
I'll let you guys find it if you can.
Just look at the roof.
Yeah,
also,
just look at the roof flags.
Basically, you spot another you spot another gemstone on the other side, basically on the other tower over there. But how do you get from the left tower to the right one?
Well, I mean, we've got our good friend Yomi here, who's like, how do I get across? Bingo! I'll give you a good shove. Whoa! Wait, what? So we're gonna do some sick hardcore parkour. Brr.
Ready? Blast off!
Radical. And then drop down and grab it on the way down.
And there was a pass.
Amazingly, you can still attack in this bit, but you can't do anything else. But you can attack.
Yep.
Can't jump, but you can attack.
And here we enter the other tower, which is surprisingly a lot smaller, but we also actually go downstairs.
Yeah, we're going to the basement now. So that was a really good damage roll, wasn't it? 29, 26. Come on, crit, please. That's not a crit. Nor is that a crit.
You cannot attack those guys while they have their shield ups. They are invulnerable.
Yeah, that was why I was waiting a little bit.
Quick $5 donation from Zephyr that says, find shovel in the pedestal. Use shovel to dig up mushroom. Trade mushroom to witch for blue rupee. Donation goes to Goose's choice.
My choice.
Yeah.
Dear.
Also, by the way, I don't think we mentioned that, but we got bone pins at some point.
Yeah, I bought them when I was in Loire. So I used the... I had 7 because I used an extra pin, but I had 5. If I had 5, I'd buy 5 bone pins. This is enough bone pins to allow me to but what bone pins do is they send you back outside the dungeon you're in. I'll use that in 5 times to get out of as many places I need to as quickly as possible. So it's just the exact amount we need. So that's why we pick up 1 magic rock and why we use the grass pin from Evergreen.
Indeed. So, Magus,
Yes.
did you have a choice?
Iris.
Iris.
It shall be.
Iris.
What am I Wait
Okay, so jump across this bad boy, jump there, get a large bowl which restores 150 HP if I do get a little bit beaten up by Bloody Mary. So Bloody Mary is notorious in this game because she has such a stupidly high level cap. You're in order to do anything other than 2 to 4 damage to her, you need to be level 25. I've grinded, so I'm really, really strong right now, and I'm still not able to do any damage. But before the hand, we need to find a way to get down.
Yep.
So here are our 4 beautiful portraits. We've got from the left to the right, Bill Cosby,
I see it. A younger Bill Cosby.
Poexel, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then Tom Selleck on the far right. The second man was an Oriental with impressive, deep, black pupils. The third man had eyes that burned with passion. Terminator. And the last man had a brown full eye. Magnum PI. Yeah.
Also, this is probably, even though there was a town earlier with zombies that suddenly appeared as a kid, this was probably the thing that just kind of freaked me out the most. I was kind of a bit scared of those portraits, and also that little music box, that really didn't help.
Yeah, ding, da, ding, da, ding. Very scary. For some reason as well, putting jewels into portraits causes chandeliers to fall from the ceiling. Not the best architecture that Spain had to offer, but you know.
But hey, a circle-shaped chandelier
creates perfectly
square holes. I mean, it works. Also, it even has a nice border too.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So,
No.
round. No, okay, never mind. Round, round, and round we go. So this is like the original Japanese is, I think, it's an actual kind of like Japanese like
children's verse.
Yeah, children's
Yes.
verse, but it's like really creepy. So the idea is that you're supposed to attack the one behind you. Because it says, there's this long scene and it says, when the early bird does take flight, who's in the eyes of the one behind? So you have to attack the one that's behind you. Because this takes ages to do, because obviously the text takes so much longer than the actual. In the Japanese version, the text and the stopping of the dolls does line up, but it doesn't in this.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. Also, there's a weird figure in the corner there.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but we've been slicing him up as well with our, with our slicer, but it's fine.
So, yeah, it's just kind of... By the way, they have really creepy faces in case you hit the wrong one.
So you can actually use the text skip to actually cancel that. I'm going to do the text skip again to actually... This is supposed to be a Simon Says moment, where you have to kind of like stop when you're told to stop and then go when you're told to go. I'm going to say no to that. I'm going to menu and then start that and then move, which allows me to move during the movement moment there from the very, very word go and just do it in one cycle. So this is Bloody Mary. I'm going to focus and hopefully not die. There is a bit of lag here and there, but
Oh my.
I don't know what that happened, but okay. I decided to double tap getting to me. I was trying to like align myself here
Yes.
because I want to be here.
If you play this game casually, Bloody Mary is probably the boss that just kind of messes with you. So, interesting enough, in most battles against bosses, you cannot use magic at all. Don't ask me why, that's just how it is. But you can actually against Bloody Mary, and it is somewhat useful. But for a speedrun, the fastest way to defeat her, well, just repeatedly use those lasers. Have you ever tried that, Magus?
No.
No. Ah. But essentially the best pattern you can get is when Bloody Mary just stands there and essentially takes her face off and throws it at you and multiplies. I don't know what that is. But also I think those are the 4 crystals, the symbols from the eye sockets that are just kind of whirling around. It's interesting. Also Bowie, whenever she disappears into that weird triangle thing, he tries to stay in the middle still for a moment in order for the triangle to disappear quicker. Otherwise it's going to chase you for quite a while. Also, you get double hits if you slice from the appropriate distance from below. So that's why he wants to do up and down slices instead of left and right. And
Very nice, very nice.
No hits. Well, technically one.
Yeah, he made that look easy too. It's actually really difficult.
Yes.
You see runners, like, I don't want to say that runners mess this up a lot, but, you know, she catches you off guard a lot. Let's put it that way.
Basically, when you get just slightly off the rhythm, it's so hard to get back onto it without getting hit twice or 3 times.
This is actually my first instance of RNG manipulation, so I'm going to have to do a quick reset in a second. Yeah, so as Mega said, and as I kind of alluded to earlier, is like it's fairly simple what you need to do, but every now and then the run will just the game will just take away a run from you, just to remind you that you can't take it lightly.
Yes. So, real quick, maybe catching up on the story. You actually used the bone pin to get out of the castle.
Yeah, you could speak to Columbus, but that is... Oh, it was Columbus, by the way. It was Christopher Columbus. If you talk to him, it's about a 1.5-minute cutscene of just waiting and finding out what's going on and going to the doctor to heal him. But we just get rid of that and go straight on with it.
Yes.
Sequence breaking.
Basically, you're not intended to use a bone pin, but nothing prevents you from doing it, so, well, it transports you outside. And essentially, Columbus just kind of tells you, well, he was being tortured by the Bloody Mary for years, literally, and, well, he needs to recover from that. He did figure out a way to get to other new worlds, kind of like you would expect him to, and also teaches other sailors. So, Bowie is about to do a bit more here. Yeah,
I'm going to do a reason I'm standing up is because the console's there. I need to do a save reset, and then basically this resets the RNG factor to its base level, and there's like a little mini boss coming up next that if I don't manipulate it, it can take off minutes from your time. But I'm going to manipulate it by doing a save reset, which means that if I hit the right, if I don't get hit and I hit the right ghosts, I'll hit 3 real ship ghosts. If I mess it up, they'll start spinning, and spins can they just take so long. Yeah.
Yep. Basically, the manipulation is actually slightly slower as if you get perfect RNG, but getting perfect RNG is, well, not all that likely.
Yeah.
And even if you just get 1 spin, you will see what a spin. Well, actually, you hopefully won't see it.
You might see it for Quintet HQ.
That's true. But yeah, if you just get 1 spin, it is already more efficient to do the save and reset. Also here, Lady Fira actually... We actually never talked about that. What happened in the previous place?
Yeah, so the king died after... It was mentioned as we left Loire that the king actually died overnight when we were sleeping. We had that vision from the elder. It turns out that he didn't just die. He was murdered.
Poisoned.
Yeah. So we don't know who did it just yet, but we might know who did it. So basically, the princess Fida was kind of taking it, was rushing the princess away to try and keep her safe. So we've been charged by Fida to protect the princess as best we can. Yeah. So now we're now traveling to the new continent to keep the princess safe.
And also Lady Friday seems to have some other things to do, apparently. We don't exactly know what it is about.
Okay, so I'm going to hit the top ghost. That's our first real one. And then the 2 on the right that are spawned on the right here, he'll go down to the right. If that guy hit me, I would have reset the RNG and maybe got some spins. But 3 real ship ghosts, easy.
Nice.
RNG minute.
Solid. Also, you open the door there. Why is that?
You open the door so you don't have to open it later, because you have to wait for the ship ghosts anyway. So you open the door now so you don't have to worry about the animation now. It just kind of cleans up a little bit of time. So we're going to say the first option for that one, saying we're doing it for Fida, and then we're going to say that this Ellie and our L is absolutely nothing alike, and then she'll be sad, but it's actually 2 text boxes shorter. So,
oh,
yeah, I know. We want to be nice to her, obviously, but frames. So basically, Ark's kind of a bit confused with the fact that there's these 2 versions of Ellie. So he's trying to, figure out exactly a bit more about her. But he does have this kind of strange affinity for her, despite her not being the Elle that he knows from home. So,
yeah.
But we land ho! If you head west from Europe, where do you go?
To Dave.
We go to Dave. Now, there's a lot that we know about Dave, but we're going to, with the very, very first location, I'll let you guys enjoy this. The very, very first location that we go to in Dave has a very, very powerful name. You'll see it upon leaving this room, and we go to the port of this wonderful city.
Also, Yomi wakes you up a bit rude.
Come on. Well, lad. New continent. All right, then, let's go. Where's the princess? Do you know? She went off. So where are we? We are in freedom. Welcome to America, boys and girls. Now you can read the royal letter, and she explains everything. She killed the king. It was her because she was, you know, not really happy with anything.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Considering he murdered her entire family, friends, and everybody in her village.
But welcome to freedom. And this is a young chap called Peril. I don't know how suddenly we got skateboarding, but he's a skateboarder. He's pretty sweet.
Also, don't underestimate him. He's a lot stronger than he looks.
Oh, yeah. Let's get some grooving going. Go on, Goose. Give me your best. Thanks, Peril. Feeling better? Yeah, wow. Oh, I knew something wild. Some of the dialogue is really odd. But yeah, this is kind of strange. It's not as, for lack of a better word, traditional anymore. There's a bit more a bit more freedom, a bit more modernity in Dave.
Yep. Why did you just enter the other house there?
It skips the animation of having to watch Peril walk all the way up to the orphanage. So I run into that room just to kind of get him up there immediately. Otherwise, you have to watch him walk, and it's
slow.
I believe you do something like that in Illusion of Gaia as well. When you go to a Tory village, you have to get the girls to the right-hand side.
Yep, same concept.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we went to the orphanage, and one of the orphans is missing. Her name's Anita. She's gone to that little village there called Near Lake to go see their friend Will, who is trying to make an aeroplane. But we're not going to go there just yet. So there's a few kind of story things that have kind of been put forward. A few things we need to do. There's a bit of a struggle to... Anita wanted to help Will to create the plane, but he can't currently do it because there's no metal currently. Or she can't find Will. She's trying to find him because he's not currently there.
He can make some, or tries anyways.
I forgot to do this. I need to equip that. And I need to equip the ice pick that I picked up in Sylvain Castle. This will do more damage. I need to collect 9 logs. This is going to allow me to get back to South America and continue with the story.
So yeah, the basic idea is overall just kind of you find Anita in the, well, inventor's house.
Yeah.
But, well, she's kind of waiting until he returns, and apparently when you read his logbook, he was doing some aeroplane tests on the lake to the east. But if you try to go to the lake to the east, there's a weird guy in the way, just kind of says, no, I can't move from here, I'm waiting for my fiancée to return.
Yes.
I don't know how long he has been waiting, but he is still standing there for a while, I guess. And, well, I guess the next best action that we can do is try to figure out what happened to her, and, well, apparently she was going down to South America.
Yeah.
So, also, after this, he is going to position or bring some logs to some guy so he can build a bridge.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe this is a good time for donation.
Yes, agreed. Sure. Agreed.
Well, the first one we have is from Takaze, who is making good on a surprise randomizer thing from the practice room yesterday. $31, saying, I am a man of my word. 31 bucks.
Wow. Nice.
It's very kind to you, Takaze.
Gramora from with $25 saying Bowie hype. Money to Runner's Choice, which is now going towards Iris.
Yeah.
Galaplex with $10 saying, I have to donate during Bowie's run. Best of luck to one of my favorite runners, one of the best games ever released. I hope you have a great week, Bowie, and keep those randos coming.
Thank you very much, Gala.
Chibi Shala with $25 saying, great to see Bowie back at RPG Limit Break. Good luck with Terranigma. And Brillips with $25 saying, thanks for such a fun event and for a great cause. And I've got just a bunch of people who have all donated like $25. They're all anonymous and none of them have left comments. So thank you for your donations.
Thank you indeed.
Let's check in on that Iris incentive. right now, it looks... Right, so the Iris incentive is sitting at $242 out of $1,000. And that's to get the Iris summon in Golden Sun Lost Age, which is coming up after this run. And we've got about 90 minutes-ish left in this run.
I'm
Maybe
hoping so,
longer.
yes.
Well, RPG Chick's hoping so too, otherwise you'll lose her a follower. So...
No pressure.
No pressure at all. But yeah, I genuinely think that we can make this this happen before Golden Sun starts. So come on, let's get the donations in for the Iris summon.
So, we have arrived in South America now, and, well, you may kind of recognize this statue somewhat, somehow. It's in a bit of a weird place, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we are in Brazil right now, well, technically, but I think this village is a little bit lower than it should be. But yeah, that's quite an odd thing to see, because I know that a lot of earlier Nintendo games didn't have so much religious iconography, but that is supposed to represent the Redeemer, obviously in Rio, I believe. So it's kind of a strange. It's just not orthodox for the games of the era to kind of have that kind of imagery.
I mean, it was never released in the US, so they didn't have to censor it, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So I just got a donation with a rather fantastic donor name of Robzor McFabulous. Which is just the best donor name. $25, he says, much respect to all the runners. Nami does great things and deserves all of our support. Go team. I would agree with all of that, really. For those of you who are just joining us during this Terranigma run, NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, now the charity that we're running, raising money for here this year. And again, if you can't donate, please don't feel bad. Just having your eyes on us. Tweet us out on your social medias, be it your Twitter or your Facebook, or is MySpace still a thing? Or GeoCities, or Tripod, or like just pages and pages of animated GIFs. In fact, the internet hasn't evolved much, really, has it? Animated GIFs, but just get the word out there, and maybe they can help us, and the people that see your tweets can help us.
So, Bob, do you like penguins?
Do I like penguins?
Yep.
Are we talking about the English chocolate bar?
No,
or
no,
about
like
actual penguins?
an actual penguin.
Just
Yeah.
penguins. And what kind of gift would you bring them?
What gift would I bring penguins? Well, if the movies have taught me anything, dancing shoes.
That's
I
fair.
don't know, fish.
Okay, yeah, good shout. Goose, any ideas?
Yeah, fish as well.
Fish
I
as
would
well,
go
yeah.
with,
But what do you reckon?
That's-
I'm an out of the box kind of thing. I'd go for a flower personally.
Yeah, I think flower sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's bring you the flower. I mean, we kind of coincidentally happened to run into a flower girl earlier.
Oh, did we? Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, in France.
Not Aries.
So we bought that one flower from the flower girl in Loire because why not give it to a penguin? The funny thing is that actually her text does say, give it to your, give one to your fiance or someone. Even a penguin would be happy. So it kind of gives you that kind of idea that you should go and do it. But the penguin nicks your flower from you and gives you a star stone in return. This is the only one we can get this early in the game. There are some others we need to collect later, but they are an important item.
Spoilers.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll come back to those when they become pertinent.
Also, by the way, something we have not mentioned yet. As soon as we resurrected the humans, we can no longer talk with animals and plants.
That's true. So now that's why it's just a bunch of exclamation marks and full stops when speaking to the seagull.
Yep, but they still support us, so that's nice.
So this next dungeon is quite tough. Elmegas, you want to have a little chat about the Mermaid Tower and why we're going here?
do I want to?
Do you want to? Yeah, do you want to? If not, this is fine. We're going to the Mermaid Tower. The Mermaid Tower is where mermaids are supposed to be, but for some reason they're not there. You might remember the guy from the north side of America, or North Dave, who was saying that he's waiting for his loved one, but she, was on a voyage, and where is she, kind of thing. So we're going to go to Mermaid Tower, but we're going to have a very, very particular boss who will be standing in our way of finding the mermaids. So this guy here is saying, there are monsters at sea. Who has the courage to help me stop the monsters? All the sailors are rubbish, so they don't. And we're all, you know what? Sure. What a bunch of wimps. Leave it to me. I am ready. Let's go. So they take us over to Mermaid Tower. But the boss is quite... this is quite a tough boss. I have to kind of get lucky on damage rolls, and I need to be very patient in my positioning.
Yes. I mean, if it all goes well, it's just kind of, wait, what? That was a tough boss? But in reality, this is actually kind of a pretty much of a bottleneck type of boss where if you could somehow kill this guy with different means and quicker and stuff like that, it would actually be tremendously helpful because you could get to this next section with an early level.
I've got level 21, which is what I wanted.
Nice. But yeah, you pretty much really want to be level 21 here, because otherwise, based on how the next boss works, just that can take a lot longer if you don't have proper damage rolls at all. And as you already noticed, even just 1 level or 2 level of difference make the difference between 5 or, well, 50 damage instead.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to focus this one.
Yes.
I got to bait him in and then hit him away.
Yeah, so the idea is basically to... the fish will move towards you as long as you look away, and then as soon as you start looking at him, he will move away from you. As you can see, as soon as Bo turns around, he gets a very small window to like actually hit him.
Yeah.
And, well, when you mess it up once, this fight, because of the positioning, starts to get a little out of hand. It feels like it gets progressively harder to hit him if you mess up once. That's why you have to focus for that one. But yeah, once the fish like kind of starts moving all around the place, you can't use the setups you did, like with the he kind of went into these corners and then just waited in specific spots.
Yes.
Made it look very easy, but yeah, if there would have been a mess up, could have been a little bit of a...
Yeah. Like, you can easily die to that one. Oh, hello, sorry.
Yeah.
Don't hit her, that's rude.
I apologize, Nana. So she says give this ring to service, an engagement ring. So this is the woman that the man was waiting for.
Yes.
We don't know how long he's been waiting, as he said, but you know, she said, I lost my life at sea and I became a mermaid. So here's the engagement ring. Please give it to my beloved. I can't make it back to him, unfortunately. I'm destined to stay a mermaid forever. So I equip the engagement ring and then use the bone pin from the menu. I'm going to need the ring in a minute.
Actually, interestingly enough, if you were to just normally walk out of the Mermaid Tower, it would give you a water pin, actually, which we kind of skipped through this.
Don't really want to watch that extra animation as well. So.
Yep. Fun fact, if you go and get the water pin, you can actually get 2 of them if you talk frame perfectly with both of the mermaids on left and right. It's a bit weird. You get to gain the boat. Hey, that's nice. Now we can finally sail around. Yeah,
so all these ports that you can see here now, I can just move into them and begin my adventures at sea.
When is the other thing?
The incentive's been met. I'll be doing that when I go to Yunko.
Right.
So after I do...
Basically, shouldn't be too late that night. That's what I mean.
So I've got another $25 from Barbaroos.
All right.
Who says, I've given $25 because of Bowie. I shall give $25 because of El Magus. Magus waifu. Basically, what you're saying, Barbaroos, is that you don't like Yaga? Because I'm not seeing a donation for Yaga here.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
It's all right.
So Service just disappeared there after. I don't know how, but basically he was there for so long that he himself became a wandering spirit. And he was only waiting there because, you know, he was waiting for his beloved who never came. So after finding out that she had passed, he was able to continue onto the afterlife. An air herb. This allows us to breathe underwater, so this is the only time we ever use this item, actually, in terms of the speedrun. So we can just duck in here and follow the
current.
Speaking of currents?
Yep, speaking of currents, he's going to get into water, which it's not necessarily obvious if you don't play this yourself, but the current just always drags you down pretty heavily, and without the correct item, which is, well, interesting enough called an anchor, he will not be able to fight against those currents and get dragged away really easily, especially in a later room here.
Yeah. So it's hidden in this room, and it's one of those things that you have to fall down this, there's like a waterfall below. You have to fall down it on the right side of the waterfall, or you will never find the item. So it's a bit of trial and error, really. So luckily it's just here on the left, so I can just swim right there, and there it is. But if you're any further than that, you will not land and get the magic anchor, and you will be dragged away by every current.
Yes. Fun fact, basically when I did my first few runs, I didn't quite realize the thing about the currents. I just kind of imitated the run the other runners were doing.
Yeah.
And I went, oh wow, I just got some weird kind of glitch that let me swim a lot faster. Yeah, not quite.
Okay, so this is going to be our next grind time coming up here. The second to last one in the game. It'll be about 3-ish minutes. It's 3 minutes from hitting level 22, and hopefully I do that quickly. If I had a better bird grind, I would have hit level 21 earlier, so I would have hit level 22 earlier. But we always make sure that we're finding a spot that is just optimal for the time input to the experience output. So this room here is, we run up, we wait, we stab to kill 2, and then we die, we slice down as well. You have to kind of hold up until you're on the frame that you're moving, and then you stop to drag the 2 fish down.
Yes, and those fish have very low HP, so you can kill them really quickly, and they give a pretty decently sized amount of experience for how little HP they have. So this is extremely efficient to do it like this.
Yeah. So I mean, at this point, if we have any more donations to read out, this is a really, really good time.
Yeah, so I have an anonymous $100 donation that just says, I have been thinking of donating since my first limit break, but now I finally have the chance. Here you go, and good luck to all the runners. Thank you so much for your generous donation. And since I'm getting a few questions over it,
Go for it.
I will just say that when you hear us talking about like incentives and prizes, basically what that means is you get to vote with your wallet. You get to name characters or get the runners to do difficult things or race chickens or ridiculous tasks. Or you can do things like help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You also become eligible to win prizes when you donate, such as during this run. If you donate $5 or more, you get entered into winning the plushie. Or if you donate $25 or more through the entire marathon, you get entered into win the grand prize, which is the Nintendo Switch and Breath of the Wild. And that all just sort of... It's a way for us to reward you and say thank you for your donations. All your donations do go to NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. If you want any more information on any of that stuff that I just mentioned, head over to our Twitch channel and look in the tracker below the stream. So, yeah.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Bob. By the way, does anyone still remember why we are even here? Why did we want to go into Near Lake in the first place?
So yeah, when we went into Freedom, Perel's one of his friends, Anita, was missing. She went to go see Will, a friend of theirs, who was an inventor, another genius potentially. So we obviously were on the search for the right genius, and he obviously was testing one of his planes and crashed in nearby the Great Lakes. So we are here to see if we can find him. And yes, this grind is still going on. About another minute and a half until
So
we're
I
done.
can step in with a couple more? Would that work?
Of course, Bob.
Lovely. So, Barbarossa is back.
Oh, 26, right?
No, it's only $5 this time. This is for Yaga. Donated for Yaga being the name of the bird in Pokemon Sapphire.
Thank you.
And $25 from Aeroblood. I think you'll like this one, Bowie. Had to donate during Bowie's run. Best of luck in the run. May the run go well. And put my $25 to naming Ramza in the Tactics run to the one true hero, Bowie.
Okay. I can definitely get on board with that. I'm going to put every single donation that goes to Runner's Choice to that.
So we're not doing Iris for you anymore.
I just have to. We have to call Ramza Bowl. Yeah, call Ramza Bowie. That'd be really good. That'd be really good, wouldn't it, Goose?
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah. You see, it has Elmagus' approval. You see, you heard it here first.
And Tanaka Ronan with $25 saying, having watched my brother struggle with mental illness all of his life, and us both loving video games and speedruns, I feel compelled to donate here. Also, go Bowie go, and watch out for rusty spoons. We're having a lot of people ask why rusty spoons.
I can't explain that one fully. It's not quite PG.
Yes. Yes.
It's just an in-joke on my channel, yeah.
I'd say if you go to Bowie's channel at another time, I'm sure you can get him to explain it. So.
If we can get some Bowie spoons in chat, though, that'd be great. Okay, that was absolutely terrible. Good. You have to kind of jump against the wall there, but I got caught on the wall beforehand, so I got hit there. But you can escape those enemies by jumping diagonally. I am probably going to heal just to be safe.
You should, yeah.
This boss is just too much. Yeah, so this boss can hit quite hard, and he can instantly... This is another one of the bosses that will just, every now and then, just, you know, take a run from you and just say, respect me, please. I'm going to equip the Neofang again, because, again, this is a non-elemental weapon, and the next boss, Hitoderon, is strong against water, and also earth, which is the Georod's element, so...
yeah, actually, most bosses have kind of resilience against pretty much all elements, which is kind of strange.
We don't really pick up any other elemental weapons. We only have the 2 earth in rock and geo, ice pick. Yeah, and then we have the rest are all just non-elemental, which is quite nice.
So, as first you may think that, oh, this big green guy is the boss. No, actually, it turns out to be the starfish that are the enemies here. So those little starfish are actually tormenting the big guy in the background. What is his name?
That's, oh god, it's got a P in it. We'll see in a second. Plessy? Not Plessy.
It's something like that. It's basically kind of an allusion to, how long does this take?
Yeah, this is the English version. Gossy.
Right.
Not Plessy, Gossy. He gives us the horn pin. A fun fact, I've never ever used it in casual or in the speedrun, so I have no idea what it does. I'm not going to lie to you, I've never used it.
I couldn't tell you either.
Yeah, and then, oh, hello, Will. Yahoo! We speak to him, and we take him back to Near Lake, and he'll tell us a little bit about what's going on with the airship. But yeah, he got captured by a controlled Gossy, because the Hitoderon, which is the name of the starfish, was on him. Cool. So he's told us that the reason that he's not able to make as good a plane is because he hasn't got any more metal. Ironically, there was a tin sheet to the left of him, but there's running low on metal works over in Yunko, so we need to make our way over to Yunko to find out what's going on with the metal works over in another country and be able to bring the supply back to him so we can make some more aeroplane parts.
So yeah, where is Yunko?
Yunko is in China, so we're going to China.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fairly sure.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's the... My route is completely different because I have to go and get Yenbu Pike.
Oh, right, yeah, I don't get Enbu, yeah.
Yeah, that's a different type of road. I don't think it's faster at all. But it's
Enbu,
just
you don't really like lose much time, but it's like 20 seconds really at like optimal. But the Enbu Pike's a really powerful weapon. But yeah, you don't need it. But Enbu is a good route. It is quite a nice route. If you want to try it out, it's definitely good to try. So I'm going to make my way to 2 spots first of all before I go to China and Yunko. I'm going to go pop into here and pick up some more money because I need a certain amount of money by the time I get to Russia, because I'm going to be buying one piece of item. And that's why I need Temjin from Loran, and that's why I pick up all this stuff. I've got a lot of money as well. Nice. Which means I can skip a chest down here. If I don't have enough money, there's one more chest with money in it, but I've got enough, so we're good. And the second one is right here. This not only gives us money, well, we actually go in here not because I need money, but there's another chest in here which gives us the speed shoes, which allows us to run a little bit faster, but has a bonus effect of breaking certain walls. So we'll need that in the upcoming section, which is my next bit of manipulation.
Indeed. So the speeches are actually interesting in that you just only kind of get a hint that, look, there are islands in the area and you may need to have certain other things in order to progress. It doesn't exactly tell you that you need speed shoes specifically, but you require those in order to traverse the next area. Although, to be fair, it is actually reasonably easy to find them, so that's nice.
Yeah. So I have to apologize in advance for the localization of this script here. This is the official localization. So, this pretty traveler. It's quite odd, but yeah, this is the official translation.
Yeah. The short version of the story here is essentially you find Lady Fida just kind of laying in bed with a fever and fever dreaming, and you try to help her. So in order to help her, you are told that, well, there's this kind of root that is called ginseng, and ginseng is supposed to well, help you just kind of apply to Fida, however you do that, and, well, release her from the fever dream. And also figure out exactly what is, well, she is dreaming.
So we speak to Lon here, and we ask him about the ginseng, and this is where he tells us about what's going on with his brother, my brother Wong, who is not happy with Lon and what he's doing. Again, light and dark, two brothers.
Never noticed that, that's true. So yeah, apparently he has kind of a shady type of business going on, and well, you are supposed to investigate it and he hopes that the rumors are not true, naturally.
That's what he does, though. He does give us the ginseng and tells us to go speak to the doctor about how to apply it. So I have to go back to the doctor's, and he'll give us the means to save Lady Fida.
So maybe real quick about the other type of route. The other type of route essentially kind of relies on not getting that really powerful item later on that Bowie will get in Russia, as he alluded to, and instead get a little bit of a lesser version of an armor inside of Yonku here, and also take advantage of different types of death warps. But overall, it's so weird that their routes are so different, yet they seem to get pretty much the same time. But this one here is the more, well, straightforward one.
So I have to focus here because this is if I do this is one of the few times you have to do the second option to continue.
Yes.
Otherwise, you have to watch this entire cutscene twice.
Yep.
So I need to not do that.
Yes.
But this is so Fida is having a dream about what happened at Stockholm. So when obviously we were talking about the raid happening at Stockholm, and all the people being slain by the king. This is what is haunting Fida. The king says, "Fida, I need you to kill them. Total surrender or death." And Fida, being loyal to a fault, has to reluctantly acquiesce to his request.
Yep, indeed. So also here I kind of learned that they were not just hiding something, but something of great value that the king is after. And if you kind of pay attention to the story and the plot to this point, you also kind of start to notice that not just the king is after that, but apparently maybe also Wong and also
Everyone, pretty much.
Bloody Mary, really?
Yeah. So, I mean, they say to her, look, we accept what we have to do. We have to do this. We have to protect whatever is here in Stockholm. Take our lives, we don't mind, but just look after our daughter. So that's why Fida is so vehemently protective of Ellie, because, I'm the cause of all her miseries.
Don't mess up.
That's not true. You can press B to do it, which is nice.
I did not know that. That's actually nice. I did not know that. I was wondering, did it just mess up because I didn't see the arrow?
Yeah.
Nice, alrighty.
So I had to look at my controller to make sure I was definitely pressing the B button.
But yeah, if you just kind of remain silent there, it's...
Yeah, keep going.
You can just talk to her again and see the entire dream sequence again, and you can do that a few times over. Pretty much every runner so far, I believe, has done that mistake at least once.
Before I did that too early, and it just wiped all my saves.
I think it should be fine.
Just a quick update. Right now, with the naming Ramza thing, right now, Bowie is in the lead with $50. Doritos is in second with 30. Omni Slash is in third with 25. Claude is tied with Omni Slash at 25. And in fifth place with $5, you have John Cena.
Nice. That's a good one. So I just did a bit of, sorry to cut you off there, Bob. I just got a bit of, that was an RNG manipulation moment. So this is a kind of like a stealth section where you have to get past all of the guards. I reset, because again it resets the RNG factor to 0, or the number to 0, and then if we execute perfectly, we'll be able to skip the biggest cause of concern in this area. If I screw it up, I'll lose a bit of time. So I'm just going to do a little bit of focus to get the next 2 screens correct.
Indeed. Now we're going to be playing a little bit of Metal Gear Terranigma. later in the marathon we may be playing Metal Gear Mana, but this is Terranigma.
Got it.
I think it should.
No, I have to reset.
That's less than ideal.
That's fine.
Either way, basically,
Got caught on the statue.
Bowie just kind of found Peril in the village, and apparently Peril was also just looking as to why the metal prices are so high, and that's why he's in Yonku. And, well, just kind of alongside us, he will basically start investigating the castle, since we also have our reasons to try and look into what is exactly happening over there. So, essentially, this is a no combat section, but if you get caught by those little light cones, you get thrown out of the castle. They actually don't lose or anything like that. It's just literally they put you outside the castle. That's it. No any other repercussions instead of throwing you to prison or something like that.
The bonus of knackering that RNG manipulation is we get more Peril.
Yay. Also, he just straight up skateboards upstairs.
Yeah, of course. Don't you? Isn't that how it's done? He's also kind of like going off the edge as well. And through chains. Okay, let's not do this again, Bowie. Let's get it right first time. I got caught on the statue to the right. I was trying too hard to get to the right-hand side.
Yep. The reason he reset, by the way, is that this is a relatively long section with like a lot of people, a lot of lamps here. So you might have thought that, well, he could have tried, you know, just doing it, winging it, but it's definitely worth it. As you can see, we'll keep seeing people with lamps here, and whenever you get thrown out, that's, yeah.
It's a lot of time, and it's also, we don't actually do it too much, because you can get through those first two ones fairly simply if you just wait and have patience, but there's one section that you just cannot get by unless they're in the right position. Like, you just can't make a guess and go for it. You just have to.
Yeah. And you don't want to be stuck there.
Yeah. But that was it done, so I'm on the right RNG now.
So there's one more quick update in.
Go for it, yeah.
All right. Since we had a couple of people donate for it, I want to update people on the standings for the class for Diablo 2 right now. In first place, we have the Druid at 35. We have the Necromancer at 25, and the Assassin doesn't have any support right now. So, if you want to get your choice in for one of those, see what Yaga's going to play. Which would you prefer to play, Yaga?
Which would I prefer?
Yeah.
That's a big question. I actually don't have a specific preference between the three. I can just say that the Necromancer is probably the most ridiculous one to play in this setting. So Druid is way easier.
There we go.
So yeah, he knows that she killed King Henri. For some reason, he's into the kidnapping business again. Don't know how, but that's the shady business that he's doing.
Yeah, also, earlier Ark just kind of got caught off guard with a Mirage, and apparently Malin was in the, well, prison, where she essentially put L from the underworld onto the wall. Like, she can more or less literally read the Ark's mind in order to project images of his mind onto the wall. Yeah. So she's a pretty
handy person.
Yeah, scary. Also pretty vengeful, because earlier Ark just kind of rejected her for, well, she's not interested. He is not interested in Malin, and Malin, being the, I don't know, 12, 13-year-old teen, just kind of cannot handle that. To be fair, she doesn't have parents who could explain that stuff to her. So it's somewhat understandable, but it doesn't make it any less of a jerk move from Malin, I guess.
So, yeah, I mean, she's kind of here to try and get revenge on Ark, so she's actually kind of in cahoots with Wong, which we'll find out a little bit later. So she's not just here randomly, she's here for a reason. So this is the reason that we did this this manipulation. He'll face the left, there you go. Now this guy here, this is a very, very thin corridor. If he's not facing left, you cannot get past him.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, actually.
And that's everything about Dragongoon Castle. That's random done. So it may not seem like that was much, but that corner is just impossible to get to unless he's facing left. And, you know, he can immediately at any point just turn around and catch you. And then, yeah, you just lose time after time after time. Again, perfect RNG is quicker, but it's just, yeah, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Chuckle. Do you say chuckle or do you chuckle?
You say chuckle.
Chuckle.
Chuckle. Chuckle.
Chuckle.
Charcoal?
It's kind of like, you know when people like say lol, it's kind of like that, isn't it? Someone says a joke. Chuckle. Oh dear.
Oh boy.
The Japanese is that is
So, Bowie.
is fu-fu-fu-fu-fu. Yes.
Which one do you like better?
Oh, don't say that. We've got top quality Animu up top, and then we've got Redhead on the left. That's too hard.
I like purple hair more. Also, her dress is a bit nicer.
Yeah, Underworld Elle's got a nicer dress, I personally think. But yeah.
But yeah,
How
once
about you?
again,
I'm indifferent.
You're indifferent.
Yep.
You only have eyes for Selen, I believe.
That's
That's true.
so yeah, of course this was another mirage of Maylin, and she just kind of tries to lure Ark into.
Calm down.
Yep.
You were getting hysterical. Yeah, sorry. The
That's
slap
fair.
is the best.
Oh boy, yeah. So yeah, I think you pretty much saw what was going on, and that is what some people like to call the slap of justice.
Yeah, fighters just like, taste reality. Not everyone's gonna like you. Just try to be nice. And then we try to escape, but it turns out that the door's been locked. And then we hear the voice of Wong coming through. Maylin, very good. You good mouse. You caught them. And she was like, wait a minute. I thought we were on the same team. And then she realizes that not everyone is out to help you. So at least try to ally yourself with those who are genuinely there for your own good. But wait, there's more. Skateboards are quite something in this game.
Yep, and Peril straight up skateboards through the wall.
Hey, if it isn't Rando. I heard a girl crying and thought I had to come and save the lady. Oh yeah! So before we go, we have to just kind of say, she tells us where the princess is being hidden and that Royd is looking after her. I was wrong, sorry. So she learned a little life lesson there, that not everyone's going to, like you. So just how you have to accept that and just kind of appreciate those who are there for you. Ooh, can we get Yagamoth's mic back, please? Just gonna quickly sort out Yagamoth's mic because it has decided to go AWOL for a second. So yeah, we were told to press this button here because it's opposite the only. We're just sorting it out. It's all good. So it's through here, and we're gonna dash up here because it's quicker. We're gonna allow ourselves to dash through this wall as well because it does break down certain walls. And speak to Ellie.
Ellie,
Ellie. And we're going to get the best music in the game, some of it. This is some good music. I'll let you guys enjoy it. I harbour you no ill will. And Fighter comes in and says, be on your guard, I shall be your opponent. Oh, get out of here. No, don't do that. That's a very annoying text box. But, yeah.
I could jump in for a couple of seconds if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
Mystic 7 AU DJA.
Orja, hello.
$25. Hey Bowie, here's hoping you had some jelly snakes before the run. We're rooting for you. Mystic PS, $25 to your choice. And that's still the Bowie for Ramza, right?
Of course.
Because of course it is.
A real hero needs a
Quatropus, $20. Here's the Barbs, $5 for Yagamoth, because Yagamoth is best moth. $10 anonymous donation that says, I want to thank all the runners for doing this, as I have a father who has struggled with mental illness. I love you all. And just a $5 anonymous donation with no comments. So thank you for all of your donations that have come in. It's been truly heartening to see all the support that we've gotten. We're over $15,000 in already. It's just phenomenal. Thank you all. Let's give another quick update on Ramza.
Another
I
quick
think
update.
Yaga's just leaving. No,
He's grabbing the other microphone and we'll be able to get our launch.
He's like, no, people don't love me enough. I'm off to get more money. So I'm leaving. So we have Ramza now will be at $75 for Bowie and $30 for Dorito. We're building up a lead, man. Is that thumbs down?
Can you believe this guy?
What?
This guy, dude. This guy.
That's
He
my
takes
line.
up half the couch. He won't even let you in his game.
Alright, yeah, I should be back online.
You
Yay,
are.
we have the
Yeah,
other
I'm off the back.
Good morning.
Hand for the tech crew.
Shout out to Tech Crew, thank you. But yeah, so we had to escape basically. Fider came in to protect us from Royd, but she had a conversation with Royd and was talking about someone to protect. Royd's a mercenary, usually for hire, but that kind of resonated with him. I'll put forward a little concept about Fider and Royd a little later when we kind of come to their kind of final part in the story. But yeah, there's an interesting thing about them. Okay, so this is where I'm going to do my incentives. First of all, I've got to go and upgrade my machismo stat by taking a trip over to the Polonaise. We've got to get swole. Okay. Nothing can disturb you. Okay, I need to go to sleep. Who is it I speak to again? Yeah, there we go. We're going to catch a nap. Pleasant dreams. Don't sleep too long. But we're going to just catch a few Z's. Just a few Z's. Where we've crisped up. Crisply toasted. Macho appeal went up 10. We've got a nice fine tan. We look like a Greek god. There we are. And then I need to go to Neo Tokyo because this is Quintet HQ. So basically Quintet are the developers of this game and NX are the publishers. So we go to this trash can here and we help the trash can. And then we basically need to, this is kind of like the ship ghost where we need to kind of hit it a few times. Now, this thing can spin. Who wastes food? I didn't get a spin there. That's nice. Oh, dear.
They eat the thing on the ground.
They read that thing there. Or is it, who doesn't sleep at night?
So this is what could have been happening in the fight earlier if he didn't manipulate it. You see that it takes a really long time for the ghost to get back to you.
Oh, it's a way, Phil.
And the thing is, like, there is a manipulation for this, but I don't know it.
Do you bathe at all?
Change your sheets sometimes? Oh, please, 3 spins?
So wasteful.
This is why it can take up to 5 minutes, just so you know. Okay, we'll
just eat junk food.
When we get to this, we'll each take a turn reading a particular developer.
Who wastes food? Who doesn't clean up their room?
Can you please
Oh my
stop
God,
doing
this
this
guy.
to me?
I think it wants you to eat the food instead. Come on.
There's a burger down here, isn't there? Or a hot dog or something.
Yep.
Report me later. Ah, I got you, buddy.
Do you bathe at all?
Oh, no. Imagine this on the boat as well, so that's how we get rid of that.
Yep.
Go home sometimes.
So yeah.
So this is just really weird. Basically, it's just someone who's kind of like not the cleanest of... Hello, villager. Oh, please. Oh, please.
So yeah, for some reason, basically, as Bowie mentioned, this is Quintet. Quintet is the developer of the game Terranigma. By the way, the Quintet studio unfortunately closed in the US just before Terranigma was released, which is why the most likely reason as to why this game never got the localization in the US.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically the HQ is literally we're going to have a chat with all of the developers to kind of, not to spoil, because the humor is kind of the fact that you can speak to them and they say different things based on the game because of it. Can this guy stop this?
Well,
For some reason it's just a high percentage chance, it seems, to always do this, and this is why Quintet HQ is as long as it is as an incentive, because it could just take so long. Okay, there we go. That's 4, so that's 4.
so yeah, this... Oh,
there we go. Okay. 5 hits for that one. The miserly ghost faded away.
And there's a chicken.
Thank you for helping me. I was held captive by that ghost. I was snoozing in the company crash pad like usual. When jitters, nobody could hear me yelling for help, but it's strange. I'm a game designer. I design games at Quintet. I know. I'll make a game where you are the hero. Sound good? Then I better get to work. Well, when it comes out, please buy it, yes? So now, Quintet is here. And we're going to have a little check-in with all of the developers. Do you want to go see the sound section? Have a look at the sound. This is sound, okay. This is... Go for it.
How do you like the music? I composed it. Let me know.
I will let you know. Go on, Goose.
Oh my goodness, haven't been home for a week, my honey.
Slaving away, creating all of the music. That was Kobayashi and can't remember the other composer's name. Like the game Illusion of Gaia 2, Quintet has grown larger. It was worthwhile not shaving a while. Let's go check out the. Let's have a look over here. We've got the general team.
Come on, y'all. 2-day weekend starting next month. Work now!
Hi, I am Sanaka. As a rookie, I'm just a bit player, but I'll get B.
Let's go into the back room. We've got the lab. Welcome to my lab. The beautiful resurrection scenes were made right here, but it's lonely here alone. If you think you have it, please help me.
There's a turtle there. It's not lonely.
Maybe the dev had a pet. I don't know. The development department. Okay, cool. Do you want to be the girl this time?
Do you remember? I finally made my debut as woman programmer.
Nice.
2-day weekends? I wonder that'll do with two whole holidays in a row.
I didn't see that last one. Sorry. I'm programmer Penguin K. Fake name. I'm almost human now. Oh, nice. The chickens are out. The planning team. The planning team. Send your comments about this game to NX Co Limited. Thank you.
Miyazaki-san led a big line that he was trapped by monsters. As the scenario writer, he should come up with better lies.
Wow, shots fired.
Thanks for last time. I started making the game starring you. The title is Illusion of Gaia 2. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I can't
love
wait.
that those are chickens.
And then the last one. So we've got graphics, the frogs. I'm going out for the dim sum lunch set again. Sounds good.
Anybody?
Verbs and rights.
Yeah, I bought him another Mac. Macs are great.
We can't talk about those.
Censor those.
Hi, I'm M, and I just joined the general fair section. I'm amazed at the filthiness of the place where the devs sleep. There we go. So, a nice little foray into Quintet's HQ. Thank you very much, Quintet.
Definitely one-to-one with him.
And thank you for donating for this.
Yeah, thank you very much for
the
allowing that. Yeah, it's, the game is rife with that kind of humor, and it's just it was nice that they kind of put that in there. It's like a little nod just to the hard working, the hard work that went into making this game. Yeah, there is actually something bonus in the Japanese version of the game. You get a quiz there, I believe, as well. But that was taken out of the English version, I think, maybe just because it was too much to
Localize.
Yeah, I think it also was very specific to
It was
Japan
specific
as well.
questions, yeah.
And you could win a Mackie Rock, which means Japanese version actually has one more Mackie Rocks in the entire game than the other versions.
I can run, yeah.
Yeah.
Back to freedom, where people are free. Freedom.
You mean Dave?
Sorry, well, actually, no, freedom's in Dave.
Oh, okay.
Oh, freedom's in Dave. Okay, so obviously now back to the main story. We've managed to go back to China. We sorted out the finished my airplane. The metal became available again. So he's telling us how to fly a plane. You press A, L, R, and X. There you go. Any budding pilots out there? Just when you are going to the training services and go. So where's the A button? X, L, and R. Sorted. Got it. No worries. I got this. This is actually quite hard to do. It's quite skillful to try and do this to land perfectly. So
It is really weird to fly this plane, I can tell you that much. Basically, you're just kind of more or less running like you are regular running on regular places.
Absolutely did not nail it whatsoever.
Yeah, it's really difficult actually to do this well. But hey, we get to Russia.
Yes, to Russia, which is
Or Siberia.
Yeah, Siberia. Very peculiar.
Actually, Mosque.
But we're going to. This is why I got all the money. This is a very important piece of armor. Goose, if you'd like. Elmagus, sorry. Goose is. If you want to tell us why we get that and what it does.
So we don't particularly care about defense at this point, but this armor is one of the few armors that has a very special property. It's going to reduce our HP, but it will simultaneously also increase our strength. So that's the trade-off here, and that's why we're getting it. Effectively, it's 5 strength, I believe?
It's a bit more than that. It's 5 for the Kung Fu Gi. It's 13, I believe. For the
13?
red armor.
Oh, dear.
It's really
That's, yeah, as you can imagine, that's a lot. And the levels you would have to grind to get that strength are obviously like, you know, get your 1 to 2 strength per level, maybe 3. So yeah. Cuts down the grinding necessary to proceed here by 4 levels roughly.
But as you said, it reduces your HP by I think about 100.
90. So
90.
Yeah.
90, yeah. It is basically, you have so little HP afterwards.
Why did I go to the weapon start room?
Which is also why the Enbu Pike route is generally more of a beginner type thing, but it's not really beginner because it has different repercussions, interestingly enough.
So yeah, I mean, we're now, because we're only going to get a few more levels. This is actually the space of our final grind in the game. The rest of it will just be, you know, killing enemies along the way, and we'll level up to a certain point. Now, in a PB attempt, I'd only grind up to level 26 here, but as it's a marathon run, I don't want to die. I'm going to be going to level 27. I realize I don't have any bulbs.
That is specifically for the final boss later, actually.
Yeah, but it does also help this boss here, because the boss in here is the final one that's probably the most annoying run killer. Because again, it's got a lot of lag, so if you get caught out, you can die quite painfully and very sadly. But yeah, this is Baruga's lab. So remember, we're hunting for geniuses. So whilst we're getting set up this, or getting to our grind, and going to be doing that, Bob, do we have any more donations?
I certainly do.
What generous people.
Baffin has donated $10 and says, "Greetings from France. Donating that so that our French boy Le Grand gets his name in this run. Keep up the good work with the amazing marathon. Less than 3." And that was donating so that he could be, so that he could name one of the characters in Golden Sun, Piers LGG, after a member of the French community. An anonymous $30 donation with no message. Thank you for your generous donation. And DX Steve with no comment, but it's a $5 donation, so thank you very much for that. Just let me, while I've got this, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Yeti and how they're helping us out. I mentioned earlier when we were going through and fighting Yetis that the Yeti are doing 9 fantastic t-shirts for us this year. But what I forgot to mention was that $3 from every t-shirt that is bought is being donated to NAMI. They support us, as Yeti support us really, really well. You can head over to YETHEYETE.com/RPG Limit Break to see all of the designs. And as I said, $3 of those do go to NAMI.
Okay. While we're here, I think maybe some people may have kind of missed how we went from China and basically middle-aged China or something like that, suddenly to robots.
Yeah, robots and machines and teleporters. Yeah. So again, this is kind of our whole idea of time kind of moving with our good hero arc here. And also we have missed out completely, I mentioned it earlier, one massive part of the late part of this game, which is the overall resurrection and growth of humanity and the world and mankind. So you can start this off by, in Loire, after the king dies, there's an election pretty much in Loire where you have to choose between 2 people to lead the growth of Loire. If you choose one of them, nothing happens. If you choose the other one, they kind of like try to progress, and then you can meet people like Matisse, the painter, and you can kind of inspire his work. He gives you a painting, and you can like take it around and kind of build up his popularity. So then Matisse becomes a painter that everyone knows, and then you can kind of like grab items from other places. You can get like we can get fashion from France, take it over to America, and there's some ladies who are like, wow, I love this, I'm going to buy more of their work. So then you can kind of like build up the economies of the different towns, and then it kind of brings them forward in their timelines. So you actually, when you're in America, you can meet Alexander Graham Bell and Thomas Edison. He's called Eddie, and obviously they create, they discover electricity and all that kind of stuff, the telephone. So you can then kind of like evolve the world that way as well, and then the world will come into the future alongside that. But if you don't do it, you then get rural France very kind of old style, and then suddenly this. So
Yes, indeed. Also something that you probably, well, didn't see because we didn't go there. In that town where he just kind of went and bought that armor, there were also basically guys with those white coats. And it's kind of a weird type of thing where it's like a cult, but for science. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Essentially, the people there pretty much worship one of the scientists called Beruga, who apparently is currently in cryogenic sleep. And
yeah,
they worship him like literally the second coming. That's just kind of from the game, essentially. And they essentially have that kind of cult following for him. And if you just kind of notice there, he is a genius, but is that really the way to go here?
Yeah. Not quite sure about this chap. So 3 extra attack, defense, oh nice, and luck.
So yeah, we are now level 27, and that is pretty much the level what we is going to go with.
Yep. I will level up 2 more times naturally through the rest of the course of the game.
Just by killing stuff along the way.
Yep. Yeah, a PB attempt, I'd do that for 26. I'd end up at level 28. Where we'd then get 14 HP from the next level up and have 194. Which isn't much.
By the way, you can more or less vanish behind the pillars by just walking down left. Down left against the thing. It's weird. It's just basically perfectly in sync. Like that, yeah. It's just... I like those kinds of little things. Alrighty, and we are just kind of progressing more through Beruga's lab, and what are those with ice cubes? What do you think?
I just call them ice cubes. Someone's going to have
I guess
a whiskey on the rocks.
I always think that when I come to America, it's just kind of, why do those Americans kind of have an obsession with ice cubes in every single drink? It's just ridiculous, and probably the ice cubes there came a bit to life, I guess.
Yeah, the crazy looks I get when I'm like, can I have a drink with no ice? You just... They're like,
it dilutes the drink, so why would you want it? I mean,
it comes out of the tap cold, and it's not going to last long enough.
Sorry, the British are just... the Europeans are going nuts over here.
So, we just missed the password.
It was Bloody Mary.
Bloody Mary?
I wonder why.
How do you know that?
Because it said it.
Yeah.
Yomi tells you.
Yomi.
I don't know how he knows, but he told us.
Yeah.
Yomi, why are you so smart? Yomi, you legend.
Also, I guess in case you didn't make the connection yet with Bloody Mary, King Henry, and Wong basically all being more or less connected in some kind of weird way, well, there you have it, pretty much on the face.
Okay. Focus time again. Sorry, I was just moving forward. Yeah, continue. You were saying.
That's alrighty. So, Mr. Magus, do you have some words for the big robot?
Oh, sure. It's a very big robot, but yeah, it's one of the toughest bosses in the game. Essentially, Bowie already hinted towards it. He did equip Neos Fang, I believe, in order because it's not elemental, so he's going to deal a decent amount of damage. Bosses have the resistance. The worst thing about this boss is he kind of has to work with a lot of lag here. That's the problem. You know, it's not a very difficult boss in theory, but you'll quickly notice once this battle starts that anything lags the game incredibly, and it's kind of hard to maintain your slicer attacks here.
Also, when he jumps away, he is briefly invulnerable until he fully lands again. And you just kind of need to time your slicer attacks in a way that you don't get hit.
Yeah. Oh, that was... Okay, we're good. We're good.
Nice. All right, that's really nice.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Yuki can still hit you here, so I'm gonna...
Yeah, that's definitely...
Oh, really nice.
Okay, yeah. I mean, at one level lower, you do not do 100 damage either. So if you're on like a PB attempt and you're trying to do that, you do like I think 70, and then he hits you by 110. And there was or a little bit less than that sometimes, but.
And if you get hit by this boss, you basically are dying, even though he can't one-shot you. Once you get hit, you get like a little stun, no matter what attack hits you. And most of the time, you get hit twice or 3 times due to that, and then you're just dying.
Yeah.
We skipped a bit of a curious translation, but again, we've roused Beruga. Nothing else.
Yes.
Nothing else. Don't add any letters to that.
Green hair guy is Beruga, and apparently he promised eternal life. He didn't say in which form it would come.
No, he didn't. But yeah, so this is our genius that we needed to resurrect.
According to the Elder.
Yes. People can live forever, basically stopping death from being a thing. I spoke to the zombie earlier, so I don't have to walk up to it, and I can stay in this position. Because after you've spoken to the zombie and done this bit, you have to approach Baruga for the defense system to take place to fry you, and increase our macho percentage by 10 points.
Nice. That's way faster than going to sleep.
Oh, yeah, much. My liege shall soon re-emerge from the underworld. Liege from the underworld? What do you mean? He is the world. Let us witness the world on the verge of great progress. And Ark, unfortunately, passes away. And thankfully we went to Quintet now, because if we didn't, you'll see that Neo Tokyo has been attacked by a biological weapon called Asmodeus, which completely annihilates Neo Tokyo.
And it's the reason why this game wasn't released in America.
You sure?
The door doesn't open, but they come out. I don't understand that one, but, you know.
I mean, they are already dead. They're
Yeah.
ghosts by now.
So Baruga's not a nice guy,
Not really.
but we help resurrect him. What are we doing?
He basically just kind of alludes to he purchased the ones that are not worthy
Yeah.
from the surface, and
A,
only a few can survive anyways. Me and the few chosen ones.
Rando, you have done well to groom the world so far. Baruga will make this world fantastic. Your duty is finished. You shall rest eternally.
Dang. But the last consciousness of Ark calls out. Going to die. I wonder what I fought for all this time. What was I shaping a world like Baruga wanted? Somebody tell me. I don't want to die without knowing.
And all of a sudden,
They're shined a shiny demon. No, that's right, Rando. You must not die in a place like this. You exist outside the loop of fate, and I will now transport your body to me.
the loop of fate.
God, sorry, goosebumps. So we're back in Tibet, where Lord Kamari. That was the voice of Lord Kamari calling to us to keep us alive. We're not done yet.
Yes, he basically teleported you to safety. Kind of like, well, as I said, Lord Kumari is a surprisingly powerful individual, apparently. May he was just kind of tending to you, and then if you basically were to talk with Lord Kumari, he would just kind of explain to you the current situation and as to whether...
Sorry, I was just counting steps.
That's good.
There's a setup to get the dash across the desert to get to the exact place. So.
Yeah, that's a lot faster than doing it the diagonal way. Essentially, Lord Kumari now tells you that you need to go and gather the Starstones.
Yeah, so you should probably go and actually speak to Kamari before you leave. I just ran out, yeah, as you were saying. So those Starstones that I picked up from the Penguin, that's what it's for. The Starstones are something quite special in being able to save the world here. In the Sahara Desert, though, there's a skeleton here.
And if you remember, Liam actually acquired a Starstone as a, token of courage. And apparently, for some reason, this is the Starstone that Liam once had. So
A human found him, it must seem, or infiltrated the Safarium, which is not good news.
No, not really. I never thought about that. That's true. Essentially, when you explore and develop Neo Tokyo a little bit more, you actually eventually get to a point where you see there being various creatures and animals caged, including the kingbird.
Yeah, you can save him for I think it's 2,000 gems. I think. So yeah, you can see that humans have gone around and poached, captured and poached these animals, and it's kind of this. By the way, we willingly came to Australia. This is the only time we actually do it in the run, bless.
Also, fun fact: I don't think you can die in Australia.
No, I don't think you can. No.
Actually, technically you can.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well played. So yeah, we're now hunting for the Starstone. So we got the one that Liam had, but we don't know where Liam is, that's kind of scary. We might have lost our lion friend. An Australian scientist had one.
And he was just kind of told through mysterious means that he should wait here on top of Ayers Rock for the guy who is supposed to get it.
He had a feeling.
Yeah, pretty much. And everybody in town calls him crazy, but thankfully he is the good kind of crazy. That seems to be all right after all.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Quick break-in if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Mystic 7 Orgia gives us another $5. Says, "Hey Goose, a wild distraction appears. Sorry about the Zelda relay, I couldn't resist. Here's $5 to your choice. So, are you sticking with Iris, or do you want Ramza to be called Bowie?"
I'm sticking to Iris.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Elmegas.
That's fine.
This
man.
is why we're
It's fine,
friends.
Yeah.
And to counteract that, I have $25 from Spilsbury Bob that says, "This one's for Bowie's choice, as long as it's not rando runs."
Okay. I will put that on to naming Ramza Bowie. Thank you very much for protecting me.
That's fine.
Best friend ever.
So with that, we have Bowie is going to actually be at about $100, and Doritos is still at 30 on that one. So.
Okay, so we went to the police department in Tokyo, and there was a transceiver there, or a walkie-talkie, or a radio, whatever you want to call it, which allowed us to hear into the sewers, and we could hear some noise. There was a young girl screaming for help in the sewers. So we need to get down there and save some humans.
Yes. Apparently the Asmodeus virus that just eradicated everybody else did not affect the little girl. For whatever reason, I guess there are some people that are somewhat immune to it, after all. So, yeah.
This bit is really these enemies drop so much experience and money. So this is for anyone who played it casually. I'm pretty sure all of you probably grinded in this particular spot to get your level ups because it's just that good a place to grind.
Also, they use machine guns at you.
Of course they do. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they?
It is kind of efficient.
So we hear again the young girl crying for help. Help me, mummy, I'm scared. Shriek. She's seen something though. Something scared her. We need to go save her, but we need a key to get through to the second part of the sewers.
Yes. And a fun fact.
Oh, who'd have thought?
A fun fact, that key is actually mostly irrelevant. It's just a cutscene just before the key door that actually opens the door rather than the key itself.
Yeah, you don't actually need to go here at all. You don't need to equip the key or use the key. It's just
because you could technically just use the bone pin to get outside and then go back to the sewers, and the door doesn't open even though you have the key. It's kind of strange.
Good damage rolls there. If I was to get hit by the bullets, I would take so much damage. And there's level 28. You need to get the level on that screen to be in order to be on good pace for your experience. This is where I do my usual public service announcement when it comes to traveling through Tokyo. If you ever do go into the sewers, I do need you to be very aware of some of the wildlife that's down there. It's a little known fact that, what was that, a lion? A lion in the sewers? So, again, this is one of those things that people may not know, but the Japanese, or the Tokyo sewers are just rife with lions. So be aware of Japanese sewer lions when you do travel abroad. Okay, boys and girls? Public service announcement earlier, over. Calm down, it's okay. But those pesky Japanese sewer lions.
Yeah, I guess we just kind of need to really quick go and help that little lady.
Of course, yeah, so we're going to run as fast as we can. Nice, good damage. I should be, I'm level 28, so I'll get the good damage rolls to kill those guys in one hit. I'll be using the speed boots for this for the most part. And again, getting the experience where I can.
So, and those weird enemies up ahead are actually pretty mean. If you don't know about them, they just kind of shoot you straight away without you even being able to see them first. It's kind of rude.
Quite tricky.
And also, in case you missed it, Bowie constantly uses that slicer or that running attack in order to gain a ton of invulnerability frames so he cannot get hit. So he uses that one early, not because he is just kind of attacking too early and misses him, but to literally get through the attack of the enemies so he does not get hit in the process.
So our angry, snarling lion started purring. Who might that be? Any guesses, anyone?
It was on screen just now.
It was on screen.
Move fast.
I'm just trying to get the people to, get involved. It was Liam. Who'd have thought?
Is it Dave?
It was Dave. Dave the lion. So somehow Liam managed to get to Japan.
Yep. And he saw the Starstone being carried away, around by the little girl and just kind of thought that was his. That's my token of courage.
Yeah.
But actually it is heirloom thing from the little girl's family that she just kind of happened to have, and not from Liam actually. And here basically we get a call from a rescue team, I think from Yonko. And well, they just kind of say, okay, stay right there, we're coming for you. And we tell Liam, take good care of the little lady, and well, off we go, because we still have places to be.
So we've got 4 out of 5 Starstones. The one from the penguin, the one from the desert, the one from Australia, and the one from the young girl in the sewers in Japan. 1 left to go. Now, this is a place that's mentioned previously before. When we were in Brazil, we were told about a place called Astarica with a strange shrine. So we're going to go to Astarica, or Astarica, however you want to say it. And we're going to, this is perhaps the weirdest part of the run. I was thinking about it a little bit more, and I've kind of come to some kind of easy way to explain. But first of all, there's this goblet filled with a drink, and without even thinking, he just drinks from the goblet himself, where we get the happiest and most excited ghosts I've ever seen in my life. Just cruising around him as he passes out of consciousness. They're so excited. We're going to get you. We're going to get you. On awakening, you shall be witness to an odd vision. This is not real what's happening here. Yeah, so for some reason, Peril and Malin are here. If you speak to them, they haven't got the same name. They're not actually called Peril and Malin. They are just a physical representation of 2 other people.
Yes, and further down below is Mayhu, that is not really Mayo. So, yeah, that's really weird. Also, naturally, just kind of statue pushing, possibly push them into the correct place, and it opens up the thingy. So, what is going on here?
We are pushing the statue. That's what's going on. We're going to make our way through this hall to a deeper sanctum within, where people gain. Well, we'll find out when we get there. I don't want to ruin too much, but because it's kind of easier to explain whilst it's happening. When I kind of came up with some kind of like actual theory behind what is actually really. Thank you. I got the double hit there, which is not good because they knock you back. There we go. Boof. Okay, good game. Okay, there we go. Now, this is the inner sanctum where we see Princess Ellie from the overworld, Fida and Royd. Unbelievable. You chose the correct goblet. She's called Phyla. I can see a scene a year ago. I took you as you wailed to the back of the altar. You became totally alone. Superhuman. Okay. Never died. The true significance of God. So this is about humanity, human beings gaining the power of God and not understanding and fully comprehending the power at their fingertips and abusing that. So yeah, quite a deep thing to think of. You know, it's not a power that humans should wield. It's a little bit too much for them to handle, so it's pointless to say anything now.
And also, not Royd and not Fida.
An emotion called love that no other living thing has. A human emotion. Phyla and Roy are together as they are banished to the Shadow Realm.
Rip.
Okay. Perfect turn. So again, this is a place where people assume a godhood. So the imitation Ellie here, who had received that power, dares us to do the same. Why don't you try it for yourself? It's filled to the brim. Chuckle.
Oh yeah, chuckle.
Yeah, exactly. Chuckle. Just necks it in one. Chuckle. We love to drink with Ark, because Ark is our mate.
It's not Ark, it's Rando.
Oh, sorry. We love to drink with Rando.
Rando drinks. Sometimes you have coffee, sometimes you have some beer.
And suddenly there's a chest with the final Starstone. Now, with all 5 Starstones complete, we need to go and do something very, very special. So, light and dark, everyone has their light and dark side so far. Fida and Roy, they're polar opposites of each other in a way. You've got Wong and Lon. You've got, you know, well, you've got Ellie and Elle. So we're going to go down to Antarctica and find a desert. Yes, a desert in Antarctica. Or the South Pole. Here we are. Don't know why. But yeah, so this is where everything kind of gets turned on its head a little bit and everything kind of comes to a head. Let's not bonk that. We're going to equip ourselves with those wondrous star stones and place them into the 5 skulls here. And as I said, everyone has a light and dark side. Everyone. So, a voice echoed in Rando's head, and it sounded exactly like Rando, who survived countless encounters with danger. He never did die. It is because you are the legendary hero.
And there's a mysterious outline that may seem familiar.
I represent the light side, and you represent the dark side. Every time we have one doppelganger. There are 2 randos. External. Open seed, closed seed. Progressive, non-progressive. The bow's in pedestal, or it's in mimic cave. No. So we've met with the light side hero, and it turns out that we are in fact the dark side because we come from the we come from the underground, and the light side died. So what he's doing is he's forcing us to sacrifice ourselves to resurrect himself.
Rest in peace.
And that's the end of chapter 3. So we're now into, this is the finale of this. And
this is chapter 4.
The resurrection of the hero. Now, again, time is a curious thing, isn't it?
Yes,
I'd say
indeed.
so.
Mm-hmm.
We've lost the dark side hero, who we were controlling, and by the soul of the light side hero hitting into him and forcing self-resurrection. And then we suddenly in Stockholm, and Ellie's here, and I recognize that hairstyle, but before, we need to prepare our baby rages, ladies and gentlemen. Now that's over with. Ellie is going to comfort the young babe. Oh dear. I wonder how much time has passed since I began living with you. I was shocked when I found you, and you had a similar resemblance. Yeah. I think I'm a touch loud now, yeah. So Ellie left the room to go and find something to help cheer up baby, random baby, not baby anyone, baby, random baby. And Elle appears. Now, Elle, kill him. Do not hesitate. That is why you were sent from Krista to the outside. Now that babe is powerless. Hurry. And suddenly the baby's head gets a lot smaller. And apparently, those 2 didn't cross in the hallway. Rando? Why did you call him Rando? A baby can't just walk away. Rando, where are you? I haven't said that at all. Waking up in a cold sweat. Stop hesitating. Kill that babe now. Rando, forgive me. So,
Pardon me, what are you doing here?
Who are you? You have my exact same face. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Yomi, what are you doing here? Well, well, quite an interesting guest. Elle, dispose of this girl too. What?
What?
Preemptive. So I'll explain this one bit here, and then we got a long time for some donations in just a second. So I'll get through this bit. We're now going to be visited by all of the powerful people that we met in the time. So Kumari, the Kingbird, Ratri, and they're going to call to the hero, and they're waiting for him to save them. So he's going to be visited by the voice of all of them. And this is the moment where the light side hero is resurrected fully. Amazingly, with all of the memories of the dark side hero that we just had for the last 3 hours, 40-ish, that happened. So please save this planet.
Yeah, we did kind of get the information that we are somehow in a cycle.
Yes. So when you were talking to the light side soul that was talking to Ark about, it's time to resurrect me and then you can die. He's talking about how if you actually watch the opening cutscene or the opening kind of animation to the game, there's this clock that's kind of passing through, and at some point the time freezes, and then the numbers move to the side and allow a 13th hour to be born. And what's happening is Ark was sent on this time on this journey to resurrect all the continents, the birds, the animals, which are the same thing. Birds are animals. They're jerks, actually. They're jerks. And then the humans, and then kind of like cultivate human evolution. But then it goes a step too far with Baruga, with Asmodeus, and they're currently hanging in a time that should not exist, a reality that should not be. That is this 13th hour. And so the resurrection of the light side hero is to destroy that cycle, destroy the 13th hour, and bring humanity in the world back to a safe and stable state. But we need to stop Baruga. And the final thing to explain, as we get some fantastic resurrection music, and the hairstyle changes just slightly.
It evolves into...
Baby Ark digivolve into Mega Garuru Ark.
The representative of light and dark spoken of as the hero is here. I was ordered by the Elder of Krista when Randa was resurrected. Baruga, kill him. I bided my time, but I can't kill you. Humans called him the devil. And Elle just runs away. She can't face what she was meant to do. She didn't know about this. She didn't know. She was told that she was being sent to the surface to kill someone who would danger Krista. And it turns out that it was Ark, and she was, she didn't know that this was the way she'd meet again. I was ordered to kill someone on the surface, endangering Krista. As I said, it would turn out to be you. And then Yomi, I shall kill him. What? Betrayed by my inventory cursor! Damn you! Yomi set up an earthquake which immobilizes me. So, at this point, we can't move, and Elle, how shall I do you? And Elle stops in to save us. Stop! Everyone has a light and dark side. And Elle, what she does, she sacrifices herself and pulls both her and Yomi back to the underworld and saves Rando from his fate. So with that, I'll let you go through the donations as this continues.
Lovely. So, we have $10 from Joseph Fox, who says, always fun reading chat when they're finding out about Terranigma. Such a good game. This money goes towards having Shania as one of the party members in Shadow Hearts from the New World. Olix. I have no idea how to pronounce that. $50. Hey Sid, who is this blue-haired character? Must be Alex, right? $5 from LeGrand Grand. Hello everyone, LGG here. I've heard the French Restream tried to get peers with my name. Guess I'm gonna have to donate for that then. Good luck with every runners. GL for the end of the run, Bowie. Good luck, Sid, and may Kabomba gods be nice for you on this Golden Sun 2 run, the year of Golden Sun hype. And $25 from Story Mode Steve. The comment says, let's get cultural in this. Who can figure out where this name is from without Googling it? 10 intranets if you do. Seriously though, great cause. I am happy to donate. And the name is Yu Qiang for Kyogre in Pokemon Sapphire. So, since we're talking about Pokemon Sapphire, that is coming up here soon, and we have that name. So let's take a look at the naming incentives for Kyogre, which is currently going to be won by Yu Qiang, and then I should have expected this. Elmagus is in second place with $12.50.
So we just quickly could just do this. So obviously we're on the light side of the blue door of where Stockholm was, and the hidden thing that was in that the people were trying to hide was the light side, Pandora's box, all the good things that can happen to the world, and then the hero pike and hero arm, which is the only thing in the narrative that can help the hero defeat Dark Gaia. A small kind of like bit about that said there. Ellie asked Ark, who do you prefer, me or your L? And no matter what you choose, Ark will always have memories and feelings of the L he's known for all his life. But Ellie then says, I understand that, but I will wait here for you as long as it takes until you come back to me, kind of thing. It's just a nice little thing to remember. But yeah, if you have any more, we can finish it up.
Well, what I want to do is, since we've jumped around a bit on what donation incentives we're following here, I want to update people on the Iris summon, because that is coming up in the next game, Golden Sun Lost Age, which is, the main goal is $1,000, but we've got 392 of that so far, and it's actually pretty impressive, so let's get some money in towards that if you want to see it. Start getting your donations in towards that. Though Bowie would much rather you named Ramza Bowie, because, well, reasons really.
Yeah. Okay, so we're done with all the big old cutscenes for that for the time being. I'm going to equip the speed shoes again. I'm going to equip one of the strongest weapons in the game, the hero pike, and then I'm going to head on out of here with my final bone pin. That's the last one that I will use. There was a letter from, if you thought all that cutscene was enough, I then had to speak to a pigeon. And it gave me a letter saying that Mayho was going to, wants me to meet with Fida, Royd, Peril, and Malin at the lab tower to the east of Siberia. So, in order to do that, we gotta go back to freedom.
Indeed. So basically, you just kind of have your powerful allies that help you along the way on your journey, and well, those are apparently those that you've met along your journey. So they're going to be helping you on that final stage of the game, essentially. Maybe something worth mentioning, the light side Pandora's box also contained the light side Yomi, who is the true representation of the hero, in a sense. And that is pretty interesting, I feel.
Just going to buy some bulbs here. I'll do it here because it's a quicker place to get to the shop. Okay, let's go.
Also, you can buy small ones here, which is nice.
But they only heal 20 HP, and at this point, enemies deal so much damage that it's just not worth it.
It's nice to top it off on Dark Gaia, usually.
Yeah. I'm a little bit too high. Yeah. Better positioning on the Y-axis, but...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, X-axis.
That axis.
Okay, so this is our final dungeon in the game, and then we've got the boss afterwards. So, the estimate is probably we're gonna go over the 4 hours, but sub 405 is gonna be possible. That was to be added with the Quinta HQ. Poor Exel can back me up on that one. Sweet!
Yay!
Yes! I get to cry on stream. Great.
Yeah.
So does that mean the RPG chick loses the follower or not?
Only if I go over 405.
Okay.
Don't worry, RPGC, I got you. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Okay, so this is, again, we're going to have a long wait whilst Malin does her job. She's going to use her illusions to get past the security cameras and disable them. So wonderfully, because these allies are with me, they kind of are within the same time stream as me, so they even though we're perhaps in this really weird kind of like time zone, they're not, they didn't die from the many years between, Bloody Mary's reign and robots.
Oh yes. Speaking of Bloody Mary, by the way, something worth not mentioning, I feel like, in the end, it turns out Columbus didn't get tortured because he took the three princes on a journey. It turns out Bloody Mary was, after all, just kind of a servant of Dark Gaia, and also was after Pandora's box, and Columbus was the guy who actually brought it to Stockholm and hid it in there.
Yeah. So, as well, to kind of, if it was missed in terms of the script, the Elder sent everyone, or sent Ark up. The Elder sent El up. The Elder has been confirmed as our target, so he's not so nice. He tried to kill us. He's the one who sent us out. He put all this plan into motion. The Elder is Dark Gaia. Who'd have thought? Such
In
a
answer to your request earlier, if we could add 15 minutes to the timer. No, but we added 5.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. The +5 was for the Quintet HQ. That was because it is one of those things that is based on how much RNG comes out of it. That was close. I almost got exploded. There we go. That's good. Twice. So touching the getting a body shot from the pigs there doesn't do too much damage, but they're good damage there. But the grenades do a lot. So
yeah, the projectiles are crazy. Even if they use their bazooka, it's just kind of, well, you're almost dead now.
Even with, because if I was to equip the hero armor, sure, I'd be better off. But then my attack would decrease exponentially.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. We did not equip actually the hero arm because the attack increase is so insane that we definitely don't want to miss that out, even though it is just, well, a lot less HP and also a fair bit less defense.
Yeah. So you can see all of the allies we've made over the course of this journey are coming back to our aid to help us get through this final hurdle. Some have a bit more of a role to play than others. So again, I have died on this screen before because of this chap here. I'm just going to make sure I kill him. Just make sure you do that properly.
And in all the rooms around this area is basically all your friends are basically just in different rooms, and you need to hit all the switches at the same time, kind of like, well, I guess usual, you could say, in order for you to open up the gate so you can get to the airship docks in time, and just like that.
We have not. Now we're on an airship. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit over the top. And then Fida, who is an ancient, a middle-aged knight, suddenly learns how to use time bombs. She took a crash course in,
Crashing.
Crash course in great. Yeah, but so we get 7 time bombs that we need to attach to the 7 supercomputers around Baruga's airship now. So this is a computer. This is what it looks like. I should level up in this place. This is the last bunch of enemies I'm going to be coming into contact with. So I'd like a crit, please. Thank you.
Wow.
Ask and it shall be so. Oh, there we go.
So yeah, even though Lady Fida is just kind of standing right in front of this computer, you should not forget to put a time bomb here as well. That is actually something that I think that took me a really long time as a kid to figure out. Oh wait, they didn't plant the time bombs themselves.
Double crit. Sorry, I was enjoying
Crit,
that moment.
crit.
It just kind of, I don't need.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so 3 more. These things can still kill you, even though I'm this strong. I don't know. It's because the armor that I've got on isn't okay. There's a level up. Level 29. So I'm now going to have 209 HP. So at level 28, I have 194. If I was to fight the end boss at that, the end boss has 6 different damage rolls at level 28. And one of them is 210, which is 16 HP higher than my maximum. So on a PB attempt, you'd go for that. And then if you get hit and you get unlucky with the damage roll, you die. And I'm sorry, but you don't get a PB. That's just the risk you got to take. However, the HP increase is to 209, why am I going up here? And the damage decrease from the defense upgrade is enough to make sure that we don't get that damage roll being a potential. So we completely remove the potential of a one-shot. In order for me to get a sub 405, this needs to be a blistering Dark Gaia.
Yep, that's going to be interesting.
I
So,
don't think
why
it's
do we
gonna-
know it's Dark Gaia?
Pardon, sorry?
Why do we know it's Dark Gaia?
Why do we know it's Dark Gaia?
We don't yet, though, do we?
Oh, well, we know that the Elder is the one that set this all up, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I guess it's just a name that wasn't mentioned. So, alrighty, we finally arrived at the end, and we basically cornered Dr. Baruga, exploded all the time bombs, so the airship is now crashing onto the floor. We made sure to get some
Jetpacks.
jetpacks, yeah, that we can actually safely escape from the airship crashing.
Yeah.
That's the idea, anyways. And Baruga just kind of laughs at us.
Yeah.
Why?
So here we are. That's not at all a precarious looking situation. You've done remarkably well for the likes of you. Take my shoes. They have jet nozzles, conventional, right? He says that your stolen rocket belts, they are tied to the ship's computer, so by destroying the computer, they don't work. So we are going to go down with the ship.
And he laughs at you because, ha, I can survive with my, what is going on? No.
Dark Gaia, save me! We split. 4:15 to do this. Sorry, RPGC. -1. No. We'll see. We'll see. As I said, I have to get a blistering final boss fight for that. So I mentioned obviously earlier that Fider and Royd have a bit. It's a bit of a far-fetched notion, but there is kind of these hints to this concept in their dialogue when they're talking. That these two are actually human reincarnation and parallels of the goats from Eclamata.
Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. There's nothing there that confirmed it, but the theory has been put forward because the bond that Fider and Royd have after they kind of have that conversation, and he finds out that she's fighting for someone that she wants to protect. She's a very protective person, just like the goat was of her husband, and just trying to find a way to survive. The perseverance from the two, and then the sudden attachment he has to her. It's kind of that thought there.
Interesting. Never thought about that.
That's really cool.
So, also, there was one seagull just kind of mentioning it up on the ship. Basically, the kingbird sent his servants trying to help them, but it was too high up for them to all fly up. Only one seagull made it up.
Yeah.
And so, naturally, Royd and Lady Fida stand back and let the hero move.
So, and that thing is, and that's the thing as well. The goat said, you've got to persevere. I'll find a way out. And as they send Ark off on the on the seagull, they both say, "We'll be fine. We'll figure this out. We'll find a way to survive."
That scene so upset me as a kid.
Yeah, it's sad.
Because I already thought they actually died when I was in Asterica, because I didn't quite understand the concept. But then here, once more. Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Are you going to do safety save?
No, there's no need for it really.
Alrighty.
I've got a save already made that's level 29 right here, so
That's
it's
fair.
exactly the same. Of course. So Columbus, hello, how's it going? So the ship landing, as we're talking about these cycles of life and death, obviously it's only natural that we're going to go back to where it all started. So we return to the underworld and we return to our hometown of Krista for our finale here.
It almost come to a conclusion. It all
Time
goes
flows like a
back.
river, and history repeats. So.
Whoa.
Oh.
I like that.
Now everyone here is. I'll just show you just for the hell of it, because I'm not going to do it in a minute 30. If you speak to anyone, the Krista gets a little darker.
If you never found out, you could have been happy.
And then it turns out that all these people are created, not real.
So yeah, the general idea is just kind of, how the people at the beginning turned into those blue statues? They were not frozen. In fact, they were all made out of crystal blue, like everything is down here. Everything down here is a copy of something that existed on the surface one way or another. And well, because the souls left the bodies, they were returned to their original crystal blue state. The souls were the motor, essentially, the energy that drives them. And here,
And that's what. And then that's the bubbles you see floating in the air. Earth has cycled through growth and decline to two opposing wills. Light created life, and dark destroyed what was unnecessary. And the will of dark now tolls your end. Your duty is finished. Let's make our way to the Gaia Stone, of course. So this is the finale. A two-faced boss.
yes. I believe in Illusion of Gaia / Illusion of Time. It's kind of like the idea of Dark Gaia pretty much uses the destructive energy and the resurrection cycles as a source of energy for his own reasons, whatever that might be. I don't think it's ever necessarily explained as to what Dark Gaia's intention are in Terranigma itself. But essentially you can also kind of see the depiction on the left and right side. Also, once again, he uses the select buffer to go in and out of the box real quick to completely skip the texts there. And, well, it looks kind of alien, doesn't it?
Okay, so this is part 1 of Dark Gaia. You can see the soul in the center, which is the nice start.
Yeah, so what Bowie needs to do here, he needs to have very specific positioning. There, we got it. Perfect. That was very well done. You need to be in a very specific position in order for Dark Gaia to actually be damageable, or like, you know,
Yes.
lower his shields, basically.
Yeah. Because he's like flashing, he materializes fully.
Yeah.
So there's that is actually a particular setup to do that. I'm going to heal because I took a stunging.
So yeah, like he mentioned earlier, if you get hit by Dark Gaia, the highest damage roll is 210, well, normally.
But it would be, yeah, not now though.
It's 200, I believe, now.
Yes.
So he still has to be careful if he gets hit. He needs to heal
Good thing
immediately.
he healed.
Yeah.
So, also, the best damage he can deal is literally regular hits, not flurry attacks.
You need to stop that, my friend.
Oh boy. It's not flurry attacks, it's literally just regular hits, and just regular hits again and again and again and again in order to damage Dark Gaia the most efficiently. Slicer actually works, and this is the gigantic lag laser. Yeah, it lags quite a bit. By the way, fun fact, this laser here only deals 1, 2, 3 damage if you defend against it. That is kind of flat type of damage. However, if you do not defend against it, it always deals half of your HP in damage. So that means you can actually die if you have only 2 or 3 HP left from the laser here. However, you cannot die to it if you do not defend, because it always is trying to take away half.
Yeah, and it stops everyone, basically.
So Bowie is also using the slice to the left and right side here in order for him to anticipate those lasers, trying to not get hit by them. So basically after every one of those, whatever those projectiles are, Dark Gaia has a reasonably high chance of using the laser attack. Also, he waits at the bottom of the platform to basically bait Dark Gaia closer to the platform so you can actually hit it. This music is really sweet. Also, he hits the large bolt there at the end, and that kind of heals him back up and also cancels out a little bit of damage.
Time. Sorry.
Sweet.
Sorry. Sorry, I completely forgot to say I was coming up, yeah. But yeah, that's Dark Gaia defeated. Yeah, so you can see if he doesn't come down, you can't hit him. There is actually very, very new, like 2 weeks ago, a brand new manipulation was routed for this fight, which makes it a 3-minute fight, a guaranteed 20 to 27-second fight. Yeah, I haven't learned the full thing. It's very, very specific. So I didn't want to risk it. So
it's very hard to do because you have to go through 2 fights, not only like the one fight. No, you have to do the first phase perfectly, and then from there do the manipulation. And it's really hard.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, a little bit of a bittersweet ending. So everything now that Dark Gaia has been defeated, which was the kind of soul of this area, it's going to disappear. and we're being spoken to by Light Guy, which is actually the light side representation of the hero, or of, you know, you know, like Elder is Dark Gaia, Ark is Light Gaia, basically. But like two kind of consciousnesses, two kind of consciousnesses that speak to each other. They're going to return to their respective world. So although we resurrected the light side hero in ourselves, Ark is still, you know, the body, the memories, the soul is still
The creation of Dark Gaia.
Yeah.
And by the way, fun fact, if you never talk to anyone of the villagers, the music and the environment still looks the regular environment here.
I've made it creepy, I'm sorry.
It's not creepy, pretty creepy.
Yeah, so this is a very emotional kind of moment. So Ellie outside lost her village, she lost her village and her parents. And that's why she said that she lost her ability to speak. I can feel the pain that she went through. So this is kind of like summing everything up. Yomi's here to kind of explain what's going on. See a little bit down. What am I fighting for? I was told by the elders to resurrect. I went above ground. And it was resurrected.
So yeah. Basically, Ark just kind of... He did all this to try and save his friends, his family. He is pretty much the only people he knew. And now in the end, it turns out that, well, those that he knew, they were just kind of creations.
Just noticed estimate 410. Yeah! Underestimate, boys.
Don't worry, RPGC. The tech crew got your back.
Nice. I mean, this is the English version, so the text is a lot longer than the other one.
The funny story about this is my estimate when I submitted it. Well, I submitted the Japanese version, and then I was like, you should probably play the English because everyone's not played it, it'll be good. And then I found out that it was actually 12 to 15 minutes slower, so I was like, you know what, I'm going to go for it. Yeah, I got a 3:59 last night. But yeah, it was a very tough estimate. I was aware of that going into it. So to be honest, I'm very happy with a 408, especially doing not completing birds completely, doing Quinta HQ with the massive troll of that ghost for ages. It's a good run. But so Yomi's explaining what's going on now, because Ark asks, "What exactly are you, Yomi?" And Yomi says, "I'm the the beginning of all life, of all matter. Like everything that once was started in this kind of form. So he is like pure, like life energy in its purest form. It'll be our future." Later, Rando. I gotta get going. Don't know why he's so nonchalant about it, but back to sleep. I'll be back when someone strays from the path, like you did. Farewell, brother. See you, dude.
So now he's all alone.
And yeah, this is... I'm going to preempt this. This next piece of music is unbelievably stunning. So here's Light Gaia talking to him. The soul of the surface world. With Dark Gaia's defeat, Krista and the underworld will disappear. The surface world will gradually return to the way it was. And you are the hero who appears when the earth is in danger. In you flow both the blood of Light Gaia and Dark Gaia. Essentially, God. Your duty is now finished. Your body will soon disappear. But just today, go and enjoy your final happy time in Krista in peace. And this song is called A Hero's Last Day.
So, turns out, after all, Ark does get one last day. Just one.
Stop it. Stop it. Come on.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. If you converse with villagers and just kind of go with other people, also different places, it's interesting because people just kind of don't really know what is going on.
Yeah, it's called Randos now. It was called the Elders, but this is now his home, like rather than the Elders' home. Just a small thing.
It's a nice little detail. And also, in a sense, they have a bit of a... What's the word? looming doom in a sense.
It's
Because-
this kind of like stale, this kind of like still melancholy. Just to kind of finish it up, we're going to end this the way we began, by sleeping.
Indeed. And just so, Hark dreamed his last dream.
Come on, boys, game. Ooh, sorry. It's just that one. Like there's nothing else. It's just that one. Nice.
Until then, goodbye for just a little while.
Yeah, I'm echoing what, like, obviously what Overworld Ellie said. The last thing she said to him before he left with the hero pike to fight Dark Gaia, and echoing what she said at the very start of the game when he left for the first time as well. And he fell into a deep sleep.
Indeed.
Yeah, and then this, everyone loves the soundtrack to Terranigma, but I think I'm a fan of the Krista theme. I love Hero's Last Day, but I think this one is the one that really seals it for a lot of people. Which again has a silly, overly feels name that gets me all worked up, but it's called The Way Home. Because, you know, we've got to find our way home someday, haven't we?
And it was the dream of becoming a bird and seeing the world grow older.
Yeah. I was told we were going to see the ending, and then I'll do the chicken race afterwards. Do you want to take some bets on chickens? But yeah, it's. I mean, for me, it's kind of a point about this game and kind of why it's important to me as a whole, and why I'm really pleased and kind of proud to have played this here is because obviously it never came out over here, and whilst there are many gamers who did find it and did try it out and found ways to play it, many people missed out on this. It's first of all the one game that Europe can hold over America. You know, you got FF6, Chrono Trigger, Legend of Mana, everything, blah blah. But you know, this is the one that we could kind of hold close to our hearts and say that we grew up with. And for me, it's one of the greatest games on the Super Nintendo. It's also a pleasure to be back here again for the second time for RPGLB. So thank you very much to the staff for letting me have another opportunity to show off a game that I love. And to share it with some of my best friends. So thank you very much, guys, and thank you to obviously the staff here at RPGLB, and thank you guys for being awesome and watching and supporting as well. You're all amazing, so thank you.
I think I speak on behalf of the staff, and I just say, just try and come under estimate next time.
Yep, no worries. Hey, I did. What are you talking about, mate? Utter nonsense,
No,
please.
Bowie, the first estimate.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You got your glasses on. Put on your glasses, mate. Come
I'm
on.
short sighted. I can see that from here.
You've been looking at all the.
Yeah,
You've been
yeah,
looking.
yeah, yeah.
I
You've
think
been.
someone's just jealous of Bowie.
I'm about to go back and challenge all my announcers' choices to Goose's choice.
You can't do that. It's already gone into the track.
No, I literally can. There's a button.
Stop him, he's a madman. He must be stopped. Put my hands up, all right? But yeah, so trains are a thing.
By the way, just kind of a note to this. I'm not entirely sure who the original artist is, but someone created a picture, a really, really long picture of basically the entire credits of Terranigma, the entirety of the, well, credits sequence essentially, with the bird flying. It is really amazing, and if you can find it somewhere on Google or maybe someone can link it, I really recommend you take a look at that.
I think it's called the same as the song, so it's a piece of fan art called The Way Home. So yeah, it's like one of those ones that's kind of like, it's like 5 million pixels by 7 million or something. I don't know. It was like it's massive, but you see this kind of story go all the way down. I've personally never seen a plane like that. Anyone? No? Nice. Test player. Test player. Also, this is a small thing that Quintet did. And the same is true in Illusion of Gaia, but the names are either pink or blue to denote whether it was a male or female developer. So normally they just don't kind of do it, but they're kind of making sure that everyone knows that they have a very diverse and skilled dev team. I've always found that quite, I don't know, it's just a nice notion. I liked it. Colin. We have you to thank for the Yunko translation. And Dan. Dan and Colin. That's such a great name, Colin, isn't it? Club Nintendo Redaction. You know it's German because it uses a K.
Redaktion. There's a Spanish version?
Yeah.
It's a Spanish version.
And the French translation as well. I need to see whether someone can translate those versions. I would be curious.
I'm curious as well what would happen if Hulk and Krorik were to play the French version. That would just be like double the RNG.
Imagine it would turn out that the French version has way less text.
Yeah.
That's why.
And yeah, it's like an hour faster. Yeah. Should have been French all along. So yeah, we are coming to the end of it now. This is kind of the last hurrah of the song.
Maybe real quick, who are Krorik? Who is the Hulk?
Krorik and La Hulk, yeah, sorry. Krorik and La Hulk are two speedrunners from France. They are incredibly skilled speedrunners. Hulk, if he touches the game, he'll probably get the record within a week. So hide your games, guys. No, he's incredibly talented. He dedicates a lot of time to a game. When he wants to play, he will focus and focus and focus. A true artist of speedrunning. He plays a lot of games and is very, very good at them. Krorik, another one, he's Croc. I mean, I know Sigma knows this. It's oh, you beat me, did you? I'll give you a day. He's
Actually, it was a month and a half.
Oh, a month and a half. You must have felt so good.
Don't worry.
But yeah, he's another one who just breaks down these games and just kind of opens them up and kind of just takes complete control of them. A very, very good runner as well. So as we reach the climax here, the reason why I really adore Krista's theme, or A Place to Return To, as it's called, there's always this sense of going home, which is like hits my heart so much. In a really kind of like silly and over-the-top kind of way, it is for me a representation of, it's kind of like a musical embodiment of the concept of love for me. How I feel when I'm in love, or if I have a strong connection to someone. The seagull, the bird was flying home, and both Darkside and Lightside L said that they will wait just for a little while. I'll wait for you until you come back to me. And L gets a knock at the door. And for the one, 3 text box. That's a Japanese text box right there. She opens the door, and the person who she'd been waiting for is at her door. And that's Terranigma.
Well done.
And now we race chicken.
And now we race chickens.
Something
yeah.
so emotional to chickens.
Yep.
Hey man, chickens can be emotional.
But yeah, it's a lovely, lovely piece of composition, and it's just persisted over me ever since. But that final moment of the door opening and the person you've been waiting for is there.
What I like especially about it, it seems like Elle just kind of speeds up when she goes outside.
Yeah, it's that running.
Like, you don't really know who's out there, but you kind of get an idea. Kind of like how the entire storytelling is of the game. You don't necessarily see the beginning or the end of it. It's just you see that part in the middle sometimes only.
So this is a file that I had preemptively kind of buffed everything up. So I've maxed out all the villages, and I might have to go swing by one very, very quickly just to kind of show you that, as I was alluding to earlier, I'll go to the place I'm going to because we're going to have to go to France for the chicken races. Is it France? I don't know. It might be a bit further northeast. No, it's not France because France is Loire. And we go north, so if anyone can figure out where that is. My geography's terrible. But yeah, so this is what, when you upgrade Loire to its full potential, obviously all these places kind of come around and the village is brand new, and then it's just lovely. So we're gonna need to take some bets. I'll get Bob. I need you to bet on a chicken for me. I need Poexel. You can bet on a chicken. RPGC. I'll need you to bet on a chicken because we managed to keep that follower alive.
You mean the tech crew?
Yeah, the tech crew kept it alive. And you know what, tech? I'll let the tech crew pick a chicken for me. So we're gonna go up here, and we've got a wonderful racetrack with chickens ready to go. So we need. Okay, we're gonna go top. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Simple as that. So Poexel, who are you gonna go for? 4. Tech. 2. Okay, we've got 2 left. So Bob, you 1 or 3?
Dave.
1 or 3?
1.
1 or 3. Okay, so you're left with 3 RPGC. The winner, you have to donate how much? No. £10,000.
Wait, the winner has to donate. I like that.
So
£10,000.
I'm gonna go with 3. I'll go with 3. Okay, so I'm on RPGC side. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not after that estimate, you're not.
Just add a couple of zeros. Number 3 is it? It's starting now. So the build-up for this one very, very enigmatic race. Ready, chaps? The chickens are in the gate and they're off. The third payout 4 times. Who hangs in there? 4 hangs in there as well. The weather is beautiful, perfect for races. The chicken races track is boiling over with excitement. Oops, it's turning around. 2 wins. And one came last. Okay.
Damn you, Dave!
We'll do one more. We'll do one more. You know what? We'll do one more just for you. We'll keep the same numbers. This is redemption. The chickens are off the gate and they're off. One's going hard. The chicken race is boiling over with excitement once again. The poor 4th payout 4 times. 4 hangs in there. They're putting on a real show. Oh no! Oh, 4 and 3 come in. There we go. Tough luck.
All right, I'm out of here.
We lost. There you have it. But yeah, just a little. There are a massive variety of mini games that you can kind of like play, and you can like do eating contests where like bread sets you on fire and stuff. But you know. But yeah, that's Terranigma. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you guys. Well done.
Cheers,
I
guys.
want
Thank you very much.
to, again, Bowie,
Good run.
great run. Yaga, Goose, brilliant commentary. We're going to do a quick ad here. Then we're going over to Jay Hobbs doing an interview with Bowie. And then after that, we'll get into the Golden Sun run. So see you guys on the other side. Thank you very much.
Why not?
That's how you bowl it.
I traveled the Atlantic.
So annoyed that I didn't count that properly. I just thought.
I'm going to give you crap for that. Don't worry.
No, I'm here to comfort you guys. You didn't go to it.
You want a mic test? Just, you want to... This is cool. You want to move it off the couch? Yeah. I don't know what 3 is. That's 4. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you want an audio balance or something.
All right, we are back with RPG Limit Break 2017 for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. That was a good run by Bowie there, Terranigma. Up next, we got Golden Sun, but before that, we got an interview with Bowie himself. So we're getting ready for that. We got a couple of donations to read. So we got a $25 donation by Dalil X saying, but Bowie's in space. Thank you for that donation. We got a $60 donation by Curry Master saying, Curry Master here, donate this to name Sheba dead since she's going to be dead a lot. Good luck, Sid. Thank you, Kirby.
You've been replaced.
All right, we got a $5 donation by Joseph Fox 135 who says, here is some money to a worthy cause. Also, hello to my fellow donating doppelganger. Which of us is the light and which is the dark version? We got a $6 donation by Jason WFD saying, thank you to everyone involved in making RPG Limit Break happen. Shout outs to the RPG chick. Everyone ask her about Bat Honey. Donation goes to Bowie as Ramza in FFT. All right, we got a $25 anonymous donation. It says, good luck with the runs and greetings to Jägermoth and his crew, Kappa. Money to runners and announcer's choice. And we got a $5 donation by S Runner of the Game. If we were able to somehow get into this door earlier, it would be a big sequence break. Thank you for that. All righty. All right. And I just wanted to remind everyone that RPG Limit Break is partnered with The Yeti to bring us 9 amazing T-shirts this year. Head over to theyeti.com/RPG Limit Break. That's The Yeti, YETEE.com/RPG Limit Break. And we got some awesome shirts. $3 from every shirt purchase will go straight to the organization itself, NAMI. So make sure you head over there. And see, got nothing. All right. Still waiting for more donations to come in, and we're still. All right. We are getting ready. We are ready for the interview now, so we're gonna switch over there.
Fantastic Terranigma run.
Thank you
Came
very much.
well underestimated.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to care. I don't even care at all what Bob says.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just wanted to talk with Bowie for a little bit, and just have a nice little chat.
Yeah, sure.
So
Go
if
for
you're
it.
down for it.
Yeah, no worries.
First thing first, obviously, you are not from America.
I'm not from America. No, I'm not sure if it was just mentioned at the door on the way in. This runner's not from. The US.
But I know that obviously you came over here from the UK,
Yep.
and this is your second time doing that for
Yeah.
RPG Limit Break.
And it's actually my second time in America as a whole. I've only ever come over for the 2.
So only for the limit breaks. That's
Yeah, yeah.
awesome. So what is it about Limit Break that you really
Well,
have been enjoying?
And the most important thing about it is, for me, is that I am an RPG speedrunner. First and foremost, I do obviously do runs of other games, but these are the kind of games that I've played my entire life and the games that I grew up with, and as everyone would say, but like this is the biggest genre to me. Is I'd say specifically JRPGs. I'd say, but yeah, I mean, especially I got into the community via Illusion of Gaia, Poexel, wherever he is. Like I learnt the run from him, and that was my very very first speed run. He was my first interaction with the scene. Very welcoming, and I obviously met my other. I'm part of the team, the Moon Bros, who are a bunch of German guys, Elmagus and Sarkegeist, and Sarkegeist, who was the one who I first saw run Terranigma as well, who taught me the run. So it's kind of
It's big history for you.
Yeah, and it's like
RPGs.
Because I started running in 2013, so coming up to 4 years now, and just the community's been fantastic, and I've met some of them, the best friends I've ever had via this. It's why I go to Germany every year with the guys, and we have like a week-long session of just playing games and speed running. It's great, and the chance to come over here and meet all the people that I've known for so many years. Like Stinger was, I saw him run Secret of Mana, which is my favorite game of all time.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
I'm sure.
Later. And it was kind of like I saw him run it. I was like, oh my god, this guy's a god. And I spoke to Stinger and got to know him. And he's a fantastic guy. So last year when I came by, I would walk into the room and there's Stinger doing like, oh god, this guy's here. I'm like, yeah, nice to meet you too. But it was. it's nice just to kind of make these connections with people across the world, and then finally be able to go and see them. Like sure, going across your own country is special in its own way, but halfway across the world to meet people.
Anytime you're
who have influenced
crossing
you so
an
much.
ocean, that's a big deal.
Yeah, but it's like people who've influenced me a lot over the last few years. Finally getting to meet them and make them more than just a name on the internet, but they're friends now. So it's as very cheesy as that is to say.
Well, I mean, sometimes the truth is cheesy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're glad to have you here, obviously.
Thank you very
And
much.
I know you were really excited to be able to do Terranigma. We heard, especially right during the ending cutscene, how much this game means to you and everything. But I know that you were really excited to be able to show it to a Western, west of Europe audience, to the North American audience and everything. And on top of that, both of your couch members were also European.
Yeah, that was kind of why. That was actually kind of why I did that. Unfortunately, I did have some offers from other people who I would have loved to have on, but I kind of wanted that kind of vibe of
Yeah, we had a whole European couch. I think that's the first time we've had that happen.
It was like it's our game, and it's not saying that you guys can't enjoy it, but it's like it's the game that we had. It was the one that was always a bit of a standout thing, and I wanted to share that kind of thing, and I wanted us to do that for you guys,
right?
Because I know what it's like to miss out on a video game, one or two, let's say, because we didn't get Final Fantasy at all until 7. That was the first one we got.
Wow.
So we didn't get we didn't get any of the Dragon Quests. We didn't get Chrono Trigger. We didn't get Super Mario RPG. We didn't get Earthbound. All these great games. You go, oh yeah, of course.
Why do you live over there?
Circumstance, but it's kind of nice to kind of say like, look, this is something that we got, and sharing that with people. So
of course. Well, let's talk about Terranigma.
Go for it, yeah, sure.
Obviously, we went into the whole fact that you wanted to show it to a Western audience, but let's talk more about how that run went. I know the game can throw you, as all these RPGs can, it can throw you a lot of randomness everywhere. And so one thing I do want to go back to is the Dark Twins.
Yeah,
boss.
the Dark Twins. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that it was not really being too kind with the randomness.
No.
It was definitely flying around quite a while, but then there was also the. I really want to kind of ask you more about having the balance of keeping track of so many things at the same time. Your experience, how much damage you're able to do, how much damage you actually did on each hit with the boss, whether you're about to level up, how many times you've already done this throughout the fight. All while you're having two other people trying to explain it to the audience for you.
And that was I think the trickiest thing about that today is usually when I've tried to do it, and it's hard to explain that fight because it is so integral to the run. Like the majority of things you'll see is people will pick it up and they hear from other runners that the bird's the most important thing. So you get people who pick it up brand new and they'll just reset when they don't get birds, and they'll reset and reset. And they don't learn it and they don't understand like the later part of the run. It is only integral when you get to those faster times. So because there is no official 60 hertz English release, we run on the Japanese version. Right. It's 15 minutes faster than the English version. My PB is 3:39, which left me with a 3:54. So a 6-minute window, which I had to work with. It was tough, but because I know that the way it is, you go from 12 to 18, and you need 333 kills to level up, then 444. So I know that, so I'm counting. Amazingly, I managed to miscount at level 16 and thought I had leveled up, and didn't even register. I was just so kind of focused on not doing it.
You got to blame the couch because nobody caught it either. You didn't level up when you thought.
It's just kind of odd, but I think don't think they expected me to go for another slider.
Right.
That's the thing. Like, don't slider. But the thing about it is as well is that. In a PB attempt, I'd actually attack it a lot more, like what you can do to set up kills easier, because you may have seen me always move to a certain spot, just there was like a little dark notch, and I would always stand like my shadow was 1 pixel above that. In that position, as long as you get the slider, and you got the time to get the slider, you'll always get a double hit. Now, at the lower levels, you may not kill him even with a double hit. You might get a 35, and he's got 10 HP left. Right. But I was just adamant that I wouldn't do anything but that. I'm not going to risk
over damaging.
I'm just not going to risk getting a crit, and hitting for 84 by a crit, which is just silly. Which means that those setups are very, very important, and there's a lot of pressure. And I went into it, I got my tea and I was like just sitting there drinking my tea, because it's scary, and I knew that it was the one part that I needed to nail, and I did it very well. I knew that deep down I'd be happy with the level 16, and I was. Of course I would have loved the 18, and to see it. So you wouldn't have to see the grind in Loran, and you could have seen exactly why that was so good. It was still fast, but I lost the time at Loran, and it's just...
Well, and I'll always say that sometimes during, marathon runs, when you're trying to show things off for, everybody out there, for the audience, it's almost good to have some of those smaller mistakes so you can see more of like, this is why we don't try to make those mistakes, you know?
And you know, to go back to the randomness of it, you know, the damage rolls are a big thing. So being able to immediately go, right, that was 35, I can't do that option, I've got to switch to this option. And, you know, we've talked about this a lot, I think, in the past, that, you know, that's the great thing about RPG speedruns, and specifically, I know a lot of people don't like it, but RNG is a really healthy thing, I think, for speedruns.
It is. It's a lot of mental aspect instead of always necessarily being that, you know, rote muscle memory.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, execution runs stunning, absolutely brilliant to master that particular route and that way of doing it. But then I think there's a different kind of mastery you get when the game is trying to trip you up, and you don't let it, and you're dodging, and you dodge everything because you have that level of mastery over the game, and that aspect is what really draws me to a lot of the runs that I do. Some are overly RNG, like I'm never going to do Final Fantasy Adventure Warps again, but oh my word! But you know, when there's a nice healthy balance between how much you have to input and then how much, you know, when you get the RNG, you have to perform still. You know?
And I do know that, you know, we talked beforehand, and you said that there are definitely those parts in Terranigma that are all about just the execution. You know, as long as you do it the right way, every time it's going to go perfectly. How did you feel about that portion of your run? I mean, do you think that went pretty well? And
yeah, I mean, considering all things considered, because obviously the birds, I think I finished birds at like 104 at level 17. I wanted to like 103 at level 18 was my ideal. So I lost about a minute and a half there, plus the minute and a half on the grind. So if you take away the time loss that just came from me, you know, misplaying those little bits, everything else was actually quite clean. Excuse me. There was the odd moment where I maybe got hit, or I menued a little bit odd, like I put the cursor on one of the doors, not on the item. But movement-wise, I thought it was quite a clean run. It wasn't the best that I can do. I know that much. But you know, you're not expected to pull out your absolute utmost best every single time you sit down to do a marathon run. Because all those things are like whirling in your head, like, you know, that didn't go well, but I can't let that get to me. I've got to do, you know, focus on everything else. I can't just stop. I can't just go, you know what? No, reset. Sorry, reset that timer.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to delay everybody.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Well,
so
I thought it was a solid performance. It's totally awesome.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Really glad. I'd never seen Terranigma before, so fantastic to be able to get to watch that here.
Yeah, thank you.
But let's look forward a little bit.
Yes.
Because this is not the end of the marathon for you at all.
No.
On Wednesday currently at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, you will be in a cooperative 3-person co-op Secret of Mana run.
Yeah.
So what is that going to be like? You know, as someone who has not played Secret of Mana, sell me on that run. Although I'm pretty sure hearing 3-person co-op and the runners involved is already going to sell me.
3-person co-op's going to sell it, but it's 3-person co-op with Stinger and Yagamoth, and those two are by far the best players at that game. You know, they've both got a lot of experience. Yagamoth is a wizard with his hands, because we're going to be doing 3-player, 3-controller, so we're all going to be controlling one of the characters. But the strats that we're going to be implementing are the same that you would see in the 1-player, 2-controller category, where you're able to use multiple controllers to access a variety of different glitches, skips, bugs to kind of like, you know, do the game very, very, very quickly. Massive sequence breaks. There are a lot of sequence breaks and a lot of kind of cool tricks to allow ourselves to do infinite amounts of damage that we shouldn't be able to. If you were to like do a regular attack, you do nothing, and then you glitch it out to do like 999 damage. It's a very intricate run, and it's going to be nice to, now that I've done this run, I've got to focus on, you know, practicing with the guys and make sure that we're in sync.
You got a few days. It's fine.
Yeah, because you know, we got these very intricate movement sections that we're going to be very weak because we're not going to buy too much armor. That, you know, if we get caught, it's, you know, we could potentially lose something. Well, we'll have maybe the odd save here and there, but bringing those strats together, that we're all going to be doing the same thing, but we're all going to be doing it individually. And I think that's going to be the glory of that run. I think is that these strategies are going to be done where normally someone's controlling everything, but it's going to be three
minds having to work in unison.
And just kind of just trying to think that I know that he's moving that way. I'm going to menu right now. I'm going to trust him to, you know, buffer to keep, you know, the charge that we need, and I'm going to menu him and work that way. So it's going to be about trust. You know, that they know that I can do what they want me to do, and I know that when I respond, they'll be able to pull off what they need to do.
And that's something I think is always great about cooperative runs. Just the trust that you get with the people you're playing with.
Yeah. And I think one of the biggest things as well, to kind of just finish off that question, is the soundtrack is, I mean, much like Terranigma's, is absolutely phenomenal. There's like maybe one track that is like not that brilliant, but it's still pretty good. But like the entire soundtrack is,
you gotta have one.
Stellar. Yeah. You've got to have, you know, the black sheep, haven't you? Yeah. But it's a fantastic.
Well, that's great. And you and I could probably sit here talking for an hour, but we have a run coming up Golden Sun 2.
Yeah.
And not only is that a game you're pretty familiar with, because as I understand it, you actually did an entire month of Camelot games.
Oh
right?
yeah, Camelot month. I'm wearing the shirt. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's why I wore it actually. Felix is right here, the good lad. Yeah, I'm a big Camelot software planning fan. They made obviously the game that my namesake comes from, Shining Force 2. Bowie the Hero is the main character. So yeah, that was a whole month of me playing every single RPG they made. So no sports games. I'm unfortunate, but Shining in the Dark and the Shining Force, a rare hit in Shining the Holy Ark, which just blew my mind. It was absolutely fantastic. And then capping that off with Golden Sun, which, as we know, is an absolute technological marvel that came out of a Game Boy Advance. The pixel work, the sound work. Sakuraba really did a great job in terms of bringing what came out of the GBA didn't have the greatest sound chip.
Right.
But
being able to make it work,
fantastic series. I'm really looking forward to Sid's run. He's a great runner.
Critical Sid's awesome, and we'll be getting to that in just a moment. And you're even actually going to be on the couch, so
if you thought
10 hours of Bowie in a row.
I won't speak as much this time, don't worry.
Please go get some food at some point, man.
I might just I might have to do the thing where I'll commentate the stuff that I or help commentate the stuff that I know really well, and then duck out when I know less. But yeah, it's gonna be a good run.
Yeah, and we're gonna be looking forward to seeing you with the Shining Force crew later as well. Yeah. But we got to get wrapped up. We got to get ready for Sid to be able to set up and everything. So always a pleasure, Bowie. I'm gonna throw it back over to PX, who will take us out to Golden Sun 2.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, J. Hobbs and Bowie, for that great interview. And now we're going to be setting up for Golden Sun here in a little bit. But first, I'd like to bring you all a special message today, because today is Mother's Day. So if you guys have any time right now, at all, like right now, pick up your phone, call your mom, say hi Happy Mother's Day, get her a gift, and then introduce her to this event where you're going to be sitting down watching Golden Sun for the next 6 hours. And make sure you donate, because we got some great donation incentives around here. First off, we got the Bit Wars for naming all the characters here. For example, we got a Bid War for Jenna's name, which currently is Marta by $26, with Blaze at $20 right behind her. So that's pretty easy to get ahead on. We got Piers, who is leading at $95.01 with LGG, followed by Alex at $50 and Pants at $5. So if you want Pants in the run, you gotta bring up over $90 to catch up with that. And then meanwhile, we have Sheba, which is a nice donation named Bid War here, because we're either gonna have him dead or alive. So if you want to save or kill him, donate for that one. All right. And now we have a couple of donations here. We got $10 donation from Down saying, put this towards saving Dad in Dragon Quest V Sup Hoishin. Hoishin face. All right, thank you for that donation. And a $5 donation by Blood Duster. Yo, Blood Duster here. Good luck to my Street Brother and my friend Sid. Just for the sake of it, show off the early Iris glitch even doesn't get met. Magoo. Also, shouts to Curry Master. Well, while that donation incentive hasn't been met yet, we're working towards it. We got it's $1,000 donation to get that met, and we're only at 427, so we got to raise quite a bit to get there. So I'm bringing those donations now so we can see it off. Getting the Iris summon here. So we're still getting busy set up here. So we got those 3 name Bid Wars and the Iris summon donation incentive that still needs to get met. Meanwhile, looking up at the next run, we got the Pokemon Sapphire run, 80% run, and we got 3 named. You got 5 names for those if you want to donate for those later on. Right now, Cast Form currently has no names for that. If you want the Cast Form named, go ahead and put anything towards it, and it'll be ahead. Kyogre name, Yu Kiang is leading with Elmegas right behind it. The Mudkip name, which is going to be the main Pokemon in the run, is named Bowie, coincidentally. So if you want Bowie to be named as Mudkip to be named as Bowie, get towards donating that. If you want anything else as the Mudkip, donate towards something else. All right. once again, remind you all that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. You get over to NAMI.org there to see exactly what they're doing to raise awareness and of the difficulties that people with mental illnesses are suffering from across the world, and how they're helping them as well. So still getting set up here. Let's see. So once again, we need to raise $573 more to meet the Iris Summon donation incentive there. So you want to see that shown off, go ahead for that. And with the names haven't moved one bit. So once again, for the names of the party members that Sid is going to be using for the run, we got Jenna, who is currently being named Marta at $26, with Blaze at $20 right behind it. We got Piers, who is currently being named LGG at $95.01, with Alex at $50 and Pants at $5 behind that. So if you want to name those characters, go ahead. And with Sheba, we are either killing or saving Sheba. So if you want Sheba to be dead, Sheba is currently dead at $60, but if you want Sheba to be alive, which is currently at $50, go ahead and bid towards that, because that's a pretty close name war. Still waiting for more donations to come in. But I'm sure we got a lot of them being lined up right now, just waiting. So wanted to thank a group of people here for our awesome layouts that we did this year. One of them being right behind the couch, you can see right there, Orolen right there, as well as Namux. So you can find them on Twitter at Orolen and at Namux_ respectively. So thank them for the awesome layouts here. It looks like we're almost ready, almost done getting set up here. Just a couple of sound checks going on. On top of the awesome layouts, we also have our awesome logo as well. We got an awesome logo, and that's thanks in part to Carrie Fry. As well as a lot of our emotes. A lot of our emotes are pretty awesome. If you want to sub to get to those, as well as support the marathon. So go out to shout outs to Carrie Fry for those. Carrie Fry at KARIFRY.com if you want to check out her work. We're almost done. Just the finishing touches on the sound check. So once again, if you wanted to get any of the characters used in the run named anything, now is a good time to donate, because those close off pretty soon, I believe. All right, so Sid, you guys hear me? Yep. All right, what names are we closing off soon? Oh, okay, yeah, so all the names. Okay, so get those donations in now, because we're closing off the names pretty quickly as soon as we're starting here. Yeah, so we're doing the last finishing touches on the setup here.